Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fraud, An American History from Barnum to Madoff by Edward J. Balleisen. Read by Tom Perkins. Part 1. Duplicity and the Evolution of American Capitalism. They look upon fraud as a greater crime than theft, and therefore seldom fail to punish it with death, for, they allege, that care and vigilance, with a very common understanding, may preserve a man's goods from thieves, but honesty has no defense against superior cunning. And since it is necessary that there should be a perpetual intercourse of buying and selling and dealing upon credit, where fraud is permitted and connived at, or has no law to punish it, the honest dealer is always undone, and the knave gets the advantage. I remember when I was once interceding with the emperor for a criminal who had wronged his master of a great sum of money, which he had received by order and ran away with, and, happening to tell his majesty by way of extenuation that it was only a breach of trust, the emperor thought it monstrous in me to offer as a defense the greatest aggravation of the crime, and truly I had little to say in return, farther than the common answer, that different nations had different customs, for, I confess, I was heartily ashamed. Jonathan Swift on the Laws and Customs of Lilliput, Gulliver's Travels, 1726. Corruption, embezzlement, fraud, these are all characteristics which exist everywhere. It is, regrettably, the way human nature functions, whether we like it or not. What successful economies do is keep it to a minimum. No one has ever eliminated any of that stuff. Alan Greenspan, interview on Amy Goodman's Democracy Now!, September 24, 2007. Chapter 1. The Enduring Dilemmas of Anti-Fraud Regulation. In the late fall of 1894, an up-and-coming Midwesterner gained a sharp lesson about the growing reach of the United States government. For 8 years, this former railroad station manager had nurtured a succession of mail-order businesses in Chicago and then Minneapolis. Through experiments with national print advertising and wholesale catalog distribution, he discovered an instinctive knack for mail-order marketing. Cultivating a folksy style, he combined alluring descriptions of goods, aggressive expansion, sharp discounts, and all manner of promotional hullabaloo. Within a few years, he gained endorsements from leading banks and public officials across the Midwest. Farm families responded so vigorously to his engaging sales pitches that his firm struggled to fill the orders that cascaded in with every day's post. By December 1894, this ambitious 31-year-old employed over 100 persons and had moved his main operations back to Chicago to be closer to the manufacturers whose goods he required to meet his obligations. Then, just 2 weeks before Christmas, the United States Post Office threatened this mercantile impresario with the equivalent of a commercial death sentence. On December 11th, the Postmaster General issued a fraud order against his firm. The recipient of this administrative notice was Richard W. Sears, the creator of the dream books that came to rest on hundreds of thousands of kitchen tables across rural America, and the driving force behind Sears Roebuck and Company in its first 2 decades. After the issuance of this order, anyone sending the firm correspondence would receive it back with a mark of public shame affixed. The same fate befell any mail sent out by an individual or firm under a fraud order. This administrative sanction represented a far greater commercial peril than civil lawsuits alleging deceptive business practices, or even criminal fraud proceedings, for it threatened to destroy consumer confidence. A fraud order proclaimed that the American state had adjudged a firm's business practices to be illegitimate. For most mail-order concerns, such a declaration augured crippling losses, even if customers' trust somehow survived the rebuke, because it halted commercial correspondence. As we shall see, and as Sears Roebuck's extraordinary growth in the decades after December 1894 would suggest, Richard Sears found a way to make the fraud order go away. But his encounter with postal regulators reflected several interrelated problems that U.S. businesses, policymakers, and citizens have confronted since the advent of modern capitalism. How should Americans define fraud? How much should they worry about it, and how should they structure institutional responses to it? This book retraces how Americans wrestled with these questions for the better part of a century before Richard Sears's confrontation with the post office and for more than 100 years after it. Throughout those 2 centuries, Americans of all socioeconomic groups had to navigate the challenges posed by lying promoters and cheating retailers. From generation to generation, the upward swings of the modern business cycle have encouraged investment scams and creative corporate accounting that press at legal and ethical bounds. After the bursting of economic bubbles, journalists, academics, and governmental officials dissect the preconditions for widespread malfeasance in the nation's commercial and financial firms. In periods of both boom and bust, some enterprises have tried to attract business through misleading or false claims. Our own generation has confronted several acute episodes of commercial deceit. Millions of individuals have experienced identity theft. The Internet has facilitated thousands of marketing scams. Few investors avoided losses from the accounting misrepresentations associated with a string of colossal corporate bankruptcies, such as those of Enron and WorldCom. During and after the global financial meltdown of 2007-2008, the business pages chronicled tales of prevarication and corruption at the heart of the American financial system. Deception became endemic within the chain of financing for the residential mortgage market. Manipulation became standard operating procedure in several markets, from the setting of benchmark interest and currency rates to commodities trading to the techniques of high-frequency stock trading. Some economic deception is, of course, endemic to all modern capitalist societies. Throughout the world, business transactions depend on trust in far-flung counterparties across lengthening divides of space, beyond the social constraints of family, neighborhood, and religious community. The complexity of economic relations has created openings for those firms willing to take advantage of the enduring psychological vulnerabilities that behavioral economists have shown to be common to most investors and consumers. Chapter 2 of this book links the consistent psychological structure of economic deceit to these cognitive and emotional susceptibilities. As a result, industrialized and industrializing societies on every continent have confronted the problem of how to handle financial and commercial misrepresentation. Nonetheless, business fraud has occupied a large public footprint in the United States. Many of the world's most ambitious and expensive frauds have occurred in America. So too have some of the most far-reaching and innovative responses to financial and commercial deceit. From the American Revolution onward, the country's lionization of entrepreneurial freedom has given aid and comfort to the perpetrators of duplicitous business schemes. Enterprising risk-takers have enjoyed leeway from the arbiters of social norms, the makers of socioeconomic policy, and the practical operation of law, even when enthusiasm encouraged shading the truth or cutting legal corners. The result has been latitude for processes of economic innovation in the United States, whether based on technological invention, new forms of organization, or the reimagination of the sorts of goods and services that might be offered for sale. But openness to innovation has always meant openness to creative deception. With every technological wonder, with every newfangled financial instrument or mode of organizing business ventures, with every beckoning new market, come bounteous prospects for dissemblers, operators, and downright swindlers. American popular culture, moreover, has retained a soft spot for charismatic grafters and oily-tongued salesmen, evincing admiration for their audacity, ingenuity, and capacity to land on their feet. Social commentators have often paired this appreciation with disapproval of the suckers who proved incapable of resisting pitches that were too good to be true. And yet, the prevalence of economic deception has also always prompted anxieties about the dangers it posed to the health of American markets, about the possibility that unchecked duplicity might unleash self-destructive tendencies in economic life. These concerns have generated recurring anti-fraud campaigns within the American business community, the American state, and the quasi-public domains between the two. American elites, it turns out, have abhorred regulatory vacuums about business fraud, especially at moments in which its social and economic costs have prompted wider public anxieties about the legitimacy of capitalist institutions. Since the early 20th century, such efforts have been amplified and sometimes challenged by anti-fraud initiatives with more popular roots. The chapters that follow explore American ambivalence about economic deceit from the early 19th century to the present. Since the first years of the American Republic, fraud has posed enduring commercial, political, and legal conundrums. American business owners, investors, consumers, elected officials, jurists, public servants, lawyers, accountants, journalists, and social activists have all tried to resolve dilemmas about how to cope with the problems of commercial and financial diddling, and thus how to constitute key features of capitalist marketplaces. How much freedom should firms have in trying to lure investors to part with their savings, or entice consumers to purchase their goods or services? What sorts of redress should be available if businesses overstep prevailing boundaries, venturing too far away from expectations of candor in their assertions and promises? The perennial issue, whether through common law adjudication, informal standard setting, statutory reform, or administrative rulemaking, has been how to differentiate illicit chicanery from enthusiastic puffery. Making this distinction has never been easy, either to set overarching policy or guide day-to-day administration and enforcement, as it raises contentious disputes about economic justice and the appropriate boundaries of commercial liberty. Since the consolidation of independence during the War of 1812, the regulation of American business fraud has gone through 4 phases. After the 2 introductory chapters, the 4 remaining sections of this book grapple with each of these distinctive eras of policymaking and law. For each period, I explore prevailing views about the nature of fraud and the threats that it posed to the commonweal, the emergence of new modes of regulatory governance to cope with those threats, the impacts of those policies, and the critiques that they provoked, which shaped the historical transitions from one era of policymaking to the next. Part 2, A 19th Century World of Caveat Emptor, explores the relationship between anti-fraud law and business culture from the early 19th century into the 1880s. Well after the Civil War, the practical law of business fraud made it difficult to sustain many civil and criminal allegations of deceit. Reflecting a broader ethos of individualism and commercial permissiveness, this legal environment gave economic actors strong incentives to cast skeptical eyes on the firms and individuals with whom they conducted business. It also encouraged robust public discourse about prevalent misrepresentations and swindles, as journalists and editors found strong demand for coverage of business fraud and advice about how to avoid becoming a fraud victim. Part 3, Professionalization, Moralism, and the Elite Assault on Deception, explores a series of legal and institutional challenges to caveat emptor that began in the mid-19th century and accelerated in the Progressive era. Calls for greater regulatory paternalism came from many quarters: businessmen seeking to entrench their economic positions, professionals looking to solidify their social standing, social reformers and their political allies in both major parties who argued that government had a duty to protect many social groups: the aged, the ill-educated and poor, recent immigrants, women, children, who were vulnerable to gross imposition, and individuals from all of these groups who, at some moments, viewed business fraud as a menace to economic and even social order. The resulting coalitions produced a cluster of anti-fraud initiatives targeting specific markets, such as commodities grading, the marketing of securities, mail-order retailing and advertising, as well as growing organization of these efforts on a national basis. Part 4, The Call for Investor and Consumer Protection, examines the more ambitious and cohesive assaults on business fraud that policymakers fashioned during the New Deal and in the 3 decades following World War II. Triggered at first by the enormity of the Great Depression and the ensuing recalibration of government authority, these endeavors moved formal policy toward a stance of caveat venditor, let the seller beware, and relied more heavily on the national government. After 1960, a waxing consumer movement pushed elected officials to impose a yet wider array of disclosure requirements on businesses and to expand the means by which disgruntled consumers and investors could seek redress through the legal system. Although this expanding web of anti-fraud regulation fell short of its architect's aspirations, these policies did circumscribe the scale and societal impact of business fraud. Part 5, The Market Strikes Back, traces the partial resurgence of caveat emptor since the mid-1970s, as policymakers became convinced that economic growth required a much lighter regulatory touch. The resulting legal and bureaucratic shifts opened the door for a dramatic expansion in large-scale frauds, committed not just by marginal firms, but by some of the most important corporations in the global economy. It is possible that since the global financial crisis of 2008, anti-fraud regulation in the United States has entered a 5th phase, marked by revived skepticism about the reputational concerns of large corporations and renewed faith in the exercise of governmental power. Throughout the book, I use fraud as a way to investigate the evolution of business-state relations and regulatory policy. Contemporary discussions of economic regulation often frame it in binary terms. There is the market on the one hand, and the state's regulatory bureaucracy on the other, with the latter constraining the former in the hopes of redressing some unfortunate byproduct of market activity. But this framing mischaracterizes institutional realities. The efforts of 19th and 20th century Americans to deal with the issue of economic misrepresentation show how markets and regulation have always been interconnected. Capitalist production, finance, and exchange depend on complex webs of regulatory policy. From the earliest phases of modern capitalism, regulation has defined property rights and guided contractual relationships by furnishing legal defaults. It has created modes of governance and stipulated social hierarchies for economic units, from the family farm and plantation to the sole proprietorship, partnership, corporation, and holding company, to the cooperative and the labor union. It has set standards for available products and services and demarcated the range of permissible business practices. Law and administrative regulation, in other words, have never stood apart from markets. Instead, they have always constituted them. In order to make sense of how prevailing anti-fraud policies have shaped American business, and how those policies have changed in part because of pressures from business and other groups, it helps to think in terms of regulatory ecology. At any point in time, that ecology includes many anti-fraud institutions. Many of these entities, legislatures, courts, regulatory agencies, operate inside government, whether at the local, state, or national level. But in the United States, a panoply of intermediary institutions have also helped to formulate and implement regulatory policy, including non-governmental organizations, NGOs, industry trade associations, and the press. Self-regulatory organizations, SROs in the parlance of management scholars and political scientists, have often served on the front lines of American efforts to promote truthful commercial speech and to identify and sanction those firms who stray from prevailing standards. The Better Business Bureaus stand out in this regard from their creation in the early 20th century, and so receive extensive attention in this narrative. In any given era, one must consider the missions, interests, capacities, and tensions that characterized all of these institutions, whether they resided inside, outside, or alongside the edges of the state. One has to remain alert to the emergence of new institutions and the possibility that older ones may shift focus, both because of novel pressures and eroding imperatives. And one has to trace the interactions among this evolving set of regulatory players. This last task calls for close attention to moments in which officials jockeyed for jurisdictional control and competed to shape policy goals, strategies, and tactics. But it also requires analysis of the periodic attempts to coordinate legal reforms, build enforcement networks, and move or respond to wider public sentiment. Attempts to police business fraud tell us much about the wider history of American business regulation. From colonial settlement onward, efforts to ensure candor in commercial speech have occupied a key element of the nation's regulatory architecture, at first through the medium of patronage-based inspection regimes for exported commodities. Since the mid-19th century, anti-fraud initiatives have often emerged at the leading edge of regulatory innovation. During the postbellum decades, anti-deception campaigns prompted the states and the federal government to develop techniques of modern administrative governance, in contexts that ranged from fertilizer certification to mail fraud law enforcement. Each of the resulting anti-fraud bureaucracies received broad delegations of power from legislatures and depended on forms of technocratic expertise. The Progressive Era, the New Deal, and the Great Society spawned numerous regulatory experiments aimed at curbing economic deceit. Almost every one of these initiatives produced not only powerful new administrative agencies within the state, but also new private and quasi-public institutions devoted to fighting business fraud. The long-term performance of these institutions speaks to the enduring role of economic interests in shaping regulatory policymaking and administration. But it also demonstrates the power of ideas to influence regulatory strategy, as well as the capacity of professionalism and public spiritedness to guide decision-making. In part, because attempts to combat fraud spawned new forms of regulatory authority and novel enforcement tactics, the arena of fraud fighting also exposed a crucial tension in American legal culture concerning the requirements of due process. The most effective modes of enforcement involved techniques of moral suasion and swift mechanisms of regulatory redress. The fraud order that denied Richard Sears and his company access to the U.S. mails, or a cease and desist order from the Federal Trade Commission, or a declaration by a local Better Business Bureau that a company's advertising was not in the public interest. The firms whose connections, networks, and behavior did not measure up to such scrutiny often took issue with the lack of procedural protections associated with anti-fraud regulation. Their complaints drew sympathetic responses from many legal elites committed to constitutional traditions of divided and accountable authority, and often culminated in the formalization of procedure. By slowing down anti-fraud enforcers, however, the turn to proceduralism muddied efforts to combat the prevaricators and outright cheats of the business world. Business fraud has cut a wide enough swath through the American past that no volume with a 2-century-long narrative arc could hope to be comprehensive, much less exhaustive. One key issue concerns the types of fraud under consideration, a second, the evolving social and legal meanings of fraud, a third, the challenges of braiding dozens of particular stories of fraud and specific attempts to regulate it into an overarching analytical narrative. A few words are in order about each of these analytical choices. My focus is on regulatory responses to fraud committed by business firms against external counterparties, suppliers, creditors, customers, and investors. Listeners will find little discussion of fraud committed by consumers against businesses, as when forgers passed bad checks or policyholders cheated insurance companies, or about fraud committed by individuals against the government, whether through hiding income from the taxman or lying to gain access to public programs. I also sidestep the rich history of embezzlement committed by employees against their employers, whether public or private, as well as deceptions and gross impositions perpetrated by firms against their workers, such as the short waiting of coal cars by 19th-century mining companies or the attempts of 21st-century retailing giants to avoid overtime payments to employees. Furthermore, I steer clear of most of the classic swindles directed at individuals by con artists, such as bunco steering, directing marks to a rigged game of chance, or the many types of advanced fee scams, promises of inheritances from long-lost relatives or other implausible tales that use the prospect of some unexpected windfall into making upfront payments. In terms of sociological theory, the book offers historical analysis of organizational fraud, fraud committed on behalf of firms against others, rather than occupational fraud, white-collar crime directed at businesses themselves by their employees. This distinction is far from airtight. The looting of firm assets by business managers, for example, has major collateral impacts on firm counterparties. Known among legal scholars as control fraud, this form of managerial duplicity has been at the heart of significant episodes that do receive attention here. I concentrate on organizational fraud because it exposes instructive historical conflicts within the business community. On the issue of fraud against businesses by consumers, or that of employees finding some new way to stick their hands into corporate tills, the business establishment has coalesced around the need for stern regulatory constraints and substantial investment in enforcement mechanisms. In the case of alleged deception perpetrated against workers, the business establishment has fought against legal reforms. By contrast with organizational fraud, representatives of business have split into factions with clashing views about appropriate regulatory policies. Several linguistic complications swirl about the phenomenon of business fraud. One can think of words such as fraud and swindle in either a colloquial or a technical sense. In the language of ordinary conversation and popular culture, to call a person or a business a fraud is, and has been for centuries, to make an accusation of ill treatment or injustice founded on deceit. A swindler pretends to be one thing or to sell one thing, but is someone very different, or vends something of lesser or even no quality. In Noah Webster's 1817 A Dictionary of the English Language, fraud meant deception or breach of trust with a view to impair the rights of another, a dishonest transaction. To be fraudulent was to be deceitful, trickish, to swindle was to cheat or defraud grossly or with deliberate artifice, and a swindler was one who lives by defrauding. These meanings have retained their salience over the subsequent 2 centuries, joined by a slew of related Americanisms. Everyday language about business chicanery has often served as a rhetorical club. Disaffected consumers fulminated about encountering a racket as a way to bristle at an unsatisfactory purchase. Embattled business owners invoked the language of duplicity as a means of launching broadsides at nettlesome competitors. Alongside such elastic linguistic usages, however, one finds the much more circumscribed idioms and usages of law. Fraud has an ancient pedigree in Anglo-American jurisprudence. Through centuries of cases at common law and equity, as well as countless legislative statutes, fraud acquired precise technical meanings. An allegation of fraud occurred in specific legal contests. It might be the basis for a civil suit that asked for damages. So-and-so has defrauded me in commerce and must therefore redress this wrong through monetary damages. It could constitute the defense of a litigant who sought to stymie enforcement of apparent contractual obligations. I did sign that promissory note, but only because of illegal misrepresentations about the land that I purchased, and so I should not have to pay. It might be the substance of a criminal indictment. Peter Funk is charged with one felony count of obtaining dry goods through false pretenses. Each of these allegations required exacting standards of proof. To substantiate a claim of fraud, a litigant or prosecutor had to demonstrate several distinct propositions about economic behavior. At common law, and according to the requirements of many fraud ordinances and statutes, a showing of misrepresentation constituted a necessary element to such a case, but not a sufficient one. The legal demonstration of fraud also required evidence that the falsehood concerned existing facts rather than predictions about the future, that the party guilty of misrepresentation knew the claim was false and intended to mislead, that the other party in the transaction believed the false claim and then relied on it, and that the other party further had exercised appropriate diligence in assessing the false claim's plausibility. At each link of this logical chain lay pitfalls for those who sought to prove an allegation of economic deceit. Perhaps the teller of an economic tall tale believed his own pitch, or maybe a seller's false statement was such a whopper that a judge and jury could not believe anyone with half a brain could be taken in by it. Or perchance the buyer did not avail himself of easy steps to check the seller's reputation or the veracity of his statements. As in so many other legal matters, standards concerning fraud created uncertainties that skilled lawyers could exploit. From the early 19th century up to the present, popular ways of talking about economic duplicity have often diverged from technical concepts governing legal consideration of allegedly fraudulent behavior. At times, however, legal concepts have shaped the beliefs and norms of ordinary citizens. I try to remain alert to the cross-cutting influences of popular and legal talk about fraud, as well as the moments when reformers attempted to mobilize more popular notions to reform legal standards and regulatory architecture. Listeners of this history are going to encounter many individual stories of business fraud, a wide array of measures to combat it through retrospective mechanisms of justice or prospective modes of regulation, and varied strategic responses to those attempts. Along the way, they will meet scores of dodgy businesses, both the worst fly-by-nighters and some pillars of the establishment, and a like number of officials in prosecutors' offices, government agencies, SROs, and consumer organizations. This approach runs the risk of eliciting frustration. Brief examinations of fraud incidents may prompt a desire for more extensive exploration of personal motivations and societal impacts. Almost every previous history of business fraud takes the opposite tack, burrowing into the details of a specific episode in one market, one community, one business, or the life of one ill-fated entrepreneur, teasing out the complex personalities of central figures in a confined narrative. That approach lends itself to compelling storytelling and clean plot lines, but it obscures longer-term trends and institutional development. My hope is that listeners will determine how all the capsule stories build on each other, suggesting enduring patterns, pointing to pivotal inflection points, and evoking broader implications for contemporary policymaking. For more than 200 years, Americans have struggled with how to balance the impulse to foster entrepreneurial innovation against the felt need to attack the most damaging commercial and financial dissembling. No matter how state and non-governmental institutions have set about corralling the perpetrators of business frauds, those figures have proved to be elusive quarries, both as objects of regulatory policymaking and subjects of regulatory discipline. No matter how insistent skeptics of heightened regulatory authority have been in arguing that anti-fraud regulations placed excessive burdens on legitimate firms, new coalitions have appeared to demand regulatory action. The resulting patterns of rulemaking, public education, and regulatory enforcement offer decision-makers instructive guides about how to foster the social confidence on which complex modern economies depend. We will soon dig into American battles against economic misrepresentation and the worst forms of swindling, from the age of P.T. Barnum, the peerless promoter of 19th-century humbug, to that of Bernard Madoff, the post-1990 hedge fund wizard. Along the way, we will have the chance to explore fundamental transformations in the institutional bases of American capitalism. First, however, the mental frames of deceit in modern marketplaces bear some consideration. Economic actors, it turns out, at least some of the time, have an error-prone, suggestible, and fallible nature. An appreciation for these cognitive vulnerabilities and how some businesses have taken advantage of them through commercial truth-stretching and more blatant frauds provides crucial context for the modern struggles to prevent such behaviors or blunt their corrosive impacts. Chapter 2: The Shape-Shifting, Never-Changing World of Fraud. Since the earliest years of American independence, the most prevalent business frauds have occurred over and over again, even if dressed up in different garb or framed in newfangled terms. The new smooth sell, an observer of the American business scene noted in the early 1960s, often consists of ancient gimmicks and shiny new packages tailored to the modern age. A Harper's Weekly cartoon captured this key insight nicely the better part of a century earlier, in the spring of 1884. It depicted two financiers conversing about the recent failure of Smash Bang and Company, a reference to the celebrated collapse of Grant and Ward, a New York City brokerage firm that included former President Ulysses Grant as a passive senior partner. Promising high returns from investment schemes and intimating that it had the inside track on lucrative government contracts, Grant and Ward attracted millions in capital from prominent investors. Two of the partners, Ferdinand Ward and James Fish, along with several Confederates, appropriated the firm's assets to maintain lavish lifestyles, finance their own stock and real estate speculations, and cajole big loans from banks and financiers even as their financial positions became more and more desperate. To the cartoonist, the bankruptcy of Smash Bang was nothing but an old swindle in a new jargon, a repetition of a long-established style of financial perfidy by business insiders. The Harper's Weekly caricaturist, Charles Green Bush, had good reason to expect his readers to get the joke. For the previous 2 decades, Americans had encountered a steady dose of scandals involving corporate officers or partners of investment firms who deceived the public about their business's financial condition while lining their own pockets. Transcontinental railroads, investment banks, and insurance companies all followed the basic script, even if not every incident culminated in the worst examples of smash bang. This chapter peers into the old wine, forever occupying these and other American marketplaces, offering a compendium of the major varietals of business fraud. The staying power of the dominant forms of deception reflects enduring dilemmas about whom and what to trust in a complex, integrated economy shot through with inequalities of access to information. It also speaks to the cognitive and emotional dimensions of economic decision-making in modern capitalist societies, themes that in recent years have attracted a rich experimental and analytical literature in behavioral economics. Once we have grappled with the persistent psychological dynamics of modern business fraud, we will be much better positioned to explore the shifting currents of American anti-fraud policies. Persistence in flimflammery. Old swindles and new jargon recur throughout American history, but they have been especially evident in sectors dominated by complex products or services and characterized by transactions among strangers. 4 domains convey the key patterns: the selling of investment opportunities, goods retailing, the marketing of personal economic opportunities, whether for education, training, employment, or credit, and the managerial looting of companies. From the rise of stock jobbing in the late 17th century England, the quintessential capitalist investment scam has been the pump and dump. This type of fraud preyed on public fascination with some novel outlet for investment. In 19th century America, stock in a land company that intended to sell off pieces of the Ohio country or the Yazoo region of the Mississippi Valley, or maybe shares in a Gilded Age industrial corporation operating in some promising field. Its perpetrators stoked public expectations about the new terrain for money-making while directing attention to a specific enterprise that served as the vehicle of deception. Once all the vociferous pumping had elicited sufficient investment to drive up land prices or the value of a target company's stock, insiders dumped their assets onto the market. This basic strategy has had innumerable variants. Sometimes the goal was less to sell at the top than to create favorable conditions for selling a stock short, using futures contracts to bet on a fall in value. At other moments, the plan was reversed, as market manipulators spread rumors that, if true, would presage big declines in the worth of some company or sector. Once the hypocritical growling of the bears had prompted simulation of things dark instead of bright, operators bought up shares on the cheap or used futures contracts to bet on rising values. Furthermore, the specific means of pumping has evolved over the centuries. In the 19th century, fraudulent stock promotions relied heavily on duplicitous pamphlet literature and planted puffs in metropolitan newspapers. During most of the 20th century, the chief conduits of manipulating market sentiment were mass-marketed tip sheets and telephone boiler rooms, offices crammed with desks, phones, and a battalion of stock salesmen who spent long days imploring prospects to take a plunge. In recent decades, the Internet chat room has become a leading instrument for the marketing of dodgy securities. Yet the mode of operation remains little changed. First, use strategies of deception to influence public opinion about a financial asset, thereby shifting demand for it. Second, take the contrarian and profitable side of the ensuing trades ahead of inevitable price corrections. A second type of investment fraud, the pyramid scheme, also has retained its fundamental structure. Americans have named this type of swindle after the Italian immigrant Charles Ponzi, whose short-lived Boston finance firm, the Securities Exchange Company, dominated national headlines in the summer of 1920. A charismatic charmer, Ponzi offered Bostonians 50% interest for the use of their money for between 45 and 90 days, a return supposedly made possible by arbitrage in an obscure financial instrument, international postal reply coupons. For several months, Ponzi fulfilled his promises, stimulating a torrent of deposits attracted by word of mouth from ecstatic early investors. He soon became a celebrated Boston entrepreneur, acclaimed by the public and able to purchase a major stake in a venerable local bank. Ponzi, however, paid off older investors with funds provided by new ones, a practice that could only work as long as the influx of deposits exceeded maturing obligations. This form of financial engineering invariably collapses under its own weight. In Ponzi's case, a series of newspaper stories in the Boston Post exposed his scheme's rickety underpinnings, triggering criminal investigations and a panicky rush by depositors to reclaim their capital. Only briefly able to stem the now outgoing financial tide, Ponzi's company soon failed. Ponzi has had numerous emulators since 1920, with a spate of pyramid schemes emerging in the first decade of the new millennium, none bigger or more notorious than that engineered by Bernard Madoff, The New York City capitalist whose promise of steady returns through mysterious hedging strategies attracted thousands of investors and billions of dollars of investments from the early 1990s through 2008. But Ponzi also had sundry predecessors. Scores of 19th and early 20th century stock promoters adopted this path, promising lofty dividend payments and then delivering them through capital furnished by later investors. So too did a series of financiers operating outside the formal banking system. Indeed, if historical priority determined idiomatic expression, Americans might well have reacted to the Madoff scandal by describing it as yet another Franklin Syndicate, Fund W, or Ladies' Deposit, rather than the latest Ponzi scheme. The Franklin Syndicate was the moniker of an 1899 pyramid scheme based in Brooklyn, for which a 21-year-old clerk, William Miller, served as frontman. Fund W operated out of Chicago earlier that decade, attracting over $1 million in deposits from investors all over the United States and Canada. Based in Boston from 1877 through 1880, the Ladies' Deposit Savings Bank was run by Sarah Howe, a respectable-looking New Englander in her 50s. The Ladies' Deposit only permitted investments from unmarried women of modest means, the total of which exceeded $500,000 by 1880. Each of these enterprises, with the exception of Sarah Howe's savings bank, advertised as mutual funds that would pool the savings of small investors and then rely on access to inside information to earn enormous profits through speculation on the nation's exchanges. Howe claimed that bequests by wealthy Quakers had created a surplus fund from which to pay interest to thrifty single females. Each concern guaranteed ample payoffs, interest of 8% per month by the Ladies' Bank, the ability to double or triple one's money within a year by Fund W, dividends of 10% a week by 520% Miller, honored at first through the kind intercession of investing latecomers. For at least 135 years, purveyors of pyramid schemes have followed a common script. Promise attractive and often spectacular returns. Rely on injections of capital to make good on those promises, then sit back and watch as early investors become Pied Pipers, attracting exponential growth in investments, which those in charge skim off the top. Such constancy in the scripts for business frauds applies as well to duplicitous retail marketing, which has involved mainly variations on the bait-and-switch. Whether through reliance on window displays, newspaper advertisements, marketing circulars, catalog copy, radio spots, television commercials, websites, or spam. This routine has begun with the same opening gambit: bombast. Amid the bustle and clutter of daily life in a capitalist society, find a way to grab consumers' attention, to persuade them to invite a salesperson into their homes or to drive traffic into a store, sometimes located in a customer's own neighborhood, sometimes in a call center, and by the late 20th century, in cyberspace. The bait involves some fabulous deal, a discounted price, or a claim of fantastic quality that may seem too good to be true. In the most straightforward of these deceptions, consumers purchase the advertised good or service only to discover a yawning gulf between promised attributes and actual value. All too often, however, the initial come-on has served as prelude. Once consumers crossed the threshold of a retail establishment or invited some hawker into their living room, salespersons moved on to the switch. The advertised sewing machine or refrigerator or set of dancing lessons or MP3 player, inexpensive to be sure, was out of stock, no longer available, or really not a good deal after all because of its inferior quality or functional limitations. At this juncture, the goal became convincing customers to prefer a costlier alternative, which represented, when considered from every relevant angle, a much better value. In making this case, salespersons used all the wiles of the hard sell. Known as trading up in the discourse of mid-20th century consumer marketing and upselling since the 1980s, this tactic often raised complicated questions about how to differentiate aggressive selling practices from intentional deceit. Was the advertised special completely unavailable, or only available to a lucky few? Did salespersons sing the praises of more expensive models, or deprecate the advertised item as a shoddy, even worthless imitation? As observers of the commercial scene periodically noted, there is a fine line between a bait-and-switch and a trade-up. No such ambiguity surrounded a related sales tactic, the making of oral promises at odds with the fine print of written sales contracts or the quality of provided goods and services. Such divergence has proved common in the vending of high-ticket goods and services on credit terms, in part because of a long-standing precept in American law known as the holder in due course doctrine. From the 1842 case of Swift v. Tyson through the mid-1970s, this doctrine shielded innocent third-party holders of debts created by the sale of consumer goods. If the original creditor committed fraud in enticing a consumer to sign a contingent sales contract or a promissory note, and then sold that financial instrument to another person or firm who remained unaware of the original deceit, then the consumer could not avoid payment to the new creditor on the grounds that the original transaction was tainted by fraud. Sale or transfer wiped clean any legal stain left by sales misrepresentations. The holder in due course doctrine encouraged aggressive misrepresentation by sellers of consumer goods on credit. Salespersons and agents could shade the truth or lie outright in order to wheedle contractual signatures out of consumers, knowing that the contract imposed different terms and conditions. Perhaps the fine print incorporated fees or expensive insurance coverage, or specified a different base price, order quantity, or interest rate. Alternatively, customers who might think that they had taken merchandise on a trial basis left stores, according to the documents they had signed, as contingent owners who had just agreed to sales on installment plans. Once customers signed their name to a sales contract, firms could then transfer the resulting financial obligations to a loan broker or finance company at a heavy discount, leaving consumers to fend off uncompromising debt collection from these financial intermediaries. Such schemes bedeviled the 20th century consumer marketplace. They became commonplace amid the explosion of debt-financed durable goods during the 1920s, sending streams of disgruntled urban consumers to seek the help of the country's new legal aid societies. After World War II, American suburbia and the older terrain of small-town rural districts each spawned scores of home improvement companies and auto dealerships that worked versions of this racket. So did inner cities with furniture stores, home security companies, electronics retailers, and sellers of frozen food plans, all garnering notoriety in this regard. The template for such duplicitous extension of consumer credit, however, reached well back into the 19th century. As early as the 1860s, scores of businesses in the emerging home improvement sector had embraced the mix of false oral promises, tricky fine print, and reliance on the holder in due course doctrine, carrying off schemes of misrepresentation every bit as sophisticated as those undertaken by their latter-day counterparts. The key players were lightning rod companies, whose traveling representatives bombarded town and countryside with dire warnings about the risk of fire from every summer storm, while touting the new metal devices that could protect dwellings and outbuildings from heaven's angry bolts. For these firms, bait-and-switch became standard operating procedure. Their agents lowballed estimates of installation costs and misrepresented any insurance coverage accompanying the sale of a rod system, while tucking expensive terms into sales contracts. In rural counties, salesmen explained to farm families that because their firms had just entered the area, they required a fine set of well-located buildings to demonstrate the quality of their rods, and so were willing to erect them for a big discount. This enticement would be emulated a century later by purveyors of aluminum siding, swimming pools, and other home improvements. Once a lightning rod man cajoled or frightened some farmer into signing a purchase agreement, he would be followed some days later by an installation crew and then by the firm's collecting agent. The collector would demand a much greater sum than the one to which the owner thought he had agreed, point out clauses in the fine print of the contract, and threaten legal action if the owner did not pay or at least sign a note for the amount due. If the farmer agreed to the latter option, the company would sell the note to a local broker, leaving the farmer to grapple with the finer points of the holder in due course doctrine. The rod game was emulated by sellers of plows, horse rakes, or almost any kind of a rake that will rake in its victims. As with investment swindles and consumer rackets, the fraudulent marketing of educational courses, access to credit, and commercial openings has demonstrated great continuity. Such scams dangled some big opportunity before the public. It might be the chance to learn in mere weeks the essentials of bookkeeping or telegraph operation. It could be an opening for agents to represent some late 19th century consumer goods manufacturer, with the chance not only to earn commissions from sales, but also royalties by recruiting other agents. Perhaps it involved an offer of a low-interest home loan in the years after World War I, the prospect of listing homes for sale with a real estate agency that guaranteed results in the 1950s, or an exclusive franchise for an expanding national chain in the 1970s. In the midst of the exploding growth in household debt since the 1980s, it might involve the means to consolidate and refinance mounting credit card debt, or to furnish some form of foreclosure rescue to homeowners crushed by the housing collapse of 2008-2009. In all of these contexts, whenever a seeker of self-improvement, credit, business opportunity, house sale, or employment evinced interest by responding to an advertisement, details speedily followed. Without fail, the more extensive descriptions of the wonderful training course, generous loan terms, or well-remunerated employment would be accompanied by a notice of the need for some kind of payment up front: money for books and other materials, purchase of the exclusive right to sell a patented manufactured good in some rural county, a bill for a case of samples, charges for loan referrals or running a credit check. Such outlays, the high-pressure big promise boys would explain, constituted minimal but unavoidable investments in opportunity. Upon remittance of these advance fees, as anti-fraud professionals have termed them since the early 20th century, duped Americans soon experienced the bitterness of dashed expectations. Sometimes the opportunity turned out to be inferior to advertised promises. The exclusive license to sell a patent right would only confer the privilege of vending a useless invention. Guarantees of home sales, in the end, translated only into guaranteed listings in a real estate brochure with no circulation. At least as frequently, fly-by-night enterprises took the money and ran. The reoccurrences of managerial fraud have followed comparable storylines. Amid the late antebellum frenzy to build railroads and develop Appalachian coal mines, the officers of several companies staved off their own looming financial difficulties by selling thousands of shares of unauthorized stock. In the 1870s, the failure of several New York City life insurance companies brought revelations that they had placed fake policies on their books in order to paper over worsening finances, and so legitimate handsome salaries and ongoing dividend payments. During the great Florida real estate boom of the 1920s, developers gained control of key banks in both Florida and Georgia, and proceeded to shower loans upon themselves and their associates, all the while insisting, often with the help of bribed state bank examiners, that their institutions remained paragons of financial prudence. Toward the end of the Great Depression, the American business establishment was rocked by an accounting scandal at the drug company McKesson and Robbins, in which corporate insiders faked inventories and purchase orders from a Canadian subsidiary as a way to appropriate the parent firm's profits. The citadels of American capitalism continued to confront high-profile managerial control frauds in the decades following World War II. In the immediate post-war period, financial wheeler-dealers such as Lowell Burrell and Alexander Guterma made a fine art of looting the mid-sized industrial corporations that they controlled through complex stock and loan machinations associated with mergers. One crucial tactic for both was to use corporate stock as collateral for loans from high-interest moneylenders, and then to default, allowing the creditors to dump shares on the market without public disclosure. During the savings and loan crisis of the 1980s, dozens of financial institutions relied on inflated appraisals of real estate to maintain a facade of strong earnings, which provided cover for huge salaries and bonuses. And around the turn of the millennium, a slew of large telecommunications, energy, and consumer products companies, among them WorldCom, Enron, and Sunbeam, manipulated their reports of financial performance to meet stock analysts' predictions and buoy stock prices. The most common tactics involved immediately booking expected streams of future revenue, shaving cost tallies, and even pretending that some ongoing liabilities actually constituted capital assets. In most cases, this fiddling was abetted by external auditors whose firms had come to depend on consulting contracts with the same companies. As these truncated descriptions indicate, the precise nature of deception varied from scandal to scandal, reflecting the evolution of corporate institutions, governance structures, and regulatory oversight. Whatever the details, the crux of deceit remained the same. Managers cooked the books to convey false impressions about corporate finances and prospects. Public misrepresentations provided rationales for munificent remuneration, as well as cover for self-dealing, the granting of sweetheart loans or contracts to cronies, and or the unloading of shares controlled by executives. In the most egregious instances, such insider pilfering resulted in bankruptcy. Over and over, it was the tale of smash bang. One might multiply these examples of recurrent motifs in deception within the history of American business, considering, for example, fictitious pricing scams, the setting of falsely high original prices so as to create the appearance of bargains, the counterfeiting of branded goods, the running of mock auctions, or the tendency of some failing enterprises to defraud creditors, thereby transforming insolvency into a profitable enterprise. But the preceding overview suffices to establish the broad point. Most swindles have fallen into a discrete number of recognizable types, with little alteration of fundamental method. The modern problem of trust in the marketplace. In light of such continuity, one might wonder about the inability of Americans to wise up over the past 200-plus years. A Texas newspaper editor framed the issue in 1859 as he mused over the perennial crop of fools that fell for plausible cheats. How could it be that the man of today, with all the lights of the past to guide him, is just as much of a credulous idiot as at any time since the fall of Adam? This question should only be sharpened by parts 2 through 5 of this book, which explore the substantial efforts to combat the problem of business fraud over 2 centuries, not least through strategies of public education. William H. Crosby, a lifelong swindler, encapsulated this historical puzzle in the 1923 book Confessions of a Confidence Man. Every few months, Crosby pointed out to journalist Edward H. Smith, who actually penned the confessions, the newspapers and periodicals expose some sort of bunco game. The courts are continually sending our fellows to jail. The people are much better educated than they used to be, but the confidence game is greater than ever. One crucial explanation involves the imperfect transmission of economic memory from generation to generation. In the short term, prevailing scams become so widespread as to gain notoriety, limiting their effectiveness. Such was the case with lightning rod companies. By the 1870s, the lightning rod man had become an iconic character of commercial shiftiness and the hard sell, lampooned by writers such as Mark Twain, used by journalists and social commentators as a figurative emblem of economic trickery. But Americans coming of age do not necessarily imbibe the lessons that their parents have learned. Business frauds, moreover, have never needed to fool all of the people all of the time. They result in acceptable returns so long as even a small percentage of individuals take the bait. Duplicitous lightning rod agents found customers to fleece through the end of the 19th century and beyond. At a deeper level, business frauds exhibited such striking strategic continuities in the United States because the individuals who carried them out recognized the implications of a key feature of economic life in industrialized societies: asymmetries of information. Such imbalances intensified an omnipresent sociological dilemma. When transacting business, whom should one trust? The dilemmas posed by differentials in relevant knowledge between counterparties, of course, have existed as long as there have been markets. Every pre-modern civilization had to grapple with the fact that sellers, and sometimes buyers, possessed informational advantages, and throughout most of recorded history the mercantile classes have confronted popular resentments about a perceived penchant for misrepresenting wares. But the process of industrialization exacerbated inequalities in access to pertinent economic information. Technological complexity in the manufacturing of goods and the performance of services left consumers confronting daunting challenges of quality assessment. Revolutions in transportation and communication expanded the geographic scope of commercial activity and so multiplied the quandaries associated with trading or investing at a distance and dealing with strangers. Innovations in financial instruments generated complex contracts whose legal implications often confounded the individuals and firms using them, while an explosive expansion in the use of credit generated tough questions about how to evaluate the trustworthiness of counterparties. And with the advent of the modern corporation, a growing proportion of transactions took place between large-scale organizations, whose bureaucracies possessed much knowledge about goods, business practices, and legal precepts, and often far less about small businesses and individual consumers. Without the pervasiveness of uneven access to information, none of the most common strategies of business deception would have found a sustainable niche. Practitioners of business fraud have often targeted demographic groups likely to suffer from informational gaps or to lack the savvy that accompanied long-term participation in modern transactional environments. In antebellum Eastern cities, operators of mock auction houses, gift enterprises, stores selling bundled discount goods that included prizes, and bargain stores licked their chops whenever newcomers from the country crossed their thresholds. A recurring scene captured in an 1858 Harper's Weekly cartoon of a verdant countryman. As European immigrants poured into the United States during the 19th century, most encountered sharpers seeking to separate them from the savings with which they had hoped to make a new start. The more recent upsurge in immigration since the 1960s engendered innumerable scams that singled out Hispanics, Asians, or other newcomers. From the Gilded Age onward, work-at-home schemes targeted poor women who lacked understanding of commercial law. In the post-World War II inner city, bait-and-switch retailers preyed on the urban poor who possessed low levels of formal education and confronted local retail monopolies. Late 20th century financial and telemarketing fraudsters pursued America's growing elderly population, lonely and isolated and sometimes facing cognitive impairments. A significant minority of the aged proved to be credulous about deceptively characterized goods, services, and investments. Even educated native-born Americans might be the preferred targets of financial scams, as degrees and professional careers did not ensure familiarity with the securities markets. Teachers, ministers, doctors, and middle-class widows have long had a reputation among fraudulent promoters as prone to bite at a good investment pitch. In part, the history of American business fraud has constituted an unending search for economic novices. Encounters with all the misrepresentations and swindles in the American marketplace, of course, spawned wariness, a dynamic well understood by the more adept practitioners of commercial and financial deceit. Many economic actors, including one-time greenhorns, came to recognize their disadvantages in access to relevant commercial information, as well as the pervasive threat of marketing falsehoods and exaggerations. Having witnessed or suffered through the indignities that came with a retail fleecing or a financial scam, they put up their guards. This reality gave novel twists to the age-old imperative of earning trust. As the economy became ever more integrated on a continental and international basis, long-term profitability depended on reputations for reliability, quality, service, and value. From the mid-19th century onward, Americans developed a slew of institutional strategies to assess the reputation for goods, services, assets, and business entities. These innovations ranged from trade journals, credit reporting firms, investment analysts, and bond rating agencies to product testing organizations, consumer groups, and corporate efforts to shape public associations with products and services known as brand management. Yet the very success of these adaptations spawned new opportunities for misrepresentation and fraud. Within any modern process of fashioning trust lay a blueprint for how to simulate it, how to appear to possess some trusted mark of integrity so as to carry out fraud against economic neophytes and sophisticates alike. Again, the key patterns among swindlers and more legitimate firms that developed deceptive business practices recurred over time. 3 stand out: social mimicry, personalization amid bureaucratization, and deflection. These strategies could overlap, as American firms that embraced deceit as a fundamental business strategy often relied on the first 2 and sometimes on all 3. Nonetheless, it is helpful to separate these economic charades. To point out that American business frauds have depended on elaborate acts of impersonation risks belaboring the obvious. But Herman Melville's 1857 novel, The Confidence Man, furnishes an important clue about the deeper historical significance of this dimension of economic deception. Its setting, the steamboat Fidèle, symbolizes the emerging commercial world of distant linkages and anonymous counterparties. As the Fidèle, an invocation of the Latin root fides, meaning trust or belief, makes its way down the Mississippi River, crossing the regions of America's mid-continent, it takes on hundreds of passengers from every racial and ethnic group and every social status, all milling together in one floating microcosm of a larger society. Aware of how difficult it has become to assess the trustworthiness of all the strangers and deal-making around them, passenger after passenger manifests an abiding skepticism about everything and everyone. The prevalence of deceit had left Americans of Melville's time already inclined to look askance at wares and projects offered in the public marts and the hawkers who pushed them. Thus, as Melville's satanic, or, as some interpreters have argued, Christ-like, confidence man saunters about the steamboat, he continually confronts the challenge of overcoming ingrained distrust. To prepare the way for the impositions that he visits on various passengers, he must perform one masquerade after another. From scene to scene, the confidence man seems to change shape, assuming the persona of a wizened and disabled African-American man, a mason fallen on hard times, a well-dressed traveling agent for a new charity for the Seminoles, the president of a coal mining company, and several others. In describing the serial misrepresentations that take place on the Fidèle, Melville summons the world of theater. As one distrustful character in the novel insists, to do is to act, so all doers are actors. Swindlers, Melville realized in the early years of America's encounter with economic relationships rife with information asymmetries, must look the part, possess the right props, know the right cues. This basic truth has structured business frauds from Melville's time to our own. The simplest forms of dramatic imitation appropriated name and place. As soon as 19th-century manufacturers began to develop brand awareness among consumers, opportunists passed off counterfeit goods as the original. Many businesses tried to siphon off trade by adopting a commercial moniker that resembled that of a well-regarded enterprise or that communicated an image of solidity and respectability. For the same reason, architects of business frauds appreciated the marketing power of location. If the public associated an industry with a single city or neighborhood or street, then it made good sense to set up shop there, or at least appear to do so. Up until the 1920s, for instance, New York's financial district was home not only to the nation's leading investment banks and brokerages, but also a motley assortment of short-lived bucket shops and dodgy mutual funds that touted their geographic respectability. A Wall Street address, like the one that the bogus New York City brokerage house Baxter & Company trumpeted on the front of its 1870s marketing circulars, usually paid dividends. More subtle techniques of emulation concentrated on the general trappings of commercial success rather than the specific markers of well-regarded firms. Promoters of financial swindles were especially inclined toward such tactics. Like the leading characters in the 1973 movie The Sting, most maintained offices fitted up with great elegance and lived the high life in order to convey an aura of wealth and social standing. Before the adoption of the New Deal, dodgy financiers frequently enticed local dignitaries to serve as company directors, with deacons of churches, bank presidents, provost marshals, and eminent lawyers serving the purpose, should ex-governors or former Civil War generals not be available. These decoy ducks would receive a few $1,000s worth of shares in exchange for the use of their names. The hope, often realized, was that potential investors would view these celebrities' participation as endorsements of legitimacy and credibility, and so bring others near enough to be made game of. In some cases, even a bogus prominent person could do the trick. One fraudulent Texas oil trust estate in the 1920s used as its public face General Robert A. Lee, an elderly former janitor whom the enterprise claimed to be related to Robert E. Lee. By sending out a torrent of courtly letters from General Lee and placing his stately image on every trust certificate, this outfit lured thousands of white Southerners to throw away their savings by investing in the venture. The most powerful means of getting people to view a fraudulent investment as legitimate, however, remained the payment of initial dividends and the manufacture of upward price movements. Since the advent of modern securities markets, nothing has persuaded investors to take a flyer on a corporation, place their funds at the disposal of a brokerage house, or jump into a pyramid scheme more than the beguiling evidence of its capacity to generate returns. Whether in the form of capital appreciation or payments dressed up as income distributions, tangible markers of market sentiment and earnings struck many Americans as economic omens that commanded respect, even when accompanied by warnings that past results offered no guarantees of future prospects. The deceptive firms that turned to social mimicry exploited modern badges of upright economic conduct. They forged a trademark, appropriated the high standing that a firm had built up with credit bureaus, traded on the esteem enjoyed by renowned directors, basked in the protection of independent audits, or simulated the behavior of successful businesses. By contrast, the method of personalization harkened back to much older means of demonstrating trustworthiness. This technique still required satisfying dramatic performances, but alongside attention to convincing backdrops and costumes, many practitioners of fraud recognize the value of having key actors carry off roles with emotional plausibility. For a host of American businesses that relied on deceitful practices, oral communication and person-to-person encounters remained crucial tactics of misrepresentation. Almost every version of the bait-and-switch incorporated this approach. Whatever the nature of the bait, the switch depended on personal interactions between salespersons and customers. The pivotal assertions and assurances came through rehearsed lines and gestures. artful pitches had the aim of eliciting confidence, not just in the goods or services for sale, but first and foremost in the flesh and blood sellers. When 19th century lightning rod agents worked their magic, 1950s used car salesmen touted different and more expensive sedans from those featured in television spots, or early 21st century mortgage brokers dangled exotic subprime mortgages before prospective homeowners. The first rule of selling was always in effect. Before deceptive economic actors could sell the product or service, they had to sell themselves to gain the friendship of the customer or client and convey the air of someone whose word deserved credit. The effective pitchman of phony investment vehicles, a Midwestern newspaper noted in 1910, was not only always well-groomed, always redolent of the fragrance of daily tubbing, massaging, and the barber-shop route, but also possessed of a dazzling smile and ingratiating manners. As the German sociologist Niklas Luhmann has put it with regard to the more general problem of gaining social confidence, whoever wants trust must take part in social life and be in a position to build the expectations of others into his own self-presentation. Adding a personal touch to schemes predicated on deception was a straightforward matter for firms that conducted business face-to-face. But this approach also beckoned to entrepreneurs who hoped to pull off misrepresentations from a distance. During the first several decades of mail-order selling, the voluminous marketing literature unleashed by fraudulent firms struck a familiar tone, emulating the down-to-earth communications of the era's most successful firms. Several promoters of fraudulent stocks in the early 20th century cultivated close relationships with their investors. In pamphlets, market letters, and editorials, they portrayed any trials and tribulations that afflicted their companies as shared troubles, and solicited investments on the basis of emotional bonds forged through years of mutual risk-taking. Most pyramid schemes pursued a more indirect approach to cultivating trust through personal links, relying on either the marketing skills of commission agents who tapped their own social circles, or the cadre of satisfied early depositors. After receiving the first round or two of promised dividends, the latter made themselves into informal investment barkers who bragged about their good fortune and encouraged friends and family to follow their lead. Ties born of shared social circumstance or worldview facilitated such strategies. Members of an ethnic or racial group, religious organization, profession, or political persuasion have proven vulnerable to scams perpetrated by individuals with the same demographic characteristics or cultural markers. In the late 1980s, regulators and financial journalists termed this pattern affinity fraud. As one California state official explained in 1992, normally suspicious people substitute their faith in their group for their own independent judgment on the merits of a deal. Pyramid schemes in the late 20th and early 21st centuries exploited this tendency to rely on the supposed wisdom of one's social networks. In its early years, Bernard Madoff's fake hedge fund, Ascot Partners, cultivated Jewish investors, both individuals and institutions. Similar, if less gargantuan frauds ensnared Seventh-day Adventists, African-American Baptists, Utah doctors, Masons, conservative Republican activists, Hispanic and Indian immigrants, even alumni from and parents of students attending elite universities. There is some evidence that the incidence and scope of affinity fraud increased during and after the 1980s, a phenomenon perhaps related to the growing fragmentation of American society and the related sharpening of social identities. Extensive immigration and expansion in the number of tightly bound religious communities each fostered the development of close-knit social worlds that defined boundaries between trusted insiders and the rest of society. Such circumstances heightened opportunities for individuals within a given communal circle to lure their fellows into some commercial or financial trap. This kind of chicanery, however, had numerous precursors. The depredations of Sarah Howe's Ladies' Deposit Savings Bank fit this pattern, as female depositors manifested enormous faith in their benefactress. So too did a decades-long string of religiously based investment frauds. Every burst of immigration also generated scams perpetrated against particular nationalities by their countrymen. The early 20th century racket in bogus remittance banks represented a ruthless example of this type of fraud. Focused on one ethnic group, these businesses advertised their capacity to transfer funds across the Atlantic in the foreign language press and used immigrant agents from the region in question. Each year, as one Western newspaper reported in 1905, these fake firms filch millions of dollars out of the pockets of the most ignorant and helpless immigrants. Even if the term affinity fraud emerged only toward the end of the 20th century, the practice had a venerable American lineage. The third and least common method of garnering reputation for integrity pursued the most indirect tactics, cloaking deception behind a public posture of fraud fighting. In a sector that had gained notoriety for legerdemain, such as the installation of lightning rods, sales agents might, as some did, begin their pitch by deprecating the trickery of some agents and proclaiming that, unlike their competitors, their firm did business on the square. Similarly, ads by 19th-century purveyors of quack medicine might caution consumers to beware of unscrupulous competitors who injured patients with spurious elixirs, even while explaining that their in-house physicians made a specialty of all chronic diseases of men and women and had great skill in diagnosing and treating individuals by mail. Far more elaborate efforts to demonstrate probity emerged in the nation's securities market. Several early 20th century promoters of fraudulent stocks and commodity investment vehicles circulated market letters and financial publications that warned investors about bogus companies, in addition to pushing worthless companies they themselves owned. Thus, the Bankers and Merchants Guarantee Credit Exchange, BMGCE, a fraudulent New York City brokerage firm that operated around the turn of the 20th century, boasted in its pamphlets that its mission was to crush out all unprincipled concerns and direct the public to reliable firms. To identify the duplicitous, BMGCE explained, "We employ men of sterling integrity who are virtually detectives." The brokerage further directed its subscribers to a fake mercantile agencies, the Investors Protection Bureau, which for $2 would send out a report on brokers, merchants, and manufacturers, enabling investors to protect themselves against loss by fraud, failure, and otherwise. This technique of concealing one's own sins by a loud denunciation of the sins of others became commonplace among the financial tip sheets of the 1910s and 1920s. The idea with such diversions was to fend off potential charges of knavery against one's own business by casting aspersions elsewhere. Consumers and investors, the thinking went, would let down their guard when dealing with a firm that furnished such clear evidence of public-spirited concern for fair dealing. These three strategies for solving the problem of trust recurred because they tended to work in the short term. Successful practitioners of deceit recognize that Americans, facing so many information asymmetries, developed rules of thumb to distinguish businesses in which one might place some degree of confidence from those best left alone. By embracing the poses of commercial mimicry, personalized salesmanship, and/or deflection, these operators took advantage of such informal guideposts. Success in commercial deception then required an appreciation for the psychology of coping strategies amid the dizzying hurly-burly of modern economic life. Indeed, in every era since the United States gained its independence from Great Britain, business fraud has required a keen grasp of human sentiment and behavior. As the secretary of the Colorado State Horticultural Society noted in an 1887 paper about duplicitous tree peddlers, swindlers who thrived at their craft were not only unscrupulous, shrewd, and endowed by nature with the gift of the gab, they were also well versed in all the foibles of human nature. Those foibles deserve some exploration in their own right. Deceptive practices and the psychology of economic decision-making. Over the past decade, a growing number of historians have made emotional life a central subject of inquiry. The emotions, these scholars have shown, have a history. They are contingent upon social and cultural context and are learned as well as experienced, perhaps in equal measure. Transformations in society and culture, such as the French Revolution and its aftermath, can so powerfully remake public touchstones of value that they refashion the very sensation and awareness of sentiment. But the fact of some, or even much emotional change does not imply processes of wholesale emotional transformation. A further explanation for the tendency of the same basic frauds to bedevil American marketplaces across the centuries lies in the ability of their perpetrators to rely on a fixed set of psychological nudges. From the age of P.T. Barnum to that of Bernard Madoff, social commentators have identified an enduring set of effective tendencies that made Americans susceptible to humbug and imposition. Some of the psychological impulses that show up again and again in the history of business fraud reflect widespread aspirations or anxieties. None received more attention, either from swindlers or observers of market behavior, than the passion for easily attained wealth. Investment frauds catered to this dream and the gambling instinct that it fostered, celebrating the desire for gain, which, as a circular by one fraudulent Gilded Age brokerage put it, was the strongest impulse of the human heart. In a society that produced overnight fortunes and disseminated rags-to-riches narratives, promoters could count on interest in plausible schemes to sweep individuals to riches and render investors independent for life. Many investment cons intensified such appeals by offering a way to become insiders within the Byzantine world of finance. The fake blind pool around the beginning of the 20th century, like the sham hedge fund around its conclusion, claimed to take advantage of special market intelligence or investment opportunities that were not readily available. "We employ special crop experts," screamed one New York City brokerage firm's 1897 advertisements for participation in a spring wheat pool that was privy to exclusive information and operated for the sole benefit of our active customers. Such swindles promised exclusivity as well as routes to wealth. Healthcare swindles, by contrast, played on fundamental fears. Bogus 19th century patent medicines, like quack mid-20th century cancer cures, dangled hope in front of those laid low by disease, correctly anticipating that the afflicted desired talismans of optimism. Whether conjuring up visions of Easy Street or medical miracles, swindlers exploited proclivities toward fantasizing and wishful thinking. Findings within psychology, and especially within the burgeoning literature of behavioral economics, point the way toward a more refined understanding of why so many venerable frauds have maintained niches within American business culture. Since the 1970s, behavioral economists have conducted psychological experiments all over the world to assess how subjects choose between economic alternatives. This research has documented patterns of behavior that diverge from the expectations of rational economic decision-making. Such conduct, the researchers argue, suggests an array of cognitive tendencies and emotional dispositions that do not fit long-standing assumptions about motivations for economic action. The relevance of this research for the history of business fraud lies in the striking correspondence between these modes of thinking or feeling and recurring features of economic deceit. Behavioral economists explain non-rational modes of economic assessment in terms of biases, filters that shade how individuals make sense of experience, and heuristics, mental shortcuts that people use when confronted with a massive amount of information to process. None of the habits of mind identified by behaviorists represents a full picture of economic decision-making. They encompass a set of common intuitions and initial impressions, which interact with other cognitive perceptions, emotional responses, and perceived norms, and which individuals often revise or reject in light of analysis and sober second thought. A number of scholars argue that these biases and intuitive shortcuts emerged over the long history of human evolution because they allowed people to cope with complex social situations. Regardless of whether such cognitive tendencies originated in the deep past or emerged with more complex civilizations, and whether or not they reflect the hardwiring of brain chemistry or cultural processes of learning, they have made modern humans vulnerable to deception. The pervasive faith in social proof, for example, helps to account for the nature of investment frauds. A key element of most pump-and-dump swindles and all pyramid schemes is that once a critical mass of suckers takes the bait, their example prompts others to follow in their wake, often after hearing about the opportunity from acquaintances who exult in their good fortune. Most latecomers place their faith in the investigation done by those who preceded them, going along with the herd, especially as in the case of affinity fraud, when the people they emulate come from the same trusted social group. Strategies of commercial imitation dovetail with a thought process that behaviorists refer to as the representativeness heuristic. This mental habit leads individuals to emphasize anecdotal social cues and markers when making judgments of economic value, particularly when access to alternative kinds of evidence is limited, or that evidence requires extensive and complicated analysis. Whenever these signals have a salience, whenever, that is, initial impressions are strong because of effective presentation, many people assume that they convey all the information they need to know. They presume, in other words, that the signals stand for or represent underlying reality. In any social environment characterized by extensive reliance on this cognitive benchmark, some percentage of economic actors will remain susceptible to fraudulent schemes that pull off convincing shows of social mimicry. A third mental shortcut, the availability heuristic, encourages individuals assessing the merits of economic alternatives to place great weight on easily recalled events and memorable personal experiences. Several abiding characteristics of investment frauds track this method of cognitive evaluation. Promotions of spurious companies invoke examples of firms whose rapid growth brought tremendous fortunes to investors who had the good sense to get in early. The choice of exemplars shifted from era to era, from mining and oil ventures to the daring speculative exploits of the late 19th century financier Jay Gould, to Bell Telephone and Ford Motor, to Microsoft and Intel. But the goal remained that of associating the fraudulent firm with others that had burst into prominence and extraordinary profitability by laying out precise, often exaggerated calculations of the returns earned by those who purchased shares in such companies at the earliest opportunity. Early dividend payments by fraudulent investment schemes have similarly taken advantage of the availability heuristic, which gives investors or depositors a strong nudge toward seeing the enterprise as legitimate. The prevalence of this cognitive tendency further helps to account for investment swindle's cyclical character. Every speculative boom since the American Revolution has invited financial frauds, from phony early 19th century land companies to the creation of supposedly AAA-rated collateralized debt obligations amid the housing bubble of the early 2000s. This same correlation has emerged elsewhere since the 17th century. Whenever asset values shoot up, fantastic claims find more receptive audiences, because investors see evidence of rapid accumulations of wealth all around them. Many retailing frauds have taken advantage of a fourth cognitive rule of thumb, the anchoring heuristic, through which individuals fix a value to some asset, opportunity, or situation, and then use that value as a reference point for later assessments. Pervasive reliance on evaluative anchors helps to account for the psychological pull of sales and discounts, including offers of free bonuses. The special deal appears to require much less of consumers than does the anchored price. Anchoring similarly helps to explain the long-standing capacity of dodgy retailers to pull off fictitious pricing or bait-and-switch techniques. With the former practice, retailers construct an artificially high normal price, whether through claims about manufacturers' list prices, misleading comparisons to prices at other retailers, or inflated pre-sale original prices. So long as consumers lack awareness of prevailing prices, the fictitious values set a mental reference point, encouraging sales that would not have otherwise occurred. In the case of bait-and-switch tactics, the bait invokes economic reference points that already exist, such as customary prices, attracting attention because of the dramatic difference between those anchors and advertised specials. The switch seeks in part to exploit the psychological expectations created by the bait. Firms carrying out this bit of chicanery hope that consumers who have already invested time and effort and who have convinced themselves that they have located special deals will be loath to walk away empty-handed. This emotional investment makes them susceptible to the switch. There is always, of course, the opposite possibility that consumers will be so angered by manipulative tactics that they leave in a huff. But bait-and-switch operators have calculated that any harm to their reputations would not stem the influx of more malleable shoppers. Behavioral economists refer to this last example of mental anchoring as loss aversion. In experiments that ask subjects to make choices that involve assessments of risk, most people view economic losses as more painful and memorable than equivalent gains. As a result, consumers and investors often prove susceptible to how marketers frame opportunities and risks, demonstrating greater motivation to act if they see themselves as avoiding or preventing monetary harm rather than pursuing reward. In some contexts, such as real estate development or securities investments, loss aversion would seem to complicate rather than assist fraudulent promoters' efforts. Leeriness about losing what one has would hardly appear to encourage chasing after the latest road to riches. Yet even in the realm of speculative investment, savvy marketers have exhibited an intuitive grasp of psychology. They priced the stock of bogus companies or misrepresented home sites cheaply and allowed investors to purchase on the basis of margin or installments. Sometimes they drew suckers in with offers of bonus shares of some security as a means of inculcating a sense of ownership. All of these maneuvers lowered perceptions of cost. They also framed sales pitches around the avoidance of regret alongside the attainment of gain. A postbellum ad for town lots in some new Western settlement or a prospectus for an early 20th century airline company might plead with readers not to miss out on that rare chance to get in early when the really huge gains were possible. As the early 20th century journalist Arthur H. Gleason recognized, this kind of pitch could sound like a revivalist sermon. The fraudulent promoter, Gleason argued, was a professional trafficker in spasms. He must create an emotional crisis in a multitude of persons, and must repeat the same intensity of effect many hundreds of times. He deals in breathless excitement, the peremptory demand for an immediate decision from sinner or sucker, the last chance for salvation or big profits, tonight and now the time. To hold back, to keep the checkbook in one's breast pocket was to court regret, or as one promoter framed the issue in 1917, to miss out on the foresight that makes millionaires, to identify oneself as a groveling wisher, always wishing for something big to turn up, who, when the chance does come, never has the courage to grasp that chance. Even after a fraudulent investment failed, promoters dangled analogous rationales for throwing good money after bad. Such techniques, known as reloading, emerged during the post-World War I Texas oil boom. Promoters would explain to loyal followers that even though the oil company in which they held shares had entered bankruptcy, There was a fantastic opportunity to recoup losses by launching a new company that would buy the old one's assets on the cheap, as well as those of other insolvent oil firms. So long as investors provided additional capital, surefire profits remained only a gusher or two away. Thousands of defrauded investors responded to such appeals, which allowed them to put off psychological acceptance of losses and to retain faith that their initial decisions would be vindicated. Throughout the 19th century and most of the 20th, the Americans who adopted deceptive business practices obviously did not craft their misrepresentations with the research findings of behavioral economists in mind. Even toward the end of the 20th century, few, if any, architects of deceptive marketing practices or unambiguous business fraud were conversant with the technical language of mental accounting and cognitive heuristics. But over the decades, outright swindlers and firms that practiced forms of deceit carried out their own investigations into consumer and investor psychology, testing which tactics and messages worked with a sufficient number of targets to make chicanery pay. As Bates Harrington put it in his 1878 book, How 'Tis Done, which portrayed itself as an exposé of the various con games visited upon the American countryside, but reads in many respects as a how-to guide for aspiring swindlers, the most adroit practitioners of economic deceit had reduced their endeavors to a science. Every possible weakness of human nature, every loophole of ignorance, every assailable point where advantage may be gained is studied with utmost care. These informal marketing trials generated techniques that dovetailed with the economic psychology revealed by the more rigorous studies of the past 2 generations. An episode from the history of Gilded Age financial speculation suggests that at least some Americans grasped the significance of cognitive guideposts such as the availability heuristic. After one fraudulent New York City brokerage had invested large sums to entice people from across the continent to speculate in its investment pools, it received numerous letters from individuals offering to serve as local agents. Many of these enterprising souls, like one Presbyterian minister from rural Pennsylvania, proposed that they would send in an increasing series of investments, with the brokerage sending out a series of even larger checks in turn, demonstrating its capacity to live up to all the wondrous promises of its circulars. As the minister recapped his plan, "If I send you immediately $20, will you in 30 days send me your check for $40? Then if I send you as another operation $50, will you send me in 30 days $100? Next, if I send you as a third operation $100, will you send me in the end of 30 days $200? If you will do this, I can have sufficient grounds to go upon in my efforts to arouse some of my rich farmers who would not listen unless the evidence perfectly satisfactory and sure while they were yet ignorant of the method and details." This correspondence leaves unclear whether the minister intended to shear his parishioners, or rather hoped only to fleece the fleecers with a bit of their own technique. Either way, the proposition speaks to a keen appreciation of how bait dividends could inspire trust. The affective dimensions of economic life changed enormously as Americans moved from farm to city to suburb, uprooted the institution of slavery, helped to fashion and learn to cope with large-scale corporations and unions, and encountered the technologies that spilled out of industrial research facilities, the increasingly sophisticated campaigns cooked up by advertising agencies, and the ever greater abstractions of financial markets. As the United States evolved from a 19th century society predicated on production to a 20th century society structured around consumption, to take just one far-reaching process, the emotional texture of Americans' daily economic endeavors underwent huge transformations. The most captivating purveyors of business fraud have always remained attuned to these shifts, recognizing that deceptive marketing rests on plausible storytelling. Credible mimicry, charismatic personalization, and persuasive deflection all presume a deft grasp of social context, a capacity to tap into personal aspirations and set people at ease. One cannot pull off such masquerades without careful updating, so that sales pitches evoke the lived experiences and emotional realities of targeted consumers and investors. The character of Robert A. Lee, for example, would have brought little demand for oil shares in the 1850s or the 1970s. Amid the early 20th century flowering of lost cause ideology and entrenchment of segregationist white supremacy, this figure struck thousands of white Southerners as the sort of regional capitalist to whom they should deliver modest investments. The inventiveness and social adeptness among the perpetrators of business fraud has left its mark on American language. As they applied long-standing modes of deception to new economic and social situations, they fashioned slang to describe their practices. Each generation has produced an argot of fraud, a wealth of evocative terms that convey prevailing practices of imposition and intentional misrepresentation. For all of the narrative specificity that marked business frauds as characteristic of specific times and often specific demographic and geographic communities, the psychological structures of misdirection did not shift much. These consistent strategies point to cognitive vulnerabilities that endured underneath shifting sensibilities, reconstructed economic lives, and the always fresh storytelling that underwrote the most effective fraudulent schemes. The extent to which American policymakers recognized these cognitive vulnerabilities, however, did not remain constant. Nor did prevailing judgments about how much policymakers should be concerned about business fraud, or ideas about how the government and other institutions should try to constrain it. In the early 19th century, which the rest of this book takes as its point of departure, American law contained numerous formal restrictions on deceitful economic behavior, which were rooted in centuries-old Anglo-American legal precepts. It also contained some specialized regulatory institutions charged with the responsibility of safeguarding reputations for commercial truthfulness. But on the whole, and for the individuals who possessed the full rights of democratic citizenship, the antebellum legal system expected people to look sharp. Part 2. A 19th Century World of Caveat Emptor, 1810s to 1880s. Chapter 3. The Porousness of the Law. In 1854, having achieved celebrity as the exhibitor of the dwarf General Tom Thumb, the promoter of Swedish opera singer Jenny Lind, and the proprietor of New York City's American Museum, P.T. Barnum penned the first of his 3 autobiographies. In The Life of P.T. Barnum, this already larger-than-life figure characterized his childhood as an apprenticeship in the wiles of the American marketplace. Growing up in rural Connecticut, a nursery of Yankee commercial culture, Barnum was given repeated lessons in the dangers of relying on the claims of counterparties, including his own relatives. At the age of 9, he witnessed his grandfather pull off a successful lottery for a local church through deceptive marketing, promising that every ticket would receive a prize worth no less than 1/2 its price, and then providing almost no other prizes, which cemented his reputation as a regular old cheat. 3 years later, the young Phineas Taylor learned that he had been the butt of a family joke for years, as his patrimony, a patch of valuable land called Ivy Island, was not only isolated and tiny, but also swamp-ridden. Throughout his childhood he encountered jousting between crafty rural residents and the itinerant peddlers who sought to fleece them. Barnum received additional lessons in deviousness after his father's death, when at the age of 15 he became a store clerk. Here he became privy not only to the hard bargaining that went on between his employer and local farmers and farm wives, but also to all manner of dishonest tricks and unprincipled deceptions, from debased bundles of rags to short-weighted loads of agricultural produce. While local hatters passed off their inferior furs with a little of their best, young Barnum learned to adulterate sugars, teas, and liquors. In the dog-eat-dog world of the rural marketplace, our cottons were sold for wool, our wool and cotton for silk and linen. In fact, nearly everything was different from what was represented. The customers cheated us in their fabrics, we cheated the customers with our goods. Each party expected to be cheated if it was possible. Our eyes and not our ears had to be our masters. We must believe little that we saw and less that we heard. Our calicos were all fast colors, according to our representations, and the colors would generally run fast enough and show them a tub of soapsuds. Our ground coffee was as good as burned peas, beans, and corn could make, and our ginger was tolerable considering the price of cornmeal. If we took our pay in clocks warranted to keep good time, the chances were that they were no better than a chest of drawers for that purpose, that they were like Pindar's razors, made to sell, and if half the number of wheels necessary to form a clock could be found within the case, it was as lucky as extraordinary. In this memoir, the commercial milieu of Barnum's youth was one of counterpoised imposition and vigilance, a world in which every economic actor, merchants, consumers, laborers, manufacturers, employees, investors, promoters, shaded and shaved, and presumed to be treated in kind. Again and again individuals managed to put one over, sometimes on a visiting peddler, sometimes on the supplier of raw materials or finished goods, sometimes on a partner or clerk or employer, in turn on a neighbor or relative or stranger. Whoever the parties might be, the deceivers reveled in triumph that overcame sustained suspicions, while the deceived gave the deceivers their due. Barnum depicted these episodes as jokes, and presumed that readers would recognize and share the humor. At no point in his narrative, moreover, did the duped discuss legal threats, much less initiate legal process. Rather, they drove a harder bargain if they discovered a false pretense, mumbled face-saving excuses if their own falsehoods came to light, and whenever sharp practice became evident after a transaction, complimented the perpetrator on his acumen. Barnum's remembered society was a domicile of caveat emptor, a Hobbesian economic world in which buyers had to beware lest they lose their shirts, or purchase ones that would lose their sheen and fall apart after a good washing. The residents of Bethel, Connecticut, who appear in The Life of P.T. Barnum, like those of New York City, where Barnum came to base his operations, and throughout the nation where he toured with his entertainment acts, accepted this principle. That is, they assumed that adults should be able to look out for themselves, that if individuals suffered losses through clever misrepresentations, they had no one to blame but themselves, and that such experiences prepared Americans for the rough and tumble of market exchange. Barnum's reflections, moreover, did not constitute an unusual portrayal of American business relations. The era's novels and nonfiction accounts of urban life, such as John Chumacero's Life in Rochester and George Foster's 1849 volume New York in Slices, were filled with analogous anecdotes and commentaries. Ever the showman, Barnum surely embellished some of these recollections for dramatic or comedic effect. Indeed, any treatment of the life of P.T. Barnum as a window on antebellum economic culture must remain cognizant of its author's aims. By the early 1850s, Barnum had fashioned a nationwide reputation as a master of humbug through well-told hoaxes and deft acts of public misdirection, which nonetheless furnished value as commodified entertainment. He had every reason to highlight the penchant of his fellow Americans to cast suspicious eyes on what was before them, as well as their propensity to be taken in regardless. His core business model, both in early traveling exhibitions and his American Museum, rested on giving his customers shared experiences in the perplexities of looking sharp. The people who experienced Barnum's spectacles knew that they were going to encounter many contrived illusions. Much of the attraction lay in distinguishing genuine oddities from artful impostures. Barnum, then, had strong incentives to emphasize Americans' good-natured, tough-minded embrace of caveat emptor. Thus, one might plausibly discount his depiction of antebellum trade as an unending battle of wits between cheats, and antebellum economic culture as sanctioning such contests as markers of the good society. Similar considerations might lead one to treat the era's other depictions of commercial and financial dealings as exaggerations. This chapter cross-examines Barnum's account of American commercial culture, considering the law of business fraud during an era bracketed by the War of 1812's conclusion and the country's retreat from Reconstruction, though at points the discussion glances before or after this 60-year stretch of Barnum's own life. In the years after 1815, American commerce reconnected to Europe and state legislatures began to finance the internal improvements and create the banking institutions that drove regional economic integration, which sped up the long march of Americans from countryside to city and farm to factory. By its end, the nation's expanding railroad network had accelerated processes of industrialization and the vertiginous growth of large-scale corporate enterprise, as well as the emergence of a truly nationwide market for ever more goods and services. Throughout this period, the premises of a face-to-face economic world came under assault, battered by the growth of cities filled with strangers, expanded circulation of goods with cloudy origins or characteristics that were difficult to assess, and the need to deal with counterparties who possessed uncertain pedigrees. The pressures of an integrated continental economy, along with currents of professionalization, would eventually transform the legal institutions that dealt with the problem of commercial deceit. But one can usefully probe American fraud law across much of the 19th century, across the span of P.T. Barnum's own life, as a story of continuity. One part of that narrative involves the tendency of formal law to frown on many of the petty deceptions that recur throughout Barnum's recollections, as well as the more serious swindles that bedeviled the world of commerce. The common law contained numerous criminal prohibitions against economic duplicity and provided several avenues for disgruntled counterparties to pursue claims of misrepresentation through civil litigation. American statute books and municipal ordinances amplified these customary principles of antagonism to commercial or financial deceit. Thus, the formal rules of the 19th century American marketplace sought to vindicate economic candor and buttress confidence in contracting and the transaction of business. Barnum's autobiography nonetheless points to the practical weaknesses of anti-fraud laws before 1880, daunting legal standards, challenging evidentiary barriers, and ambivalent cultural attitudes combined to weaken legal restraints on fraudulent behavior. America's legal elites tried to balance long-standing norms that upheld truthful commercial speech against their age's commitment to entrepreneurial activity and rapid economic growth. The latter priorities, encapsulated in the concept of go-aheadism, counseled leeway for salesmanship and showmanship, respect for the free flow of commercial speech, and reliance on the ability of consumers and investors to look out for their own interests. Such concerns left a big imprint on legal institutions and legal culture, opening up room for dissemblers and swindlers to maneuver. Even in the face of the strictest formal rules, 19th century Americans often encountered a de facto realm of caveat emptor. Law on the books. 19th century America has long had a reputation of being a bastion of laissez-faire. In the decades that preceded progressivism and the New Deal, this way of thinking goes, governments left businesses to their own devices, other than keeping public order and offering means of enforcing contracts, the classic roles of the night watchman polity. This notion of a weak American state elides the enormous impacts that governmental policy had on the shape and direction of U.S. capitalism. In addition to defining basic property rights, including the entrenchment and then abolition of property in slaves, American legislators, executives, and courts sought to promote economic growth and also respond to at least some of the social harms that accompanied it. The former aspiration manifested itself in public funds for transportation infrastructure, chiefly canals and railroads, as well as protective tariffs, incorporated banks, general incorporation statutes, and interpretations of tort law and the law of eminent domain that protected the interests of transportation companies and manufacturing firms. The latter impulse animated many regulatory constraints on economic behavior, especially with regard to the broad areas of public health, public safety, public morality, and public markets. Each of these centuries-old regulatory concerns made their impact on 19th-century American understandings of unwritten common law, as well as much municipal, state, and federal legislation. Within the broad ambit of legal rules concerning moral economy resided numerous provisions antagonistic to misrepresentations in commercial speech. The Americanized version of the common law permitted both civil and criminal actions against mercantile and financial deceit. Throughout the 19th century, local, state, and federal legislatures enacted numerous anti-fraud provisions, often in response to particular swindles that shocked the political establishment into action. To appreciate the thicket of legal rules pertaining to deceptive actions in this era, one need only thumb through treatises such as Melville Bigelow's 1877 The Law of Fraud, whose hundreds of pages testify to the enduring Commonwealth tradition of maintaining a well-ordered marketplace. As in almost all areas of American law, legal definitions and process varied from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Nonetheless, the broad contours of fraud law were largely the same across the nation. Depending on the circumstances, disgruntled buyers of merchandise, land, or intangible financial assets could pursue many legal avenues if they believed that counterparties had cajoled them into a purchase through false representations. If such a transaction involved credit terms, the purchaser might simply refuse to pay, and then, once sued, seek to avoid a judgment on the grounds of fraud. In legal parlance, defendants could plead a defense of fraud as a bar to the suit. Creditors who extended loans on the basis of false assurances from third parties as to a debtor's solvency could sue those individuals for the resulting losses. If debtors sought to avoid payment by fraudulently conveying assets to confederates, creditors could bring suit in an equity court to void such transfers. After real estate deals, purchasers who alleged fraud could tender the land back to the seller, and if the latter refused to refund the purchase price, bring an action in a chancery court for rescission of the contract. In the case of other completed bargains, such as those for commodities, supplies, consumer goods, or financial instruments, aggrieved parties could sue the seller for deceit, seeking monetary damages in a common law court for the economic harm wrought by deception. These legal actions all involved civil disputes, controversies that, in the eyes of state officials, did not constitute fundamental threats to the broader social and economic order. 19th-century Americans also had the option of bringing criminal fraud complaints. Under the common law, a wide range of cheats, such as adulteration of goods or deceiving others through the use of false tokens, counterfeited correspondence, false trademarks, etc., constituted misdemeanors, so long as they involved deception against the marketplace writ large. Other fraud-related criminal accusations looked to statutorily defined offenses such as obtaining goods or money through false pretenses, conspiracy to defraud, and engaging in fraudulent bankruptcy, either by hiding assets from creditors or secretly transferring assets to other parties on the eve of failure. Thus, the 1833 Georgia Criminal Code declared that an individual who made use of deceitful means or artful practice to defraud a counterparty shall be deemed a common cheat and swindler, subject to fine or imprisonment in the common jail or both. The 19th century American legal landscape further included myriad regulations targeting deceptive business practices in specific economic sectors. In metropolises such as Philadelphia and towns such as Fredericksburg, Virginia, auction houses had to obtain licenses. Throughout the country, peddlers, traveling salesmen, and insurance agents confronted county-level requirements that they post good behavior bonds before attempting to find local customers. A host of goods markets were also shaped by regulatory schemes that sought to ensure product quality, many of which had long-standing origins in colonial economic policies. America's urban food and energy markets employed weighers, measurers, and inspectors who had the statutory authority to police the daily business of selling produce, meat, wood, and coal to retailers and consumers. Because export industries such as tobacco, salted pork, and pickled fish depended on good reputations with foreign purchasers, leading figures in those industries lobbied for the creation of formal quality standards and the appointment of state officers to uphold them. Most of the resulting statutes required that sellers prepare their wares in standard dimensions and that the goods receive a mark from an official inspector who certified their purity and or grade. Michigan established a typical set of regulatory requirements for its leading export commodities. As of 1857, its legislature had specified detailed standards for the preparation of beef, pork, butter, hog's lard, fish, flour, leather, pot and pearl ashes, beer, ale, cider, and barrel staves. Before sending wares out of state, producers of these goods had to have them examined by county inspectors, who assessed quality grades and adherence to packing requirements. If manufacturers or merchants evaded inspections, counterfeited inspection marks, or altered the contents of already inspected containers, they risked fines and forfeitures. Such institutional arrangements offered the prospect of more substantial impacts on business practices than did general legal provisions concerning economic duplicity. Unlike civil litigation or criminal complaints, licensing and inspection regimes did not depend on alleged victims of fraud to initiate proceedings. Instead, they vested authority in public officials to survey the metes and bounds of marketplaces and to levy sanctions on economic actors who violated statutory mandates. Licensing and inspection systems established bureaucratic capacity. 19th century American law, then, teemed with legal rules and institutions that attempted to prevent fraudulent practices or give modes of redress to fraud victims. But identifying formal legal requirements constitutes only the first step in any assessment of the impact that law has had on social and economic arrangements. Once one considers the judicial application of laws relating to business fraud, it becomes clear that the general 19th century legal restraints against commercial or financial deceit were hemmed in by procedural and evidentiary rules. In many contexts, as for example the cotton trade, purchasers who wished to lodge formal accusations of duplicitous conduct by sellers had to do so soon after becoming apprised of imposition. To wait even a few months proved fatal to lawsuits, for delay compromised the ability of middlemen to make similar claims against their suppliers. Judicial standards for determining when particular acts of duplicity crossed the boundary of legally permitted behavior also tended to be exacting. Complainants had to show that misrepresentations were material facts related to the transactions in question. Discussions of contingent circumstances or assessments of future events, such as predicted price movements, were by definition opinions, not facts. Pledges of future payment, no matter how insincere, constituted mere promises, actionable through civil but not criminal process. To be material, falsehoods had to be clearly related to the decision to go ahead with the deal. Individuals who levied allegations of fraud further had to demonstrate that they had been taken in by the false assertions, that they had actually relied on them in choosing to agree to the sale or purchase or extension of credit, that they had no ability to check the veracity of the untrue assertions or had taken reasonable steps to verify them, that reliance on a falsehood had occasioned economic loss, and most dauntingly, that the falsehoods represented intentional efforts to defraud. Taken together, these rules created a legal gauntlet. The adoption of tough evidentiary filters for fraud claims reflected elite commitment to economic growth and individual self-reliance as fundamental social values. Providing easy means for Americans to revisit transactions on the grounds of duplicity, lawyers and judges argued, would throw too much sand into the gears of commerce. As Chief Justice John Bannister Gibson of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court argued in an influential 1839 opinion, capacious definitions of fraud would put a stop to commerce itself in driving everyone out of it by terror of endless litigation. Solicitousness toward fraud allegations would gum up civil and criminal dockets, overwhelming the courts with disputes. The bar and judicial fraternity similarly tended to shy away from legal doctrines that might destroy the incentive for individuals to look out for themselves, to learn from ill-advised purchases of seeming bargains, investments that appeared too good to be true, or unwarranted extensions of trust. John Appleton, a Maine Supreme Court judge, encapsulated this view in an 1878 opinion concerning a debtor's effort to avoid payment to an innocent third party holding his promissory note because the debtor had drawn the note under false pretenses. In such instances, Appleton insisted, the foolish and the deceived must bear the consequences of their folly and imbecility, and not impose on those who relied on their assertions the penalty which nature always attaches to negligence or want of caution. Judges such as Appleton grafted the ethos of caveat emptor onto the more restrictive general law of business fraud. This judicial skepticism signified a departure from the dominant tendencies of early modern Anglo-American jurisprudence. In England and America, from the 16th century into the early years of the 19th, purchasers who alleged deceit tended to receive more sympathetic judicial hearings. When buyers bought from artisans or merchants in a regulated public market and paid a price customarily associated with a standard of fine workmanship or quality, judges imputed an implicit warranty of merchantability and even soundness to the transaction. There were scattered exceptions to this pattern, which eventually furnished key precedents for 19th-century jurisprudence. On the whole, though, early modern courts in the British Isles and the American colonies protected purchasers of shoddy merchandise even when sellers plausibly contended that they were unaware of defects. The point here is not that 19th-century American legal restrictions on duplicitous business practices disappeared entirely through the hocus-pocus of judicial hermeneutics. But American judges and treatise writers of the time, like their English counterparts, narrowed those curbs. For the common law or statutory rules to bite by the mid-19th century, the deception had to be especially skillful, designed to overcome the diligent, even vigilant, investigations of economic actors. In the case of a sale of adulterated or shoddy goods, the defects had to be latent, hidden in such a way that buyers could not readily detect them. If promoters of some new company made fanciful claims and predictions about its future potential and manifested enormous enthusiasm about the quality of its assets and management, investors were supposed to know that such claims would not sustain fraud lawsuits. The 19th century American law of business fraud typically reached only devious chicanery, not, as a Boston newspaper editorialized in 1834, the white lies, exaggerations of the truth, and concealment of some particulars that by universal consent and common usage help to facilitate investment and mercantile trade. An 1847 New York appeals court case, People v. Crissy, typified the judicial inclination to hem in the legal constraints on fraud. The case concerned a criminal prosecution under the New York False Pretenses statute, occasioned by the sale of a flock of sheep. The purchaser in question, a farmer named Brock, had asked the previous owners about the poor condition of several sheep's hooves, which the drovers had explained as the temporary consequence of a recent journey over difficult ground, even though they knew that the flock was diseased. A lower court had set aside a conviction, arguing that Brock should not have placed any faith in the explanation. In his majority opinion, Democratic Judge Freeborn G. Jewett disagreed, but in doing so, stressed the limited reach of New York's false pretenses statute. Jewett conceded that the goal of the legislation was to protect the weak and credulous against the wiles and stratagems of the artful and cunning. But he simultaneously proclaimed that for a falsehood to trigger criminal liability, it needed to be an artfully contrived story, which would naturally have an effect upon the mind of the person addressed, one which would be equal to a false token or false writing, an ingenious contrivance or unusual artifice, against which common sagacity and the exercise of ordinary caution would not be a sufficient guard. The fraud statutes, Jewett insisted, did not absolve individuals from the obligation to scrutinize products and counterparties. Similar concerns guided the decision-making of British courts in fraud cases, especially those related to misrepresentations by the era's burgeoning corporations. From the 1820s through the 1870s, British judges applied exacting evidentiary standards to allegations of corporate deception, out of worries that they might provide excessive legal protections to speculators. In both civil and criminal fraud proceedings, Great Britain's judiciary refused to weaken the incentives of investors to look askance at extravagant promises. As in so many areas of Anglo-American jurisprudence, the law of fraud contained numerous exceptions. Legal evolution with regard to commercial deceit was not neat and tidy, uncomplicated by contrary rulings and opinions. If 19th-century judges tended to look askance at most allegations of fraud, they could reverse their interpretive predispositions when alleged victims lacked what they perceived as the physical, social, and/or economic markers of Republican citizenship. Widows, recent immigrants who did not speak English, the illiterate, the weak-minded, youths, ignorant Negroes, sailors, whom the law treated as standing upon the same footing with young heirs and expectants, in some cases the aged and the intoxicated, all these groups received more charitable treatment from the courts in fraud controversies. According to the era's jurists and legal writers, these social types lacked the experience, savvy, or mental faculties to fend for themselves, and so merited paternalistic protection. As a result, the judiciary articulated a different set of evidentiary rules for them, lowering the requirements to mount successful fraud-based defenses, bring fraud-based civil actions, or initiate criminal fraud prosecutions. These people, judges argued, deserved greater legal safeguards. Underlying these judicial distinctions was a set of understandings about the relationship between social identities and the capacity to gain access to relevant economic information and evaluate its implications. An elderly, uneducated woman in humble life who sold a choice piece of real estate to a person far above her in station was not, in the eyes of most 19th-century American legal elites, someone who could read the land market and judge the reasonableness of the latter's assertions and offer. According to this same line of thinking, courts should furnish means of redress to a newly arrived immigrant taken in by a real estate operator selling land to which he lacked good title, or a poorly educated African American who paid a doctor to remove the poison that the physician insisted was all about his home. For these persons, the law need not insist upon the same degree of prudence before economic action. As Tennessee Supreme Court Judge Peter Turney explained in an 1876 opinion laced with racism, when judges and juries consider the decision-making of dupes in fraud-related cases, they should expect only the caution as we may naturally and reasonably expect to exist under the circumstances and conditions of life of the person practiced upon. The question is, what caution is he capable of exercising? Posing the question this way allowed legal elites such as Turney to reinforce prevailing social prejudices as they considered allegations of fraud, underscoring the supposed inability of women, working-class immigrants, and African Americans to look out for their own best interests. Even so, this formulation did expand the effective range of legal regulation of commercial speech. Analogous considerations prevailed across the Atlantic. When duplicitous business managers targeted the British working class, the legal establishment proved far more likely to bring fraud prosecutions, judges proved far less solicitous of defense arguments and motions, and juries proved far more likely to convict. Indeed, most of the significant English fraud convictions before 1880 involved misrepresentations by savings banks and insurance companies, whose failures brought grievous losses to working-class depositors and policyholders. Judicial concern about structural asymmetries of information could even extend to some legal controversies that entangled literate adult white men in full possession of their faculties. When one party to a transaction possessed far better access to relevant intelligence about market conditions, the intrinsic qualities of property, or even the moral character and financial standing of economic actors, courts lent a more sympathetic ear to fraud allegations. Thus, if only one side of a bargain possessed particular expertise, such as a miller who was selling a flour mill, American judges tended to grant the other side more legal slack. The same inclination led legal elites to evince concern for individuals who alleged that they had been defrauded after reasonably relying on the guarantees of undisputed experts, or on third-party assurances about the solid financial standing of credit applicants who turned out to be insolvent. The 19th century judiciary, then, embraced a rebuttable presumption that courts should not undo private bargains because one side raised the hue and cry of fraud. In most contexts, judges looked askance at such charges, but if the level of deception impressed, if courts viewed complainants as members of a social group meriting heightened legal protection, or if the deceiver possessed informational advantages, litigants might overcome judicial reluctance to interfere with the consequences of mercantile or financial transactions. An antebellum humorist, James Kirk Paulding, conveyed this pattern nicely in an 1839 tale, The Perfection of Reason. In this satire, the narrator, a well-born young man with formal legal education, receives a rude introduction to the perplexities of the common law, courtesy of lawsuits involving deception claims. As a plaintiff asking for damages resulting from two deceitful horse trades, the purchase of shoddy boots from a notorious cobbler, and the acquisition of a poorly constructed ship, the narrator learns that he has the responsibility of governing himself by the maxim caveat emptor. Having neglected to undertake sensible investigations before making his purchases, or to demand written warranties, the narrator loses each suit. Bitter about his losses, he resolves to adjust his transactional outlook, which leads him to take advantage of an elderly neighbor in a horse trade. This unscrupulous act, however, only lands him in a deeper legal thicket. In the resulting civil action, he discovers that courts will indeed protect the interests of an old woman with poor sight when she is shamefully imposed upon. In fashioning this interpretive scaffolding for anti-fraud law, 19th century American judges had concerns beyond encouragement of entrepreneurial efforts and avoidance of cluttered court dockets. The judiciary also tried to accommodate the law of business fraud to the dominant understandings of Republican citizenship. There was a dimension of political ideology to the waxing judicial embrace of caveat emptor. The era's judges and legal writers came of age in a society that prized manly self-reliance and celebrated abstract ideals of political and social equality among the ranks of its prototypical white male citizens. These legal elites inhabited a cultural milieu that lionized the aggressiveness of politicians such as Andrew Jackson, merchants such as John Jacob Astor, and showmen such as P.T. Barnum. Law in Action, The Civil and Criminal Courts. Law on the books may prove to be a dead letter, a vibrant shaper of beliefs and behavior, or something in between. Determining where a given body of law fits along that spectrum is no easy task. Ideally, it requires intensive study of mundane legal records across time and space, as well as the range of social experiences that intersect with legal rules, mechanisms of enforcement, and modes of dispute resolution. Although historians have only completed scattered case studies along these lines, one can also draw on voluminous press coverage of fraud-related criminal proceedings, which offers extensive evidence about prevailing social norms and the typical workings of legal institutions. These sources suggest that before the last quarter of the 19th century, American law only fitfully circumscribed duplicitous marketing practices. For one thing, individuals who viewed themselves as victims of illegal deception often did not make formal complaints against businesses and/or business owners through either civil or criminal process. One obstacle was the possibility that the defrauded individuals had manifested intent to break the law in the course of the scam, as in the case of the counterfeiting-related swindles known as green goods games. Such victims might eschew public complaints because of their own legal jeopardy. If they did seek out legal redress, courts ruled that fraud complainants had to enter the halls of justice with clean hands. As the New York Court of Appeals explained in a pivotal 1871 case, American courts would not engage in the protection of rogues in their dealings with each other. In many other contexts, financial losses incurred by victims of duplicity were minimal. An instance of the sort of petty cheating described in P.T. Barnum's autobiographies would have sent few Americans to the insolvency court or the poorhouse, while most financial frauds extracted small stakes from large numbers of disappointed investors. Such circumstances raised significant economic barriers to legal action, which required expenditure of both time and money. Carrying out a civil suit or criminal prosecution to its final conclusion, even in relatively simple matters, meant incurring $50 to $100 in attorney's fees and court costs, which could balloon to much greater amounts if the parsing of legal issues or the amassing of relevant evidence became complicated. Measured in terms of an unskilled worker's wage, these sums would be the equivalent of approximately $8,000 to $16,000 in 2016. As a New York City newspaper observed in 1882, the typical victim of a minor swindle became disheartened and worn out. Having no money to go to law with, he abandons all thoughts of redress and disappears. In the phraseology of modern economics, legal responses to business frauds confronted collective action problems. Of course, Americans have never engaged solely in dispassionate cost-benefit analysis when deciding whether to initiate civil suits or criminal complaints. Emotional considerations, anger at perceived mistreatment, desire for revenge, anxiousness for the commonweal, could prompt the filing of lawsuits or the making of indignant statements to law enforcement officers, even when accusers had little chance of financial gain. In an 1833 New York City prosecution for real estate fraud, for example, one witness described the complainant as vindictive and in a violent passion, intent on having the defendant sent to the state prison. The tug of emotion, however, might also lead a victim of economic deceptions to remain quiet even when possessing a solid legal case. Dupes might keep mum, either because they did not wish to come to terms with their gullibility or because they hoped to avoid the Barnum-esque public ridicule that it might elicit. Thus, in 1862, the New York Tribune surmised that a full 90% of fraud cases remained hidden from public view because defrauded individuals were ashamed to have it known that they have been so easily victimized. Throughout the 19th century, accounts of far-reaching frauds presumed that most defrauded individuals would stay silent. Even if most victims of duplicitous business practices did choose to lump it, Thousands of Barnum's contemporaries did not stay silent in the face of commercial chicanery or unabashed swindling. Formal allegations of fraud, however, neither received a uniformly welcome reception from legal institutions nor readily translated into damage awards, convictions, and jail sentences. The legal treatment of 19th-century civil suits seeking compensation for fraudulent misrepresentations remains murky at the trial level because we lack the fine-grained historical studies of particular jurisdictions that can yield quantitative measures of outcomes. Appellate decisions, along with scattered newspaper coverage of civil disputes, make clear that plaintiffs could recover at least some damages through deceit actions or use the defense of fraud to fend off debt collection suits, especially when they possessed a respectable social status, could afford expert legal counsel, and could substantiate that the misrepresentations met legal requirements. But evidentiary standards stymied many civil actions for deceit when allegations pertained to complex transactions like those that occurred in the transatlantic cotton supply chain. Antebellum Southern juries and arbitration boards tended to discount claims by middlemen that they had suffered losses as a result of falsely packed cotton, which hid inferior quality staple inside a bale with an outer veneer or plate of the highest grade. In such cases, plaintiffs had to establish the precise character of the deceptions as well as who was responsible for them. Victories at the bar, moreover, often did not generate significant compensation for fraud victims. As one New England lawyer and disgruntled purchaser of a horse discovered to his chagrin in 1861, a verdict against the seller on the grounds of deceit meant little if the defendant lacked the resources to pay, or was willing to go to jail rather than make good on a judgment. Scores of defrauded Americans learned a similar lesson as a result of a great land swindle by Niels Fredriksen, a Danish immigrant capitalist based in Chicago. Fredriksen's company purchased thousands of acres at state tax auctions, as well as options on large tracts of railroad lands. It then resold the lands to Scandinavian immigrants on the installment plan, withholding titles until the company had received full payment, created bogus mortgages on the same plots, and sold those fake obligations to investors in eastern and midwestern cities. After the firm's 1889 collapse, it faced an avalanche of civil suits seeking damages and lost all of them. But by this point, Fredriksen and his son had already transferred their American assets to favored creditors as collateral and decamped for Europe, taking along a hefty sum of cash. As a result, the filers of all the lawsuits merely threw good money after bad. Evidence about criminal fraud prosecutions is easier to amass. The press at the time covered criminal proceedings more closely than civil suits, and some state governments compiled relevant statistics. Attempts at swindling, along with the appropriation of goods or money via false pretenses, comprised regular entries on the 19th-century urban criminal docket, though these crimes never constituted a leading preoccupation for policemen and prosecutors. The monthly arrest reports of the Baltimore police in the late 1860s illustrates this. Fewer than 1% involved charges for commercial or financial deception. A significant fraction of successful fraud prosecutions, moreover, involved charges brought by corporations or retail businesses against customers, or by individuals against other individuals rather than by consumers, investors, or other counterparties against firms. Insurance companies, for example, regularly went after policyholders whom they suspected of filing fraudulent claims, while storekeepers periodically filed false pretense charges against consumers, and other criminal cases resulted from spats over personal loans. Still, 19th-century prosecutors and judges handled criminal fraud cases against business owners year in and year out, especially in larger cities. During 1868, the Baltimore police charged about 12 persons a month with fraud-related offenses, of which fewer than half resulted from allegations of illegal deception against business enterprises. Initiation of a criminal fraud case against a business owner did not, of course, ensure conviction or punishment. The era's criminal justice system gave most felony defendants ample opportunity to dance out of trouble, whether the charge involved some kind of fraud, other crimes against property, or physical acts of violence. Many arrests did not lead to indictments. Indictments did not always culminate in prosecutions. Prosecutions sometimes ended with acquittals rather than guilty verdicts. Appellate courts had little compunction about overturning convictions if judges could identify procedural shortcomings. And governors displayed a penchant for commuting sentences and issuing pardons, often at the behest of the juries and local prosecutors who sent individuals to prison. One telling measure of the porousness of America's 19th-century criminal justice system lies with the treatment of African Americans accused of criminal actions in the slave South. Unable to present testimony from African American witnesses, often bereft of competent legal counsel, and forced to confront all-white juries, black defendants in antebellum Southern states had the legal deck stacked against them. Yet, between 1819 and 1860, African Americans in South Carolina were found guilty only 2/3 of the time. For white defendants throughout the nation, rates of conviction tended to be far lower, with some jurisdictions producing guilty verdicts in as few as 1 in 5 trials. Fraud-related prosecutions produced outcomes on the lower side of this scale, if the postbellum prosecutorial statistics compiled by Michigan's Attorney General mirrored outcomes elsewhere. In the year ending June 30th, 1866, 3 in 10 Michigan false pretense indictments led to convictions, less than half the conviction rate for larceny. 6 years later, the state's conviction rate in false pretenses cases was only 17%, well below the 61% rate of conviction for larceny prosecutions. Even when victims came forward with specific allegations that fit relevant legal categories and definitions, criminal convictions for business fraud did not come easily. Amassing compelling evidence was often difficult, especially if deceptions had been communicated orally. When swindles operated within the growing networks of national trade and finance, jurisdictional complications bedeviled prosecutors who had to grapple with distant witnesses and thorny questions about who had the authority to try individuals suspected of criminal deceit. If the businessmen charged with fraud had the wherewithal to retain leading attorneys, as many did, they benefited from the ample procedural and substantive loopholes of 19th-century American criminal law. Defendants who confronted strong cases could also just skip town, especially before initial arraignments. And in the unlikely event that a businessman with money and social connections received a guilty verdict and had little hope of a successful appeal, he could always petition for a pardon. One can best appreciate these obstacles to punishment by retracing the careers of a few businessmen who underwent high-profile business fraud prosecutions. 3 such vignettes follow, concerning a notorious mock auctioneer, a large-scale mercantile credit fraud, and a serial promoter of phony businesses. From the late antebellum period into the late 1870s, Zeno Barnum developed a reputation throughout New York City as a consummate perpetrator of retailing fraud. After a stint operating an oyster saloon in the early 1850s, during which he faced a charge for stealing illuminating gas by illegally tapping a local utility's main line, Barnum found his calling in the auction business. From the emergence of auctioneering in New York City after the War of 1812, some firms had specialized in deceptive business practices, including the switching of displayed merchandise, misrepresentation of goods, and use of shills, often called stool pigeons, cappers, or Peter Funks, to force up bids. Prevalent in sales of dry goods, jewelry, and watches, these tactics soon spread to the vending of horses and furniture. Rigged furniture sales were advertised as resulting from some wealthy person's death or imminent move from the city, which ostensibly required a quick liquidation of fancy appurtenances, and occurred in stuffed flats filled with shoddy gingerbread furnishings. Barnum turned the mock furniture auction into an art form, taking in hundreds of bargain seekers during the 1860s and sidestepping several criminal allegations, often through reliance on expert legal counsel. In the fall of 1865, a white married female customer of Barnum's filed yet another criminal complaint, alleging that he had altered the invoice for her furniture purchase to increase the amount due and then refused to return her deposit of government bonds, worth far more than the $300 purchase price. An assistant district attorney prosecuted Barnum under a new criminal statute that specifically targeted frauds in auctions. Barnum's profession, the prosecutor insisted, was one of iniquity. It lives, thrives, and prospers on deception. If the jury acquitted this king of the mock auctioneers, he announced, they would say in the same breath to the rest of the fraternity, "Go and do likewise." If they rather dethroned him, his people would fall. Barnum lost this round, with the jury rendering a guilty verdict and the presiding judge sentencing him to 30 months in the state penitentiary, an outcome that led the local press to marvel that a wealthy ruffian had ended up in jail. But Barnum remained in prison only a matter of weeks. Drawing on his social networks and allegedly showering the right people with several $1,000s, he soon conjured up a pardon, based on attestations from prominent attorneys that his conviction resulted from unfair prejudice, and a prison doctor's assessment that his health was poor. For the next 15 years, Barnum continued to ply his trade as a mock furniture auctioneer, though now acting behind the scenes, with a confederate as legal proprietor. He confronted further criminal investigations, but managed to dodge them, partly because of haziness about who actually ran his enterprises. The theme of ambiguous legal responsibility similarly complicated a prosecution arising out of the business's failure by Folger and Tibbs, a New York City dry goods firm that carried out a classic scheme of credit fraud. In the fall of 1866, the firm convinced wholesalers to sell them $100,000 worth of goods on credit. As a share of the overall economy, this sum would equal well over $100 million in 2016. Once the partners received shipments of merchandise, they sent them on to auctioneers in Baltimore and Cincinnati with orders to sell for cash at fire sale prices. Within a few months, some creditors became aware of the scheme and initiated criminal proceedings that alleged a conspiracy to defraud. By this time, however, Messrs. Folger and Tibbs had departed for Europe. As a result, prosecutors could only charge clerks and agents who had arranged the original purchases and later shipments, as well as the Cincinnati and Baltimore auctioneers who disposed of the goods. A 2-month investigation and trial revealed the suspicious nature of these transactions, which included non-existent record-keeping and an emphasis on immediate sale at any price. But the formal indictment only mentioned the specific goods sold by the single mercantile complainant, a lot of handkerchiefs. In light of the non-appearance of several key witnesses and a lack of evidence that linked all of the defendants to a specific conspiracy concerning those particular kerchiefs, the judge dismissed the case. In addition to exemplifying the capacity of swindlers to flee from legal process, this episode highlights the evidentiary barriers to fraud-related convictions, even in a case that involved brazen duplicity. Demonstrating the knowledge and criminal intent of employees and agents who facilitated a duplicitous business scheme was no easy matter. Who could say where an underling's obligation to obey his employer or an agent's duty to follow his principal's instructions shaded over into criminal enterprise? The alleged great dry goods swindle, as one newspaper termed it, further illustrates the potential liability that lurked behind any attempt to pursue criminal fraud charges. In the aftermath of the directed acquittal, one of the vindicated Cincinnati auctioneers brought a civil malicious prosecution suit against the New York merchant who had charged him with conspiracy. 18 months later, he obtained a jury award of $5,000 for the indignity of spending 6 days in jail and the resulting injury to his character. The swindling career of James H. Doc Langley, like that of Zeno Barnum, extended over several decades, in his case from the early 1870s through the first years of the 20th century. Although Langley at one point dabbled in patent medicines, he came to specialize in the promotion of spurious investments and business opportunities. One line of his business focused on peddling shares in bogus companies, including such ephemeral enterprises as the Mexican Guano and Fertilizer Company, the Medical Instrument Company, the Anti-Friction Car Box Company, and the United States Construction and Investment Company, which promised to assist railway inventors in obtaining and marketing patents. Langley deployed all of the leading tactics of late 19th century stock swindlers, including elaborate prospectuses, carefully prepared samples, stock certificates that were elegant in appearance, decoy directors, and offices furnished in a sumptuous manner. A second income stream came from the distribution of agencies associated with such concerns, which required some form of advance fee, either investment in the company, the provision of a loan, or some form of deposit for good behavior. One of Langley's key strategies was constant movement. At one time or another, he based his operations in Worcester, Boston, Rochester, New York City, Chicago, Richmond, and Galveston, as well as several other cities. This willingness to relocate helped him evade the clutches of the law, despite repeated arrests and indictments. Whenever he faced criminal charges, he would post bail and flee. Langley assumed, correctly, that the infrequent sharing of information among police and prosecutors from different jurisdictions would allow him to begin anew without interference. In 1897, however, a Boston jury found him guilty of fraud in connection with the promotion of an industrial life insurance scheme, a conviction that did lead to a multi-year jail term. As Barnum's and Langley's convictions suggest, the masterminds of large-scale swindles in the 19th century United States were not immune from criminal prosecution. In some circumstances, fraud indictments and convictions of prominent business figures were especially likely. If deceitful business practices antagonized a respectable constituency, the victims might not only raise funds to prosecute those responsible, but also lobby state legislatures to tighten legal prohibitions. The emergence in the 1850s of scams targeting recent immigrant populations, for instance, prompted concerted efforts along these lines by the Emigrant and Benevolent Societies of New York City. These organizations persuaded Albany legislators to enact a statute prohibiting the sale of steamship passenger tickets by unauthorized agents, and then helped to prosecute violators. The failure of a financial institution with substantial numbers of depositors or policyholders also tended to trigger sufficient popular anger to concentrate the minds and investigative energies of local prosecutors. When such insolvencies resulted from the looting of corporate assets and prosecutors could amass evidence that managers had issued false financial reports while seeking to cash out before the inevitable crash, criminal proceedings became the norm rather than the exception, with convictions often following. Thus, Thomas W. Dyott, a wealthy Philadelphia drug manufacturer and private banker, faced prosecution for fraudulent insolvency after his manual labor savings bank failed during the Panic of 1837. The authorities showed that Dyott had concealed tens of thousands of dollars in assets from the state insolvency court and conveyed valuable property to relatives on the eve of the bank's failure. The eventual result was a conviction and a 3-year prison term. Such outcomes became more common after 1850, as executives of northeastern banks and insurance companies periodically received jail sentences for criminal fraud associated with corporate failures. But for every conviction of corporate executives, there were instances in which legal technicalities or ambiguities about fraudulent intent led to quashed indictments or jury acquittals. Prosecutions against corporate managers might founder because it was hard to demonstrate all the legal elements that added up conspiracy to defraud, so that juries could distinguish fraudulent misrepresentations from misfortune tinged with wishful thinking. Although T.W. Dyott encountered the cold confines of Philadelphia's Eastern Penitentiary, the well-connected Baltimore lawyers and political operatives whose financiering led to the Bank of Maryland's 1834 failure had little difficulty deflecting fraud prosecutions, even though their use of deposits to fund their own speculations had led to widespread harm. Sometimes individuals at the center of a large-scale banking fraud were even able to negotiate legal immunity in exchange for helping to untangle all the accounting knots that they had created, in order to maximize payments to depositors and shareholders. In other cases, despite clear evidence of deception about a corporation's financial position, executives could point to steadfast efforts to buoy stock prices. Rather than securing their own financial positions prior to the collapse or even profiting from failure, these officials suffered heavy losses along with depositors, policyholders, and/or investors. Such individuals, like the officers of the National Cordage Trust, an enterprise whose attempt to create a monopoly in rope manufacturing ended in bankruptcy during the early 1890s, typically avoided guilty verdicts. Furthermore, in order to build a fraud case against the managers of corporations, prosecutors usually had to undertake months of preparation, the engagement of costly experts, and a vast amount of legal and clerical labor. Because such cases involved statutes filled with vague and general language, savvy defendants could avail themselves of loopholes for escape, either at trial or on appeal. In light of the Herculean efforts required to gain convictions, 19th-century prosecutors tended to press only the most convincing cases. As the New York Times summed up the situation, the cheating of an American company's stockholders entails little or no inconvenience save upon its victims. Even in cases that resulted in tens of thousands of dollars in losses to hundreds of depositors, investors, or policyholders, fraud convictions rarely led to more than a year or two of jail time. 19th-century legislatures and judges did not see crimes of economic deception as deserving the same kind of punishment as violent crime or physical theft. Tellingly, the disgraced banker T.W. Dyott managed to slice more than a year off his unusually long 3-year prison sentence, garnering a pardon from Pennsylvania's governor in 1841 on the grounds of his advanced age, and, at least according to the newspapers, because so many other swindling executives of failed banks had recently avoided criminal convictions. Appropriators of fence rails or chickens might end up with far longer jail terms than would the bank cashier or insurance company president who brought losses to thousands of investors and policyholders. In light of the low conviction rates and minimal formal penalties, one might be tempted to characterize the criminal treatment of 19th-century American business fraud as all but toothless, especially for larger-scale operators. There is much to be said on behalf of such a conclusion, but a focus solely on the decisions rendered by juries and judges can obscure the full social and economic impacts of criminal proceedings. Arrests, indictments, and the resulting press coverage damaged reputations even in the absence of prosecutions, convictions, and jail terms. Corporate fraud scandals in Victorian Britain often destroyed the social standing of once high-flying entrepreneurs, even when they avoided jail sentences and civil judgments. In cases of more prosaic duplicity, a false pretenses charge might still find its way into a credit report, serving as a caution to prospective counterparties. The point of criminal complaints, moreover, was often not to put deceitful businessmen in jail, but rather to increase the likelihood that they would agree to terms as the price of making complaints go away. Sometimes prosecutors withdrew criminal fraud cases because the accused and accuser had reached a settlement. Such negotiation usually occurred in private communications between counterparties or their legal counsels, and so left little public trace. Nonetheless, press coverage of fraud arrests and trials sometimes ended with a bland declaration that authorities had discontinued proceedings in light of a settlement between the parties, or because prosecuting witnesses had disappeared, possibly, perhaps probably, after a compromise. More frequently, newspapers noted an arrest or indictment without any subsequent mention of trial. We can presume that at least occasionally defendants agreed to cough up partial payment. When alleged perpetrators possessed high social standing, they might be compromised by mere threats of arrest or indictment. Thus, according to one Alabama newspaper, cotton exporters who detected fraudulently packed bales of cotton usually shied away from lodging formal charges. Given the trouble and expense of prosecuting the guilty party, middlemen tended to prefer a compromise, which resulted in the controversy being hushed up. 19th-century urban police forces also played roles as mediators between business owners and citizens who alleged that they had been the victims of duplicitous treatment, especially in cases that involved small sums. Keepers of employment agencies and proprietors of retail auction houses, for instance, developed the habit of responding to police investigations with at least partial refunds to disgruntled customers. Such activities were common enough that the police sometimes reported statistical overviews. During the first 4 months of 1862, the New York mayor's office informed newspapers that it had received 101 complaints about mock auctions, which prompted investigations that in turn led to refunds totaling almost $3,000. There is no way to quantify the incidence of such accommodations with precision. According to an 1847 contributor to the New York Legal Observer, hardly a week went by in New York City without someone putting the machinery of the criminal law in operation for the purpose of enabling the prosecutor to drive the defendant to a settlement of some civil litigation. Some 20 years later, a correspondent of the National Police Gazette asserted that similar efforts were commonplace in Pittsburgh. It seems safe to conclude that compromises occurred with sufficient frequency to impose a measure of accountability for deceptive firms. And yet, this use of criminal process to redress losses from deceit also reinforced official skepticism about some allegations of fraud, especially those emanating from creditors who claimed that debtors had lied to obtain loans. Misrepresentations by borrowers about their financial standing had bedeviled America's credit system since at least the late 18th century. The least controversial circumstances involved outright credit swindles, such as the one perpetrated by Folger and Tibbs. When an individual or a partnership pretended to be launching a mercantile business, received supplies of goods on credit, secretly sold those goods, concealed the resulting funds, and then refused to pay creditors, arrests and convictions would follow so long as the perpetrators hung around long enough to face trial. But matters became murkier if an established business suffered losses and had either shaded the truth when arranging initial orders or obscured worsening finances to maintain a flow of credit, perhaps more out of self-delusion than as a scheme to harm creditors. So long as a creditor could mount a plausible case that a failed debtor had engaged in illegal deception, a criminal complaint might persuade the latter to scare up the funds to pay the debt. Throughout the 19th century, this logic, along with a more general antagonism toward the willingness of so many Americans to skirt financial obligations, convinced some merchants and bankers to file formal allegations of credit fraud. Using criminal charges as levers to pry out debt repayments, however, elicited grousing from hinterland debtors and their political allies. To Americans who depended on credit from wholesalers in New York City, Boston, or Chicago, debt collection via a criminal fraud prosecution represented abuse of legal process, especially when it involved extradition to unsympathetic faraway courts. Boston creditors who took such steps a New Hampshire Democratic newspaper argued soon after the Panic of 1837, were just as responsible for rural mercantile failures as were bankrupts, because they had urged them to buy goods that turned out to be unprofitable. Rather than accepting their share of a general misfortune, the paper complained, Boston merchants cynically exploited a Massachusetts trap law that made false oral representation by debtors a felony. Their goal was to persecute the insolvent storekeeper for the purpose of coercing his friends to pay his debts when the man had done nothing wrong and gave as fair and honest an account of his situation as he could. Such arguments dovetailed with the opposition to imprisonment for debt that reshaped state debtor-creditor laws in the 1840s and 1850s. A second criticism focused on the public character of criminal process. Anglo-American legal theory had long understood criminal actions as targeting behavior that had an impact on society as a whole, rather than just the interests of private parties. As William Blackstone explained in his canonical treatise, Commentaries on the Laws of England, private wrongs or civil injuries only affected individuals. Crimes, by contrast, were a breach and violation of the public rights and duties, due to the whole community, considered as a community in its social aggregate capacity. They struck at the very being of society, which cannot possibly subsist where actions of this sort are suffered to escape with impunity. This understanding did not foreclose attempts by complainants to use criminal process to mediate personal conflicts in rural and urban jurisdictions alike. But as professionalization began to reshape American legal institutions in the mid-19th century, the separation of civil and criminal actions became more distinct in fact as well as theory. Urban district attorneys and judges came to frown on private parties who tried to direct the machinery of criminal justice toward personal ends. These complementary arguments encouraged distrust of debt-related criminal fraud complaints, especially if transactions took place in interstate mercantile trade. Although such cases generated extradition requests, governors did not always comply with them. When they did go along, hinterland debtors often challenged extradition orders in state courts, filing applications for habeas corpus as they faced imminent transportation across state lines. These legal motions argued that the accused had not fled from criminal proceedings in another state, a key requirement for extradition. Judges sometimes proved sympathetic to this argument, releasing debtors from custody. In a pivotal 1847 case, Fay and Collins v. Oatley and Blodgett, the Wisconsin Supreme Court went further. This controversy arose out of Fay's 1845 mercantile failure in Milwaukee and the unwillingness of Oatley, a Buffalo creditor, to agree to a compromise offer. Instead, Oatley gained a false pretenses indictment against Fay in Buffalo, persuaded his state's governor to request extradition, brought the papers to Wisconsin, and used them to compel Fay's arrest. Once in manacles, menaced with being run out of the state without the opportunity of consulting with counsel, Fay agreed to execute a series of promissory notes to Oatley, co-signed by his solvent brother-in-law, in exchange for his freedom. When Oatley attempted to collect on these debts, the Wisconsin courts refused to give them legal effect. In an opinion upholding a lower court's ruling on this point, the state Supreme Court maintained that, for years, extradition proceedings had been scandalously perverted by Eastern creditors and held that Oatley's behavior was such a gross abuse of criminal process as to preclude its sanction by any court of law or equity. By 1887, widespread dissatisfaction with such cases led appointees from 19 state governments and the District of Columbia to raise bureaucratic barriers for those who wished to pursue fraud-related extraditions. The new recommended rules of practice required that extradition applications include a formal affidavit that the prosecution was made in good faith for the sole purpose of punishing the accused, and that the creditor did not desire or expect to use the prosecution for the purpose of collecting a debt. 19th-century opinion makers and legal elites further advocated exacting evidentiary standards for debt-related business fraud cases. Throughout 1847 and 1848, for example, the Philadelphia Public Ledger decried the unprincipled creditors who resorted to such tactics as a means of extorting payment from insolvents. The object of the criminal law, the Ledger reminded its readers, was to punish public wrong, not to adjust private disputes between man and man. Almost a decade later, the Chicago Tribune similarly disparaged the motives of creditors who brought criminal false pretenses charges. Too many creditors did so either to gratify private pique or revenge or for the purpose of squeezing out property which civil process cannot reach. The authorities, the Tribune implied, needed to reread their Blackstone on the distinction between civil and criminal actions, and so redouble efforts to filter out such vexatious and frivolous controversies. Leading lights of the Northeastern judiciary picked up on this theme as well. Such sensibilities influenced the handling of debt-related fraud prosecutions. A legal writer for Hunt's Merchants magazine observed in 1857 that there is no other offense which prosecuted is so difficult to obtain conviction upon. District attorneys, magistrates, and grand jurors and trial jurors all knew that these allegations were frequently frivolous or avaricious. As a result, they all tended to manifest prejudice toward debt-related charges of conspiracy to defraud or obtaining goods through false pretenses. In these cases, the protagonists within the criminal justice system focused on the complainant's pecuniary interest and therefore regarded the evidence with mistrust. Prosecutors could and did overcome such wariness when the accused came from a disreputable social background, adopted a false identity as part of a scheme to borrow or buy on credit, or engaged in such extensive misrepresentations that multiple creditors came forward demanding prosecution. But if defendants had purchased goods in a regular way and could mobilize social networks to testify to their social standing and good reputation, convictions were unlikely. And on the rare occasion when creditors engineered criminal fraud convictions against failed debtors who could lay claim to respectability, appeals courts might find grounds to overturn guilty verdicts. Even as settlements occasioned by criminal complaints extended the legal reach of Americans who saw themselves as victims of deceit, they simultaneously curtailed options for redress. Conciliation also enabled deceitful proprietors to go about their business. Indeed, the willingness of disgruntled counterparties to reach settlements gave repeated lifelines to career swindlers such as the mock auctioneer Zeno Barnum. His knack for eluding pressure from police and district attorneys reflected not only careful exploitation of legal ambiguities, but also discreet payments to persistent complainants. Before and after his 1866 conviction, he diffused the anger of customers who had lodged formal complaints by getting out his checkbook. Even Barnum's early release from prison was contingent on a full refund to the woman who had initiated prosecution. Compromise extended a measure of justice to insistent victims, but at the cost of leaving some of the most duplicitous operators free to cheat another day. Law in action. Administrative regulation. Civil and criminal proceedings did not constitute the only forms of authority that the perpetrators of business fraud might encounter in 19th-century America. As we have seen, localities and states created administrative mechanisms to foster honesty in commercial dealings. Evaluation of how these licensing and inspection regimes functioned is again hampered by the fact that historians have undertaken few detailed case studies. But press coverage, along with scattered government reports and occasional political debates, allows for some conclusions. The regulatory institutions that maintained the strongest record in combating deceptive business practices were inspection regimes in states that had commodity export sectors. In tobacco states, such as Virginia and Maryland, planters and merchants shared an interest in trustworthy evaluations of cured leaf, which created enduring political support for meaningful regulation. Building on inspection regimes that had begun in the early 18th century, these states mandated that prior to export, state inspectors had to examine the contents of shipping barrels to ensure merchantability and furnish judgments about quality. This process called for a tobacco inspector and his assistants to open a random barrel at a central warehouse, remove samples from several places in it, and then assess the sample's quality. Northeastern states such as Massachusetts maintained similar inspections of pickled fish, while Pennsylvania retained compulsory inspection of exported flour. Up through the Civil War, many public inspection regimes maintained reputations for effectiveness, especially among larger-scale producers. In the colonies around the Chesapeake Bay, inspection laws improved European demand and prices for tobacco. Buyers in Britain, France, and Germany continued to rely on the judgments made by Virginia and Maryland tobacco inspectors for decades after the Revolution. By the 1840s, the work of these appointed officials had become interwoven into the region's commercial practices, occasioning newspaper commentary only via matter-of-fact reports about monthly or annual inspection statistics. As the Missouri tobacco industry began to expand in the early 1840s, local elites, many of whom had grown up in Virginia or Kentucky, another tobacco inspection state, took it for granted that the emergence of St. Louis as a tobacco center depended on trustworthy public inspection. Without it, they assumed far-flung buyers would look elsewhere. The Massachusetts system of fish inspections similarly sustained industry reputation at home and abroad. There is no doubt, one writer maintained in 1843, but the fisheries of Massachusetts have derived great advantage from our inspection laws. Public fish inspections ensured that the public are protected from imposition in purchasing an article with which they are not familiarly acquainted, and which they would not purchase at all were it not for the character stamped on them by the state. From the 1810s through the 1850s, flour exported from Baltimore and Philadelphia, cities in states with strict inspection requirements for that commodity, traded at a premium compared to flour exported from states without such stringent monitoring. Mercantile observers consistently attributed this market advantage to the integrity of Maryland and Pennsylvania inspectors. State inspection regimes, however, faced a growing chorus of objections from the early 1840s onward, voiced both by Jacksonians and some Whigs and then Republicans. Critics depicted inspection as costly, oppressive, and rife with the cronyism associated with the rise of machine-style democratic politics. Instead of choosing competent inspectors, opponents argued, governors selected party activists who had expended great effort on behalf of a winning electoral ticket. Such individuals, the critics alleged, cared far more about milking offices for fees than upholding quality standards. As a result, they indulged marginal lumbermen, millers, fishermen, or tobacco planters, passing suspect goods or inflating their quality. Instead of protecting the public against fraud or sustaining the reputation of American commodities in foreign markets, inspection requirements gave unsophisticated buyers a false sense of security, while imposing de facto taxes on commerce. An inspector's stamp of approval, moreover, often absolved manufacturers and dealers from legal responsibility for goods that they sold, leaving disgruntled purchasers few options but to sue inspectors for dereliction of duty. The National Police Gazette summed up this viewpoint in 1846, depicting inspection laws as a farce by which the community are swindled under cover of law. Adversaries of compulsory public inspection did not have to scrape the bottom of regulatory barrels to find instances of inaccurate appraisals or political maneuvering in appointments. In 1847, for instance, the combination of a poor catch and intense pressure from local fishermen led Massachusetts fish inspectors to expand their definition of number one pickled mackerel, much to the consternation of Philadelphia fish dealers. When pressed by state legislators responding to public outcry, the Massachusetts inspectors conceded that their work during the season had been characterized by negligence and carelessness, and quickly promised reforms. During the early 1850s, San Francisco flour inspectors caused an uproar among inland communities by approving the merchantability of any barrel that purported to contain a substance called flour, no matter how sour or musty. Every so often, commercial victims of poor inspections found their legal position compromised, as critics warned they might, by the fact that tainted goods had passed official muster. Because the sellers could plead an affirmative state inspection as a defense, they often skirted liability for the sale of adulterated or spoiled commodities. And sometimes, as with Chicago's decision to create the new office of City Flour Inspector during the Civil War, the driving force behind a new regulatory authority was furnishing a valuable office to an influential politico. Opponents of public inspection linked such evidence to the wider critique of government that emerged in the wake of the financial panics of the late 1830s and the resulting debt crises that paralyzed so many state and local authorities. They further stressed the increasing importance of large-scale American manufacturers, whose attention to quality exceeded government standards and whose reputation sustained premium prices without official stamps of approval. All of these arguments had left their imprint on public policy from the mid-1840s through the post-bellum era, nowhere more than in New York. There, the 1846 State Constitutional Convention prohibited the legislature from creating public offices for weighing, measuring, and otherwise inspecting articles of trade, a policy confirmed by the subsequent Constitutional Convention of 1867 to 1868. Buyers or sellers who wished to avail themselves of inspection services in the state had to rely on private parties who operated without color of state authority. Other states exempted out-of-state goods that came to their ports for transshipment elsewhere. Still others made at least some commodity inspections voluntary rather than compulsory. These provisions allowed buyers and sellers either to bypass inspection altogether or to rely on private certification firms rather than public facilities. Advocates for these reforms linked them to an ethos of caveat emptor. Americans, according to delegates at New York's 1846 convention who spoke against state inspections, were sharp-sighted to see their own interest and perfectly capable of taking care of themselves in all the transactions of life. Just over 2 decades later, the most vociferous proponent of maintaining New York's constitutional ban, Thomas G. Alvord, placed his faith in the workings of what 21st-century economists would call reputational capital. When businessmen tried to cheat, this prominent attorney and recent lieutenant governor proclaimed, "It is bruited about in the community," causing the cheaters eventually to lose far more than any short-term gains. Alvord concluded that New York would be well advised to rely on the old doctrine of caveat emptor. Let a man's eyes be his guide. The Baltimore Sun agreed with this logic as it campaigned for an end to Maryland's system of tobacco inspection in 1876. To argue for inspection of any article of trade, the Sun maintained, was to commit oneself to inspectors for everything and offices for everybody. It made much more sense to depend less and less upon government guardianship of men's private dealings, trusting instead to personal character and men's sense of their own interests. Here was a vision in tune with P.T. Barnum's approach to political economy. That vision did not fully vanquish 19th-century inspection regimes. Although Kentucky and Virginia both ended compulsory tobacco inspection during Reconstruction, the Maryland legislature continued to ignore the shrill pleas from the Baltimore Sun for similar action into the 1880s, listening instead to the numerous tobacco growers who preferred mandated public assessments of leaf. Many commercial states, such as Massachusetts, Ohio, and Louisiana, retained a robust and wide-ranging inspection system for at least some goods, while taking steps to limit conflicts of interest among inspectors. As we will see, the growing economic importance of many products that defied easy certification of quality led to new inspection laws after the Civil War. Nonetheless, the pullback from compulsory commodity inspection reduced the states' role as arbiters of fair commercial dealings. In addition to inspection laws, 19th-century American states, cities, and counties also maintained myriad licensing schemes as ways to curb duplicitous business practices. Local governments could deny licenses to traveling salesmen, auctioneers, or keepers of intelligence offices whose background raised serious questions about their probity. They could also threaten to revoke or actually rescind the licenses of miscreants. Public officials could use these powers to sanction individuals whose customers had accused them of fraud. Even after receiving his pardon, for instance, Zeno Barnum was unable to regain a New York City auctioneer's license. Furthermore, city governments combined these official means of enforcement with more informal strategies. In the 1840s, the police in New York City emulated a tactic that local authorities in London had deployed as early as 1812. They paid young boys to stand in front of notorious mock auction shops wearing large placards that warned, "Strangers, beware of mock auctions." City authorities in New Orleans soon pursued a similar strategy, employing Negroes, perhaps free, perhaps enslaved, to parade the streets with boards. On one side is "Beware of mock auctions," and on the other is "Beware of Peter Funks." Early in the Civil War, New York City stationed police in front of known mock auction houses to warn off potential customers, threaten arrests, and pressure proprietors to provide refunds. When pursued with sufficient vigor, these approaches reshaped urban geography. The 1862 operation against New York's dodgy auction trade in watches and jewelry cleared the Broadway, Chatham Street, and Maiden Lane shopping districts of these establishments. But such campaigns by no means rid the city or nation of the individuals who ran those firms. Many mock auctioneers who cleared out of the downtown retail districts joined Zeno Barnum in the uptown auction furniture trade, or turned to rigged auctions of cigars or horses. Others moved to new cities with their own supplies of strangers and greenhorns ripe for picking. Even the refusal to grant licenses did little to stop determined perpetrators of business fraud. One might simply open for business without a license like many, if not most, 19th-century intelligence offices, or, like Zeno Barnum after his conviction and pardon, operate through a front man. Indeed, just a year or so after the extensive 1862 police campaign against New York City mock auctioneers, the police commissioner observed that concerted efforts to compel settlements with complaining customers turned out to be futile. The rogue, he pointed out, will continue to rob as long as he loses only the amount of the robberies in the few cases where he is detected, and gains the amount of the robberies in the many cases where he is not. To land a real blow against mock auctioneers, the commissioner called for systematic, ongoing license revocation. Sustained administrative focus on anti-fraud campaigns, however, proved to be the exception among postbellum urban police forces. One further anti-fraud policy adopted at this time deserves at least a brief mention: legal requirements to improve the disclosure of pivotal economic information in a particular market. An important antebellum policy of this sort emerged as a response to the problem of falsely packed cotton. Complaints from Northeastern and European merchants about bales filled with trash, stalks, seeds, sand, dirt, and/or stones, or made heavier through judicious use of water-soaked cotton, rained down upon U.S. exporters in the 20 years that followed the War of 1812, especially during periods of strong demand and high prices. One key problem was that middlemen in the global supply chain struggled to identify who was responsible for such tricks. The connection between a particular bale and the original planter or gin owner whose workers had pressed it was often lost amid the flurry of activity on river landings and in seaports on both sides of the Atlantic. Difficulties in fixing responsibility for deceptive packaging encouraged the practice. Southern elites might have addressed this problem by instituting a system of cotton inspection, but close examination of the inside of a several hundred-pound bale was no easy matter. An alternative idea, pushed by U.S. seaport exporters and British importers alike, called for statutory requirements that every cotton bale include an external mark specifying the planter or ginner who sold it. Because this would greatly assist middlemen in enforcing claims of false packing, the thinking went, it would help to deter the practice. Alabama enacted such legislation in 1832, and other states may have followed suit. But grumbling from American and European textile manufacturers continued. Indeed, renewed high prices during the 1850s led many Southern planters to ignore the duty to brand their bales amid expanded volume and a more hectic trade. Complaints about fraudulent packing once again reached a crescendo, with renewed pleas for tougher regulatory action from mercantile organizations on both sides of the Atlantic. In Barnum's America, then, administrative mechanisms to combat business fraud made duplicitous business practices more difficult and less remunerative in some sectors. Yet large chunks of economic activity remained outside the jurisdiction of administrative officers, while the dynamics of political patronage and the shifting of executive priorities blunted the effectiveness of regulatory schemes. Like the checks of the civil and criminal law, bureaucratic restraints on fraudulent enterprises, whether involving goods inspection, licensing, or standards of information disclosure, bound deception-minded American proprietors only so tightly. The living, breathing law of American marketplaces did not quite map onto P.T. Barnum's published recollections. Individuals and firms who suffered economic losses and attributed their misfortune to duplicity did not find themselves bereft of all legal protections and levers. But given the monetary and social costs of taking fraud allegations to the courts, the degree of institutional and popular skepticism about such allegations, jurisdictional limits, and capacity constraints on public bureaucracies, the showman's autobiographical reflections did not fall wildly short of the mark. The legal environment of his world tilted toward the premises of caveat emptor. The 19th century United States, of course, encompassed several regions, remote rural sections and bustling urban districts, Yankee New England and the Cotton States. It was further riven by social fractures based on race, ethnicity, gender, and class. The legal handling of business fraud reflected these geographic and social divisions. Antebellum appellate judges in southern states that imported slaves proved more sympathetic to civil fraud suits by slave purchasers than did their counterparts in Virginia or Kentucky, where slave owners were far more likely to be sellers than buyers. It mattered that Zeno Burnham's accuser in 1865 was a respectable, middle-class white woman, just as it mattered that the corporate officers who faced criminal fraud charges could pay for the very best legal representation and enjoyed the benefit of the doubt accorded to high social position. Despite the salience of these differences in social identity, the legal treatment of American business fraud generated some broader commercial and financial risks that confronted Barnum's contemporaries from all social backgrounds and in every part of the country. Their economic world was filled with deceit. The antebellum countryside indeed teemed with sharpers, peddlers seeking to unload shoddy wares, rural farmers and storekeepers who engaged in running battles over adulterated goods and manipulated weights and measures, slave owners who attempted to disguise the ailments of the seriously ill men and women whom they wished to sell, land claimants who played fast and loose with legal requirements to secure a slice of the public domain, and land dealers who misrepresented the market value of their real estate or the strength of their claims to ownership. Commercial practices in the antebellum city were, if anything, even less predicated on candor. In addition to the routine deceptions of retail trade, the typical metropolis contained plenty of mock auctioneers like Zeno Barnum and quite a number of mercantile firms that did not hesitate to stretch the truth in their circulars and advertisements. Would-be borrowers lied about their finances, persuaded third parties to lie on their behalf, and lodged already pledged or fraudulent collateral, all to make credit flow. Everywhere the 19th century economy was awash in counterfeits, bogus imitations of branded goods, forged securities, impostors who posed as legitimate business agents, and above all else, fake currency. Rapid growth in the scale and reach of corporate enterprise from the 1840s onward magnified the possibilities for economic legerdemain. Promoters of new corporate securities issued prospectuses that promised fabulous returns and indulged in the grossest of financial evasions, especially in industries whose stocks were greatly in demand, such as mining and oil drilling. The secondary markets remained rife with insider manipulation, and as financial corporations became fixtures of the American economy, so too did sham banks and insurance companies that siphoned off a fraction of deposits and premiums. With far greater regularity, incorporated businesses suffered losses from embezzlements and endemic self-dealing among corporate managers. During the early 1850s, the German journalist, translator, and travel writer Moritz Busch came to the United States for a year's sojourn. Like many European visitors, Busch took on the task of explaining the new republic to his countrymen and women. After months spent in cities, on steamboats, and in rural hamlets, Busch concluded that Ganz Amerika ist eine einzige Ungeheuer, mock auction. All America is one gigantic mock auction. This generalization, like Barnum's autobiography, was exaggerated, and yet there was little doubt that the land between the Hudson and the Mississippi, and beyond them as well, remained locations of much gulling and grafting in which people were well advised to seek whatever channels of information might help them distinguish the trustworthy from the Peter Funks. Chapter 4. Channels of Exposure. Opportunities for fraud exist in any economy, but they were particularly salient in the 19th century United States, where technological breakthroughs, transformations in finance and business organization, and the rapid creation of an integrated national economy sparked a series of economic booms, and where migration and the shifting boundaries of social class loosened traditional forms of communal authority. These conditions encouraged the flowering of a booster ethos suffused with thoroughgoing optimism and celebration of the rapid accumulation of wealth. They also fostered the emergence of pervasive information asymmetries. Optimism bred credulousness and willingness to take on risk. Profound differences in access to market intelligence limited the ability of investors and consumers to assess the claims of the parties with whom they contemplated doing business. This combination increased the payoffs and lowered the costs associated with fraud. Such conditions, along with the de facto legal environment of caveat emptor, led many business owners who felt victimized by some commercial imposition or financial fraud to engage in modes of self-help, a strategy long enshrined in Anglo-American law and social practice. Instead of turning to lawsuits, British and other European importers of falsely packed cotton might demand monetary compensation from their American mercantile correspondents, who often complied, realizing that a delay in payment would gravely damage important long-term economic relationships. Rather than rushing to the police after being taken by a mock auctioneer, visitors to the big city occasionally sought, and sometimes received, redress through a personal show of force. Sometimes fraud victims banded together in larger social actions to voice their displeasure. Thus, in 1835, hundreds of working-class Baltimore depositors, outraged by the Bank of Maryland's failure after brazen managerial speculations, initiated a full-scale riot. Animated by a centuries-old tradition of crowd action as a means of vindicating popular moral economy, These disgruntled casualties of bank fraud destroyed the homes of several bank directors. The problem of business fraud led greater numbers of 19th-century Americans to explore preventative strategies. One common impulse was to cultivate networks of commercial intelligence that gave businessmen access to more than their own eyes and ears as they assessed the trustworthiness of people, goods, and intangible assets. Within communities, webs of local knowledge fixed reputations, as with one shifty Cincinnati storekeeper, whose establishment was described by a judge in a mid-century legal controversy as fairly hedged in by information. Eshelby, looking from his shoe store over the way, sees rascality. Rooney, a very quiet man, knows all about it. The sheriff is on his guard, and creditors are besieging the premises. The image here is striking. A proprietor with proclivities for trickery, fenced in by the shared observations and suspicions of neighbors. The Eshelbys and Rooneys had their counterparts in every village, hamlet, and urban commercial district across the North American continent. Local surveillance, however, proved far less effective as the scale and scope of impersonal economic relationships in the United States expanded, prompting entrepreneurs to develop several institutional strategies to cope with the threats posed by fraud. These usually had the goal of reducing information differentials between counterparties or between principals and their agents, or of providing some form of insurance against fraud-related losses. Some of these approaches encompass the development of entirely new business niches, including confidential credit reporting, the provision of credit insurance, and the emergence of investment banks as mechanisms to discipline corporate managements. Others entailed the fashioning of new methods of monitoring within large-scale corporations, such as stiffer internal accounting controls to limit opportunities for forgery or embezzlement, and innovations in marketing, such as the cultivation of brands or the provision of money-back guarantees. There was also a complementary, if more diffuse, 19th-century response to fraud as an economic dilemma, a growing realm of public commentary about commercial and financial deceit. The constant reminders to Americans to beware of all the goods, services, and opportunities floating around them encouraged demand for public information about prevailing deceptions. A group of self-appointed commercial policemen among the nation's journalists, writers, and publishers took it upon themselves to meet this demand. These guardians surveyed the American marketplace for swindles and swindlers, and then tried to warn the public, in some cases targeting the broader marketplace and society, in others seeking out participants in a single industry or sector. As a result, the era's newspapers, magazines, and bookshops teemed with commentary about frauds and fraudsters. In the resulting public discourse about imposition and humbug, Barnum's contemporaries, and Barnum himself, devised their most substantial, if still quite imperfect, regulation on behalf of truthful commercial speech. Ironically, the resulting public discourse about fraud soon reverberated through American business culture, prompting the evolution of ever more sophisticated modes of economic deceit and buttressing for a good many decades middle-class and elite commitments to the premises of caveat emptor. Making markets for fraud intelligence. Public discourse about economic deception had roots in the colonial period, when newspapers and pamphleteers tracked the exploits of tricksters and confidence men. With the growth in complex economic relationships based on impersonal trust, 19th-century writers explored a widening set of issues about business fraud. The most extensive investigations, particularly in urban newspapers and national periodicals, concerned large-scale financial scandals. When a leading American entrepreneur such as Benjamin Rathbun became embroiled in charges of financial malfeasance, in Rathbun's case because of allegations that he had propped up his real estate developments in mid-1830s Buffalo by forging endorsements, local and national press closely followed the events. Later scandals, such as Robert Schuyler's fraudulent overissue of New Haven and New York Railroad Company stock in the early 1850s, the Crédit Mobilier contracting scandals of the 1860s, and the financial collapses of a series of fraudulent New York City life insurance companies during the 1870s, attracted even more intensive reporting and analysis. This close attention reflected competition among a multiplying number of news outlets, as well as the increased economic fallout of large-scale fraud. American journalists also emulated the example of their British peers. Instances of corporate malfeasance, such as those associated with the railway promotions of the 1840s, the bank and insurance failures of the 1850s, or the stupendous collapse of the Overend and Gurney Bank in 1866, generated massive coverage from Fleet Street. Public surveillance of allegedly duplicitous commercial activities, whether in Britain or America, reached far beyond retrospectives on the most consequential frauds and defalcations. The urban press provided a fraud blotter. Day after day, month after month, readers learned about embezzling bookkeepers and bank tellers, the discovery of forgery rings, efforts to launch bogus banks and insurance companies, and arrests or trials related to criminally prohibited misrepresentations. When private complaints or police investigations identified swindlers who had escaped the porous constraints of the legal system, publications such as the National Police Gazette further made a habit of publishing their physical descriptions or photographs, a 19th-century precursor of the All Points Bulletin. Coverage of specific frauds also prompted more general reflections about how employers, customers, suppliers, creditors, policyholders, or investors could detect it. Articles on one incident recalled analogous dodges and articulated rules of thumb for spotting duplicitous marketing, fraudulent investments and credit applications, or employee behavior that signaled looming defalcation. As early as the 1830s, demand for such commentary supported the emergence of pamphlets and books that detailed the tactics of unscrupulous merchants, stockbrokers, and company promoters. In subsequent decades, publishers produced a steady supply of book-length fraud exposés. Some were memoirs of personal encounters with suspect practices in one segment of the American economy. Others offered up general catalogs of trickery that advised readers how to avoid the fate of the fleeced. Anti-fraud discourse, then, had a broad footprint in America from 1830 onward, taking up space in just about every newspaper, the commercial press, and more specialized trade journals, as well as on the shelves of book dealers. Of course, it shared that space with an enormous amount of puffery that all too often abetted fraudulent practices or schemes. Local newspapers in areas greatly desirous of outside investment capital became notorious for boosterism that buoyed the extravagant claims of associated land speculators and corporate promoters. Trade journals manifested a promotional outlook and a willingness to tout the virtues of leading businesses within the relevant industry. Organizers of mid-century gift enterprises, firms that disposed of hard-to-sell goods through promotional premiums, paid rural editors to place favorable news items about their businesses. Some even created separate newspapers or magazines as thinly veiled marketing vehicles. Up into the 1890s, many papers and journals remained heavily dependent on advertising from the makers of patent medicines, and so displayed scant concern over the fantastic nature of those concerns' assertions and promises. Commodity and securities speculators also concocted all manner of schemes to use news channels as an element of their strategies for manipulating price movements in the nation's markets. Early efforts along these lines involved planting stories in the press that, in combination with coordinated campaigns to circulate rumors, would likely move stock prices in a desired direction. Nearly every Western mining boom of the 1860s and 1870s was accompanied by heavily managed promotional campaigns in local newspapers. In his 1872 account of the previous decade's gold and silver booms, Roughing It, Mark Twain explained the basics of journalistic corruption. Reporters received shares in new mining ventures as a matter of course, and returned the favor with optimistic accounts that frothed at the mouth as if a very marvel in silver discoveries had transpired, all to feed the speculative temper of outside investors. By the latter decades of the century, some speculators published their own tip sheets in financial newspapers to gain a stronger hold on the financial rumor mill. The large-scale speculator Jay Gould went so far as to purchase a respectable publication, the New York World, to facilitate his maneuvers in the stock market. Through the World, Gould could engineer support for his takeover attempts by having the paper run stories that encouraged investors to dump the stocks of the companies in which he was interested. Behavior of this sort horrified the nation's Protestant establishment. In 1854, a Philadelphia clergyman, Henry Boardman, published a collection of sermons/lectures that gave voice to religious concerns about prevailing commercial ethics. The Bible in the Counting House meticulously flayed the duplicitous behavior of American merchants, expressing contempt for efforts to justify cheating through appeal to commercial customs. Boardman's goal was to contrast prevailing deceptions and the mores that tolerated them with the demands of Christianity, thereby convincing the nation's businessmen to subordinate their Machiavellian instincts to the higher norms of Jesus' teachings. In a country in which young men will flock as they have done to the marts of business, and in which those marts set the key patterns for society and culture, the only way to secure religious truth and national honor was to go directly into the abodes of commerce and publish to the great army of traffickers the high requisitions of Christianity. In other words, in Barnum's America, as went the spiritual lives of the merchants, so would go the spiritual life of the country. The great majority of cautions about fraud in this period were rooted in far more prosaic considerations. Most obviously, the sentinels of commercial flim-flam and financial skullduggery perceived a vibrant demand for their reporting, evaluations, and advice, and hoped to profit from that demand. In a commercial world filled with tricks and masquerades, discussion of the latest forgery or confidence game furnished compelling copy, particularly for the penny dailies and popular weekly sheets such as the New York Herald and the National Police Gazette, which catered to mass readerships. Fraud helped to sell papers. For decades, the Police Gazette titillated its readers with the daring exploits of notorious quacks, sharpers, and confidence men, giving their most prominent place to the counterfeiters or swindlers who demonstrated a knack for eluding police or escaping from jail, and exhibiting particular fascination for female con artists or male swindlers who managed to gain the trust of social elites. As in so many other cultures, incidents in which a trickster fooled the high and mighty resonated with less prosperous readers, who in this case had the disposable income to consume tales of comeuppance through commodified newsprint. The pecuniary impulse to gain from public announcements of swindles and humbugs, however, took on an array of manifestations, and these patterns suggest intriguing conflicts over cultural authority within the American marketplace. One important impetus for public warnings about fraud came from well-entrenched businesses whose managers worried about deceptions that siphoned off demand for their offerings. Manufacturers of branded goods were the most important targets of imitations, and by the late 19th century they increasingly fought them through trademark infringement suits. But legal action required the expenditure of significant resources and often entailed risks. As a result, aggrieved businesses often responded to counterfeit goods by engaging in a form of self-help. They placed advertisements that put the members of the public on their guard. Thousands of such advertisements appeared in 19th century newspapers and periodicals. The pleas were to beware of fraud when purchasing Hyde Winship & Company's soap, because a Baltimore distributor was passing off common white soap cut into very thin flakes and a small quantity of perfume applied to the outside as the genuine product, or to look out for fraud when searching for Blake's patent fireproof paint, because its popularity had enticed scores of unprincipled individuals to throw into the market all kinds of worthless counterfeit stuff, much of it no better than dirt from the street, or to purchase the Ostermoor elastic felt mattress only from the manufacturer via mail order, because in retail establishments only frauds are offered, not the Ostermoor. Little changed in this advertising genre over 3/4 of a century, aside from the occasional introduction of basic graphics and the eventual references to unauthorized dealers selling knockoffs. More communal impulses toward economic self-defense also prompted public commentary about swindling and systematic deceit. A 19th-century newspaper sometimes gave intense coverage to fraud allegations out of concern that endemic misrepresentations were damaging its city's standing in regional, national, or international trade. This concern drove an effort by the New York Times during the mid-1850s to prod the city's corn exchange to implement new rules to govern the inspection of flour. After the prohibition of state offices for goods inspection by the 1846 state constitution, a system of private inspection emerged in Manhattan, in which those shippers who desired some kind of quality determination paid for inspection firms to rate their flour. But the system was so riddled with conflicts of interest that the quality of flour shipped from New York deteriorated, leading the Times to spearhead efforts to improve standards of private grain grading. On other occasions, public analyses of fraud represented still subtler forms of commercial self-protection. Businessmen who faced questions about the legitimacy of their business practices or even of their core business model sometimes responded to this kind of criticism by trying to redirect the public spotlight onto even more disreputable enterprises, a version of the strategy of deflection. P.T. Barnum serves as a case in point. Throughout the first few decades of his career, Barnum had to contend with recurring complaints about the more outrageous of his stunts and exhibitions. Many leading social and religious figures denounced Barnum's offerings as swindles, characterizing them as barefaced misrepresentations that gave the visitors to Barnum's American Museum nothing of value in return for the price of admission. The criticism reached a crescendo in the aftermath of Barnum's 1854 autobiography and of his personal insolvency just over a year later. To the Southern Quarterly Review, Barnum's reflections on his life were those of a thimble-rigger who has cheated the public, and who had the effrontery to seek more profits from an exposition of his own roguery. The New York Times complained that the only difference between Barnum's systematic dependence on false pretenses and those of common counterfeiters was that the former had not learned the advantage of doing things on a grand scale and with the flourish of trumpets. Religious commentators were equally scathing. The reviewer for the Christian Examiner condemned the proprietor of the American Museum as having made quackery a fine art, and as possessing an extraordinary vulgarity of aims and a low and unscrupulous cunning. One contemptuous English commentator encapsulated all of these attacks in 1859. Barnum, a writer in the British Advertiser, thundered, had raised himself up as a false prophet, a dangerous cultural icon who tells us that to cheat is no longer a wickedness, that to lie is no longer a condemned expedient, that to gull the public is the beginning and the end of all wisdom, that mammon worship is the true devotion, and that hypocrisy, deceit, lying, perjury, and fraud are the legitimate arts of worship. By the eve of the Civil War, Barnum had become a lightning rod for transatlantic anxieties about the impact of modern capitalism on social mores. The impresario's spectacular insolvency in January 1856 only heightened this dynamic. Barnum failed because he agreed to serve as an endorser for a Connecticut clock manufacturer that, unbeknownst to him, was on the verge of bankruptcy. After he found himself unable to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars of the manufacturer's notes, many of which Barnum alleged were forged, editors across the country happily crowed about a deceitful scoundrel getting his comeuppance. The deposed king of humbug, one Albany paper wrote, had been able to evade the law and delude the clergy, but his relentless attempts to gain notoriety without paying for it had finally and appropriately exploded in his face. Barnum anticipated most of these attacks in his first autobiography, insisting that he provided his customers with excellent value. In addition to the genuine curiosities and quality theatrical shows in his museum, his skeptical visitors had the entertaining experience of evaluating the authenticity of his spurious exhibits, and of trying to figure out how Barnum managed to put things over on his audiences. Some commentators on his place in American culture picked up on this theme. Thus, in defending the showman in the immediate aftermath of his failure, the New York Tribune insisted that, in law and morals, there is a great distinction, and justly so, between white and black lies. Only costing his customers extremely moderate sums, Barnum's exhibitions succeeded eminently in gratifying the sentiment of wonder. The Tribune concluded that every person who visited the American Museum got his money's worth. Barnum's 1865 book, Humbugs of the World, extended this line of argument. In this treatise on scams in American commerce, religion, and medicine, the showman contrasted his techniques of promotion and jovial misdirection, which he depicted as legitimate, with contemptible varieties of swindling and imposture. The wholesalers and grocers who adulterated foods, the mail-order lottery dealers who touted rigged drawings, the promoters who peddled worthless shares of bogus oil companies, the mediums and spiritualists who faked access to the world of the dead, and the quacks who conjured up contrived testimonials from Civil War generals for their hashish candy or preparation of Turkish roses, all these deserved the appellation of swindler, and many a few years in the penitentiary. By comparison, a purveyor of entertainment who attracted crowds of customers by his unique displays, and who sent these customers home satisfied with the experience of puzzling over their authenticity, had done nothing but divert his audience with an afternoon's enjoyable respite. During the postbellum decades, several respectable New York City stockbrokers and speculators, including William Henry Fowler and Henry Clews, undertook a similar approach with regard to the often mysterious business of Wall Street. These financial insiders decried the techniques of unscrupulous stockbrokers and bucket shops. Such operators often only pretended to execute the trades ordered by their customers, shaved off profitable returns through false reports on actual trades, and reported initial phantom profits on investments in order to attract more substantial deposits. Fowler and Clews similarly explained and excoriated the strategies that speculating rings used to disseminate false rumors among investors eager for some inside dope. The most direct message of these publications was that individuals tempted to enter the fray of the securities markets should ignore the wild promises of unsolicited stock circulars. But another dominant theme harped on the enormous difference between the multitude of swindling brokers and the high-toned firms with close links to the New York Stock Exchange, an institution described by one pamphleteer as unquestionably honorable, legitimate, and thoroughly reliable, and providing the most complete protection against irresponsibility. Once again, the strategy here was to deploy scathing critiques of purveyors of deceit as a way to legitimate related businesses that faced significant public complaint. Not all 19th-century American publicists of fraud were businessmen who perceived themselves to be targeted by counterfeiting miscreants, local elites anxious over threats to regional economic reputation, or entrepreneurs who faced sufficient criticisms of their own practices to prompt attempts to redirect public criticism elsewhere. In many segments of the American economy, strategically placed individuals took advantage of their knowledge and access to commercial intelligence to set themselves up as cultural authorities and de facto arbiters of when economic behavior overstepped acceptable boundaries. The publishers of counterfeit detector manuals, which proliferated from the 1830s up to the Civil War, took on this role. Their imposing lists of all the spurious and doubtful banknotes in circulation were sent to subscribers by a shifting band of metropolitan note brokers, such as New Yorker John Thompson. These financial middlemen recognized that their expertise about a heterogeneous antebellum money supply allowed them to furnish the broader public with detailed descriptions that distinguished trustworthy from bogus currency. Few other spheres of American commerce generated as extensive efforts to institutionalize fraud coverage as the circulation of paper money, although some came close. From its inception, Scientific American paid close attention to methods for masking imitations of manufacturing materials, strategies for manipulating the weights and measures of commodities, and patent swindles, including the marketing of bogus inventions such as the Keeley motor, said to run on mysterious etheric energy. The emergence and rapid technological evolution of photography was accompanied by all manner of photographic snake oil, slight tweaks to established approaches that did nothing to improve performance, magical new methods that failed outright, fake licenses to actual or even non-existent patents. Such tactics prompted the creation of journals such as the Philadelphia Photographer, which informed subscribers about the latest chemical impostures. Trade journals aimed at druggists, physicians, and chemists similarly took aim at worthless patent medicines and practices of food adulteration. From the Civil War onward, the Engineering and Mining Journal policed fake mining processes, the promotion of fraudulent mining stocks, and efforts by insiders to manipulate price movements on mining exchanges. 19th-century trade journals performed many functions. In addition to providing fraud-related intelligence, they covered technological and organizational innovations, discussed public policies that impinged on their economic sector, compiled and disseminated statistics about sales and markets, and furnished a vehicle for advertisers to reach a sectoral niche. But fraud fighting at least occasionally topped this list with regard to marketing strategy. Thus, in the mid-1890s, a new weekly called Electricity marketed itself primarily as a means to keep abreast of fakes in a technical marketplace undergoing a dizzying pace of technological innovation. Aware that subscribers to trade journals had come to expect intelligence about business frauds, the promoters of Electricity directed their advertising dollars toward such periodicals, placing ads that highlighted the value of its fraud coverage. Although its advertisements also promised to convey news about developments in electrical research in a non-technical and popular manner, the journal's greatest selling feature was its promise to redress information asymmetries for those whose knowledge of electrical matters is limited, thereby protecting them from all forms of humbuggery, quackery, and fraud. For several postbellum publications, the fraud beat became an entrenched feature, an editorial department on which readers could depend. American honey producers who subscribed to the American Bee Journal or Gleanings in Bee Culture received not only ongoing coverage of recent developments in the patents column, the proceedings of state beekeeper conventions, and novel ideas for marketing honey, but also the latest news of adulteration in honey and swindles and humbugs. The latter ranged from tracking the movements and enterprises of noteworthy operators, in some cases for years, to detailing the most recent commercial hoaxes targeting beekeepers. In Orange Judd's American Agriculturist, the most influential weekly for the nation's vast farming population, subscribers from the 1850s on encountered regular exposés of sundry frauds and humbugs. Occupying almost a full newspaper page, this feature achieved a national reputation as a foe of fakery. As the American Journal of Dental Science put the consensus view in 1879, the agriculturalist's persistent caustic exposures of humbugs and swindles are of great value to all its readers. The regular sections about economic deceit in rural America had a strongly democratic flavor, as they depended on the active participation of readers. Subscribers sent in hundreds of letters describing encounters with fraud, expecting them to be printed as warnings to the broader farm population. J. E. Moore sent along a typical missive to the American Bee Journal in March 1878, cautioning readers about the crystal honey fraud and its promoter, a Mr. Chidester of New York City, who was offering sales agencies a fake method to make candy out of honey. Farmers also bombarded these publications with queries about unsolicited business propositions, unfamiliar marketing tactics, and novel products, seeking authoritative assessments of whether a company or advertised machine was above board. Editors sometimes pursued their own research to furnish readers with answers, especially if the inquiry involved a firm that had advertised in their journals. On other occasions, they convened informational clearinghouses, publishing letters of inquiry in the expectation that far-flung readers would chime in with helpful responses. These journal-based communities were 19th-century versions of tightly moderated Internet bulletin boards, in which editors selected both initial postings to the community and then the contributors to subsequent threads of sometimes contentious discussion resulting from crowdsourced investigation. Persistent efforts to warn Americans about the swindles in their midst reflected an editorial assumption that fraud monitoring paid dividends by helping to convince readers that they received value for subscription dollars. As the Genesee Farmer noted during its 1855 coverage of prevailing frauds in the distribution of guano fertilizers, made from seabird droppings harvested from Chilean and Peruvian island rookeries, the agricultural press is never more usefully employed than in watching the interests of farmers and guarding them against the frauds of dishonest speculators. Let the farmers see that their trusted friends are sustained. When circumstances allowed, as they often did, editors crowed about their triumphs in clearing the marketplace of swindlers and shams. As the Genesee Farmer plea also suggests, however, the ethos of fraud prevention embraced a more communitarian sensibility. Among agricultural journals that made fraud coverage a specialty, the departments of humbug manifested a language of friendship. A. I. Root, the longtime editor of Gleanings in Bee Culture, tagged his section on humbugs and swindles pertaining to bee culture with a reminder that we respectfully solicit the aid of our friends in conducting this department and would consider it a favor to have them send us all circulars that have a deceptive appearance. The greatest care will be at all times maintained to prevent injustice being done to anyone. Beekeepers who desired information about a company, salesman, product, or business opportunity accordingly addressed their queries not to editor or even A.I. Root, but rather to friend Root. Root responded in kind, addressing his published replies to Friend P or Friend B. This practice personalized the answers that he furnished to F.A. Parsons of Oconto, Washington, or to D.D. Brewer of Springfield, Arkansas, both of whom wrote Root in 1886 to inquire about the supposedly patented golden beehive. Root was happy to oblige, explaining that the patent right man is trying to come the old trick over you. Such a familiar mode of address simultaneously connected Parsons and Brewer to the hundreds of other farmers who read his gleanings. Together, this band of beekeepers kept one another abreast of a continental market, leaning on the intercession of a trusted editorial intermediary to facilitate a collective means of protection against the wiles of patent right agents and other dodgy operators. In the case of many trade journals, such as Iron Age and the Railroad Gazette, the inclination of editors to set themselves up as inveterate enemies of imposition and fraud went hand in hand with professionalization. Eager to secure the social and economic status of experts, the era's spokesmen for chemists, pharmacists, and engineers portrayed their lines of work as having an ethic of truthfulness resulting from rigorous technical education and the social obligation to expose falsehood and quackery. This responsibility included not only vetting the legitimacy of new ventures and spreading the word about dicey business practices such as deceptive accounting tricks, but also informing readers about migratory charlatans who posed as experts, or novel scams cooked up by employees to bilk their employers. Assiduous reporting on such matters put readers on their guard against further swindling. Throughout the postbellum decades, the Engineering and Mining Journal furnished especially detailed articulations of the premises that undergirded expert surveillance of the marketplace. The journal's editors, Richard Rothwell and Rossiter Raymond, proclaimed independence from all conflicts of interest, all entangling alliances with mining speculations or stockbrokers. In issue after issue, they professed commitment to the values of professional expertise in the assessment of existing and proposed mines and mining corporations, and the obligations that all geologists and mining engineers had to the broader public, even when employed by mining promoters. They further pledged that their publication was the inveterate enemy of all fraudulent mining ventures, and that it would give such disinterested information as may put investors on their guard against the bogus or overvalued enterprises that are already seeking to beguile the confiding of their money. To those ends, Rothwell and Raymond emulated the community-building techniques of the agricultural papers, cultivating a far-flung network among subscribers, who were primarily mining professionals and investors. The editors solicited cautions about suspicious mining promotions and queries about the legitimacy of new and often isolated mining ventures, while also requesting readers to respond on the basis of their professional competence and local knowledge. All this surveillance, the editors insisted, had the ultimate goals of stabilizing the flow of capital into the American mining industry and so sustaining entrepreneurial opportunities in that sector. By exposing swindlers who sought to unload stocks and phony mines and companies that hawked bogus mining processes, the journal promised not simply to render them harmless, and so to save investors from embarrassing losses. Rothwell and Raymond further hoped to buttress public confidence in the mining sector, since every dishonest enterprise is a standing warning against the investment of capital by Americans and Europeans alike. Systematic exposure of swindling mining promotions, then, promised to counteract the all-too-common equation of mining investments with wildcats and a form of gambling in which the outsider stood but little chance of winning. Such regulatory impulses mirrored earlier justifications for the methods adopted in American credit reporting, where networks of watchful reporters sent in assessments about local firms and business owners. By identifying the scoundrels who sought credit, the mercantile agency's Lewis Tappan had hoped in the 1840s his network of informants would check knavery and purify the mercantile air, making it easier for honest enterprises to attract the oxygen of credit. For Tappan, like the trade journal editors, modern markets rested on public trust, which in turn rested on a base of social norms and regulatory structures, in this case outside the bounds of the state. For the trade journals, anti-fraud stances represented a targeted expression of commercial oversight that reached only a single economic sector. Several agricultural weeklies claimed a broader jurisdiction, recognizing that farm families confronted scams directed at them as producers, consumers, and investors. But these papers tended not to cover the kind of retailing and investing swindles that predominated in America's burgeoning cities. Metropolitan newspapers took on those frauds. Like Orange Judd's American Agriculturalist, urban dailies such as the Boston Herald, Philadelphia Public Ledger, and New York Times, and national weeklies such as the National Police Gazette, covered all kinds of commercial deception. Small-scale depredations by local auctioneers and grocers received attention alongside swindles perpetrated through mail-order marketing and the fraudulent machinations of corporate insiders. In reflecting the larger purposes of such reporting, newspaper editors claimed the mantle of commercial guardians and popular educators on behalf of not just one particular slice of the American population, farmers or pharmacists or mining investors, but of the nation's most important marketplaces, of their city's populaces as a whole. The Times evinced great pride in its warnings and cautions, characterizing itself in the mid-1870s as a champion of the commercial honor of the community, with the right to bring a great fraud to light in whatever way we can. The National Police Gazette's editor similarly thumped his chest as a guardian of truthful commercial communication, proudly recalling in 1880 that since its inception several decades earlier, the publication had had a policy of attacking all classes and kinds of frauds, stripping them of their veneering and exposing them to the contempt which they merited. These endeavors shaped popular understandings of the role of the press as monitors of economic candor. By the 1870s, letters from alleged victims of fraud poured into urban newspaper offices. One such missive from Policyholder arrived on the desk of the editor of the New York Times in May 1873, noting that a competing paper had just begun to report on high-handed corporate mismanagement in life insurance corporations. Observing that the Times had already rendered lasting benefit in fraud exposures, Policyholder implored the paper to direct its investigative powers toward this question, especially as most insurance journals published only purchased puffs and flattering notices. Governmental officials became so accustomed to the press alerting the public to prevailing scams that they sometimes sent their own cards to newspapers to issue a fraud warning. By this point, urban residents and officials had developed settled expectations that newspapers served as sentinels of trade and finance, sounding the alarm about all manner of fraud and imposition. Taking on the role of guardianship against commercial duplicity earned 19th-century writers and publications more than a little enmity. In the antebellum decades, reports of circulating counterfeits or fraudulent financial reports triggered vigorous complaints from bank officers, who denied the existence of the former and the veracity of the latter. When a newspaper exposed sharp practices or outright swindles involving the management of publicly traded corporations, the incident might elicit whispering campaigns that its editor had been bought off by a syndicate looking to execute a bare raid on the company's stock. In some instances, aggrieved corporations either threatened or instigated libel suits against trade journals that had raised serious questions about the truthfulness of financial reporting. The lurking possibility of libel actions led most editors to take care before publishing correspondence that alleged some kind of fraud. Orange Judd's American Agriculturist stressed in 1872 that it ignored all anonymous accusations, refused to publicize charges against names and business enterprises without sufficient evidence, and in the case of any error caused by the deception of a malicious correspondent who wished to vent his spleen, would make a prompt correction or retraction. But the occasional controversy and lawsuit did not forestall the emergence of a vigorous public conversation about the swindles and beguilements swirling about American marts of trade. Indeed, Judd boasted that despite frequent attempts at intimidation through libel suits, his weekly had exposed over 1,500 swindles in its first 31 years, or nearly one every week. In one sense, attacks on fraud exposés deepened 19th-century anti-fraud discourse because they encouraged some editors around the turn of the next century to open their journals to critics who wished to challenge a given accusation. By giving both sides of a question a fair hearing, the press would furnish Americans with the most compelling arguments about how to distinguish legitimate businesses and business practices from unwarranted puffery or contemptible chicanery. The Paradoxes of Gatekeeping. Orange Judd and his fellow 19th-century editors and economic writers took on roles as guardians of American commercial speech. Through specific warnings and more general instruction, these self-appointed gatekeepers extended the number of metaphorical placards paraded before the domiciles and advertisements of dodgy enterprises, imploring strangers to beware of some particular Peter Funk, or simply of general Peter Funkism. Their collective efforts had tangible impacts. When publications built up a strong community of readers committed to a shared project of market surveillance, they hemmed in duplicitous marketers. By calling out operators and shining a light on emerging schemes and scams, they deprived swindlers of the oxygen of trust and plausibility, and so speeded up the process by which a given swindle burned out. Through the media of newspapers, magazines, and coordinated correspondence, these informal communities greatly expanded the geographic reach of watchfulness. They multiplied the pairs of eyes, the Eshelbys and Rooneys, that might not only spot commercial or financial knavery, but also bring it to the attention of a larger, and in some cases continental, neighborhood. Such actions enabled Americans to recalibrate their judgments about the individuals and firms with whom they might do business, improving reputational checks on duplicity. And yet, the dissemination of so much commentary also furnished new opportunities for fraud. The capacity to use publicity and mechanisms of informal public education to contain the threats posed by economic deception depended on the good faith of journalistic gatekeepers. But could one truly trust the Orange Judds and Rossiter Raymonds of the age's commercial public sphere? As soon as figures developed reputations as trustworthy brokers, the American marketplace faced new dangers of corruption and novel possibilities for corrosive mimicry. The same set of threats emerged with other institutional strategies to combat economic misrepresentation, such as the development of internal accounting and efforts to screen employees for fidelity. Every new form of institutional monitoring to combat business fraud could itself become a vehicle for imposture. Indeed, the informal culture of surveillance and public exposure served as a feedback loop to those contemplating economic deception, a low-cost channel of intelligence about prevailing schemes and public awareness of them. All the writing about swindles and measures to prevent fraud thus furnished not only a basic curriculum in deceptive tactics, but also signals to swindlers about when to change modes of operation, as well as blueprints for how to exploit the trust created by new methods of inhibiting duplicity. Direct evidence for this kind of dialectic is sparse, but descriptions of scams in the press, like more comprehensive book-length overviews of deceit on Wall Street or in the retailing trades, were just as available to the rogue and the hard-pressed entrepreneur as they were to the excessively credulous investor, farmer, or store owner. As a result, coverage of swindles and more comprehensive inventories of deceptive strategies might furnish anyone contemplating the adoption of these practices with a quick course of instruction as to how they might proceed. A mid-century explanation in Hunt's Merchants magazine about the most common techniques by which grocers doctored their commodities could turn consumers into more savvy judges of vinegar and sugar, or tutor retailers in the finer points of padding profit margins. When agricultural papers published the detailed recipe used by a shady fertilizer company to adulterate guano in 1855, one can certainly wonder whether its impact was limited to placing farmers more effectively on their guard, or whether it also helped to launch new schemes to palm off on the credulous farmers of our broad domain a comparatively worthless article at a high price and under a false name. Cognizant of the often contradictory impulses toward credulity and suspicion bred by an economy prone to boom psychology and characterized by widespread deception, some 19th-century scam artists embraced the trust manufacturing strategy of deflection. These dodgy proprietors directed public attention to competing frauds as the route to push their own. In the late 1880s, the Pulvermacher Company of New York pursued an elaborate version of this strategy, distributing free copies of Health and Strength Regained, a complete encyclopedia of information for suffering humanity. This compendium promised to expose the frauds practiced by quacks and medical impostors, including sham curative articles, and to furnish simple tests for detecting increasingly fashionable but spurious electric belts, all the while pointing readers to how they might achieve permanent health. That key to such an outcome for the afflicted lay in their finding out how to treat their own cases at home by electricity, using the pioneer and only reliable electric belt, which Pulvermacher would be pleased to send along at half price. Here was just the sort of elaborate scheme that the purveyors of electricity would soon promise to uncover. The use of exposés as a means of pitching a swindle was especially common within the burgeoning field of patent medicines and health nostrums. But in many other sectors of the economy, a still more complicated dance ensued between people who sought to make economic deception more difficult, and so restore the foundations of impersonal commercial trust, and those who kept a keen eye on novel opportunities for transforming such trust into dangerous credulity. In sectors such as antebellum currency distribution, postbellum mining promotion, and late 19th century financial services, complex systems for detecting and preventing fraud produced ever more elaborate masquerades. The codependent evolution of counterfeiting techniques and anti-counterfeiting schemes began as soon as Americans embraced chartered banks and paper currency in the early 19th century. A proliferation of banks generated a blizzard of befuddling banknotes of various denominations, sizes, colors, and degrees of reliability. When the presence of so much rag paper led to near-obsessive coverage of known fraudulent bills in newspapers, banking journals, and, by the 1830s, counterfeit detectors, counterfeiting rings rapidly adapted to the new environment, finding ways to manipulate the confidence bred by authoritative catalogs of bad notes. The manufacturers and distributors of bogus currency learned to time their distribution of notes so that they came just after the publication of a local or regional catalog. Some put out a small batch of a counterfeit with an obvious defect in order to stimulate warnings about a given issue, and then, once those cautions had become widespread, flooded the market with an altered version of the fakes. Bribing the editors of counterfeit detectors to look the other way seems to have occurred with some frequency, at least in light of allegations made by competing publications. Most brazenly, some counterfeiters published their own bogus counterfeit detectors, which both masked particular counterfeits and, in combination with all of the controversies over the honesty of more established organs, sowed public skepticism about the utility of all available detectors. Dodgy financing of postbellum mining corporations, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and the Far West, gave rise to a similar process of heightened fraud surveillance followed by adjusted modes of swindling. As Western mining took off in the aftermath of the Civil War, the sector gained notoriety for misrepresentations and outright swindles. The most duplicitous practices included the promotion of phony mining stocks and insider schemes to manipulate the stock prices of genuine mining companies, which often involved the spreading of false information about their output. But the truly sophisticated approaches emerged only over several decades. During the 1860s, promoters of fraudulent Western mining companies followed a relatively simple recipe. They issued prospectuses that envisioned fabulously rich veins of ore, enticed prominent figures to become company directors through the granting of stock allocations, and exhibited fake sample ores at mining bureaus in San Francisco or large eastern cities. These tactics soon attracted criticism from both technical and non-technical publications. The American Mining Index produced a telling spoof of fraudulent promotions in a satire on the Hunky-Dora Silver Mining Company, which was headed by Treasurer Gideon Graball and President Jeremiah Blowhard, whose directors included Major General D. Billety and Adjutant General Peculation, and which obtained legal advice from the firm of Sneak, Quibble, and Steele. A stream of news stories about the machinations of mining companies, in combination with widespread losses by outside investors, bred deep-seated skepticism. Americans began to joke that a mine was a hole in the ground owned by a liar, or a hole in the ground sold by a lying promoter to a stupid investor. Such perceptions, in part the result of journalistic exposés, slashed the supply of capital for all mining ventures. Over the course of the 1870s and 1880s, genuine mining promoters adopted several strategies to buttress public confidence. In addition to touting the assessments of independent geologists and mining engineers, they delayed public offerings until ventures began significant mining operations, placed a premium on early payment of dividends to demonstrate earning capacity, and circulated financial reports. In turn, shadier mine promoters crafted novel forms of deceit. Alerted by the mining press to these attempts to display trustworthiness, the swindling community crafted more sophisticated schemes of theatrical emulation. They distributed glowing analyses from sham experts, or salted mines with ore samples in order to fool legitimate mining engineers about a location's prospects. They initiated at least some actual mining operations in an unexplored spot, or revived production at an abandoned mine on the basis of a supposedly newfangled mining process, and then paid early dividends out of capital. They further made it worth the while of local newspapers and, in some cases, national mining journals to print positive commentaries on their speculations, marking their undertakings as above board and stoking expectations of gain. Finally, in the aftermath of endemic bankruptcies among Western mining companies, promoters bought up the resulting wreckage on the cheap. The Engineering and Mining Journal tracked all of these developments, which led the publication to refine its rules of thumb for mining investors. In the late 1870s, amid a renewed interest in mining stocks that sustained the refloating of Eastern mining stock exchanges, the journal consistently reminded its subscribers that rock or specimen assays are worthless, and fancy promises and prospectuses, glowing newspaper columns, and the endorsements of prominent directors little better, that no mine should receive serious attention unless a reputable legal authority vouched for its holding uncontested legal title to its claims, that investors should consider only producing mines with incontrovertible profits, and, most importantly, that no investment should proceed in the absence of consultation with professional mining engineers. This latter recommendation required further elaboration, as the turn to such precautions had encouraged the proliferation of quacks and impostors posing as reputable engineers. As a result, capitalists had to screen their mining advisors carefully, and of course the best way to do so was to scrutinize the Engineering and Mining Journal. Within the wider financial services industry, the emergence of more complex schemes of misrepresentation also took place over several decades. Initial gambits involved paying newspaper and magazine editors to run stories that placed promotions in a favorable light. Every so often, a big city newspaper would delight in demonstrating the compromised ethics of a rival, touting the latter's corruption in its coverage of an investment scheme. Thus, in 1857, the New York Times sought to prick the New York Herald's pretensions as an authority on public virtue, running several stories on its rival's long-standing attempts to goose investment in the fraudulent Parker Vane Coal Company of Maryland, which had failed spectacularly 3 years before. As early as the 1860s, some editors had advocated that publications forswear the corrupt placement of promoters' financial news stories or related editorial squibs, a stance that attracted growing support among national publications desirous of social respectability. In the case of the New York Sunday Mercury, the uncovering of journalistic corruption and corporate deceit underpinned the paper's efforts to build a loyal readership. Unlike its moribund competitors, who hawked access for $1 a line and sold editorials at $5 a column, the editor of the Mercury proclaimed that his paper maintained an unswerving independence. Rather than emulating the many servile tools of corporate interests, the Mercury pledged a war upon wickedness and fraud in high places, alongside a repudiation of bribery in any form, whether as an advertisement or a purchased puff. By the late 1880s and 1890s, the depth of misrepresentation in the financial markets had helped to spawn several business models predicated on closing the informational gulf that separated insiders from the investing public. These new firms ranged from financial newspapers such as the Wall Street Daily News, founded 1879, and the Wall Street Journal, founded 1889, to investment analysts and bond raters such as Standard & Poor's and Moody's. The financial press cast beady eyes on the legitimacy of new stock issues and the propriety of managerial decision-making at leading corporations. These publications sought, as one reader of the Wall Street Daily News noted in its first year of operation, to give investors some idea of the movements in the market and other information that will guard the public against imposition. The emergence of such intermediaries inspired deceptive embellishments, turning the perpetrators of stock frauds toward schemes of deflection. During the early 20th century, promoters of bogus stocks distributed newsletters, tip sheets, and weeklies that purported to warn readers about scams afoot in the securities markets, all to cover their own misrepresentations. In casting aspersions on the press's role in hyping products and investments, the era's critics did not allege that editors and journalists were rotten to the core. The occasional acceptance of compensation in exchange for the publication of planted news stories or editorial endorsements did not mean a complete absence of journalistic integrity. Nor did many newspaper editors possess the capacity to check the veracity of the accounts and stories that crossed their desks. As the Engineering and Mining Journal observed in May 1877, with respect to the evaluation of mining corporations, few publications had sufficient facilities for separating the wheat from the tares, for passing correct judgment on the thousands of opinions expressed on the subject of mining. Yet whether public misrepresentations emanated from corrupt self-interest or a mixture of credulousness, optimism, and ignorance, they greatly complicated economic decision-making. The profusion of published puffery and countervailing exposés could be dizzying, leaving Americans unsure of what to believe or whom to trust. 19th-century frauds gave rise to private monitoring of business communications, which in turn begat new forms of deception, new corruptions of trust, and eventually new surveillance mechanisms and certifications of trustworthiness. With the emergence of every new community guardian came yet another set of possible theatrical roles and backdrops, yet more concerns about potential impostures. This cycle, so indicative of the ingenuity that went into the preparation and execution of frauds, did not emerge so early nor with such sophistication in every economic sector. To some extent, this cycle had a self-limiting quality. Ever more elaborate swindles depended on ever greater investments. One could not produce compelling counterfeit banknotes, fake mining ventures, or several months' worth of a financial newspaper without access to meaningful startup capital. Once the requirements of effective misrepresentation became more daunting, swindlers faced barriers to entry. Nonetheless, the pattern occurred with enough frequency to sustain healthy demand for intelligence about economic deceit throughout the century and beyond. Fraud Sentinels and the Case for Caveat Emptor. 19th-century editors and writers who sought to combat economic chicanery faced an additional dilemma: the continued credulity of consumers, business owners, and investors. Despite the upsurge in public scrutiny of commercial deception, the American marketplace remained full of swindling. Many leading anti-fraud beacons marveled at the resilience of duplicity around them. Notwithstanding the hundreds of warnings of the press, one writer pointed out in 1872, swindlers seemed to have little trouble maintaining a steady business. Even if broadly disseminated alarms broke up a few firms for the time being, accomplished con artists moved on to territory that had not yet encountered sustained press coverage of their brand of artifice. Alternatively, they cooked up some new scheme, often a variation on some venerable scam, launched it under new names, and continued on their merry way. Despite all the cautions, another commentator fretted a few years later, Americans demonstrated an amazing gullibility to enter into mechanical and financial schemes of enormous promise and certain failure. Contemporaneous explanations for the American public's enduring susceptibility to fraudulent pitchmen turned in part to psychological themes. Postbellum commentators homed in on the depth of ambition for wealth in the United States. Some writers argued that, aware of the enormous fortunes created by periodic booms and attracted to schemes that offered democratic access to riches, Americans' greed for sudden gain blinded them to the possibility of disappointment and prompted them to the most reckless waste of their hard-won savings. Here lay a large obstacle before the self-appointed commercial mandarins who sought to watch over the marketplace and alert their readers whenever some roguish plot was afoot. The vision implicit in most anti-fraud discourse was of dispassionate assessment of risk and reward, of careful evaluation of available information and competing arguments, of sensible reliance on disinterested experts, of individuals who would learn from mistakes and cultivate healthy suspicion of promises that seemed too good to be true. This approach presumed a reflective public sphere, driven by rational assessment and sober calculation. But even before the advent of psychology-driven sales campaigns in the early 20th century, American marketing was suffused with emotional appeals, most obviously to fantasies of easily attained luxury and promises of regained health, but also, in some cases, to the desire to recoup past losses through a new roll of the dice. As early as the 1860s, promoters of fraudulent insurance had learned the effectiveness of the roll-up, that they could lure many holders of stocks or policies in insolvent corporations to buy into new enterprises that had purchased the assets of the failed concerns. Through trial and error, veterans of marketing swindles and more legitimate business enterprises learned how to appeal to the cognitive vulnerabilities catalogued in recent decades by behavioral economists. The pervasiveness of what often seemed like transparently foolish economic behavior raised a central problem for postbellum fraud sentinels: what to do if their warnings were not enough to stem the tide of deceit, especially beyond the ranks of those vigilant correspondents who made up some editor's far-flung, informal anti-fraud police force. For the most part, America's social elites and middle-class opinion-makers responded to the stubborn reality of endemic duplicity by rededicating themselves to the values of economic self-reliance. Many incidents of deception recalled by memoirists or covered in the press had entertainment value because of the admiration that so many Americans had for a well-executed scam, or because of the humor and schadenfreude elicited by a sucker's misfortune. If the promoters of a fake California diamond mine managed to fool several legitimate geologists and mining professionals by salting the area with diamonds, who then convinced prominent capitalists to jump in with both feet, many journalists felt bound to give the swindlers their due, their duplicity being a well-laid, skillfully executed, ingeniously arranged and managed affair. In discussing the problem of falsely packed cotton, a postbellum Georgia newspaper might, rather than scold its readers or sermonize about the threat to Southern commercial reputation, advise that farmers who wish to cheat buyers rely on rocks and iron rather than wet cotton, because the former was less easily detected and the latter had less pernicious impact on the remainder of the bale. When insiders revealed the nature of financial market manipulation, they might describe themselves as a vigilance committee of bubble prickers. But their accounts exuded appreciation for the audacity and artfulness exhibited by veteran speculators and pool operators, who often came from modest circumstances, resolutely maintained the secrecy of their maneuvers, and found clever ways to bend public sentiment to their purposes. Within limits, the minders of economic probity could pay their respects to a good dodge and a successful dodger. The Dodgers demonstrated not just coolness, calculation, and self-control, but also a passion for self-advancement, a canny ability to negotiate the social demands of an industrializing culture, and an adaptability to momentary reversals of fortune. With even greater regularity, 19th-century writers evinced little or no sympathy for the victims of fraud. The staple jokes about the dismal prospects of outsiders who dabbled in mining investments carried such connotations. So, too, did the expressions of near disbelief about the naivete that Americans displayed in so many other contexts. Scientific American marveled at credulous inventors who ought to be shingled for stupidity, for making no effort to assess the reputations of swindling patent agents who had solicited their business. Orange Judd, who so assiduously compiled reports of fraudulent doings in the American Agriculturalist, expressed occasional astonishment at the folly of rural consumers, whose chasing after impossibly cheap deals merited contempt rather than pity. Postbellum observers of the financial markets wondered at the ability of the outside public to forget how they have been bamboozled by these bogus companies, suggested that the public loves to be humbugged, and argued that it is not advisable to keep a fool and his money together. Meanwhile, reports on health-related swindles chronicled how our susceptible young men were so easily duped by the specious advertisements in country newspapers into the belief that for some fancied secret ailment they will find a remedy. As far as most Gilded Age commentators were concerned, if creditors or investors or consumers plunged into some transaction without the most basic effort to investigate its legitimacy, they had little justification for pointing fingers anywhere but at their own breasts. The prevalence of fly-by-night storekeepers in the Northeast, who persuaded wholesalers to deliver large orders on credit and then skipped town, prompted one editorial reflection that captured the sentiment nicely. In this sort of situation, all we can say is that the credulous merchants deserve to suffer for it. Similar premises guided the most common prescriptions for how American society should cope with rampant quackery: more suspicion, greater prudence, more investigation, and closer attention to the burgeoning sources of economic surveillance such as credit reporters, reputable stockbrokers, and the fraud-fighting press. Here the sensibilities of American commentators echoed the inclinations of the 19th century British establishment. However much London opinion-makers railed against duplicitous managers in the aftermath of some colossal corporate bankruptcy, they heaped equal scorn on the middle class and elite stockholders whose inattention and fanciful projections had brought their losses upon themselves. Edward Youmans, the editor of Popular Science Monthly, encapsulated this Anglo-American view in an 1874 commentary on the celebrated Tichborne case in England. This legal controversy involved a fraudulent claim to an inheritance, which, despite abundant evidence of imposture, led to 7 years' worth of court cases and popular controversy. Youmans used this instance of widespread public folly to reflect on the reach of deception and fraud in his own nation. He produced a litany of false pretenses, much like the one proffered by Barnum 20 years earlier, taking note of every type of retailer and artisan, the falsified foods of the grocer and the swindling textures of the dry goods man, the flim-flam of unscrupulous shoemakers and dishonest hatters, the builders of fraudulent houses and sham furniture, the gas man who sells us one thing and furnishes another. Even more directly than Barnum, Youmans observed that overreaching and circumventing and the attainment of ends by false pretenses had taken on the character of accepted, even admirable conduct organized in our blood. Such smartness and sharpness have acquired new meanings and are openly commended, and nothing is more common than the remark that a little humbug is indispensable in all successful management. Appreciation for clever imposition and impatience with those who should have known better fed into debates about the nature of economic deception and about who should have authority to distinguish sharp practices from unacceptable and illegal deceit. Nowhere can one see this influence more clearly than with regard to the question of how Americans should apply social norms about duplicity to novel forms of business enterprise, such as the urban spectacles championed by P.T. Barnum, or the modes of stock, bond, and commodities investments emerging on New York's and Chicago's financial exchanges. As we have seen, Barnum and the emerging financial elite both took the trouble to highlight prevailing swindles and impositions as a means of differentiating such reprehensible practices from their own endeavors, which, because of their supposed benefits to society, deserved respectable status. But to unabashed critics of Barnum-esque entertainment or Wall Street financiering, such attempts at legitimation differed little from the techniques of deflection embraced by the era's especially savvy swindlers. For Christian moralists who classed Barnum as the false prophet of mammon and stock operations as inveterate gambling, humbugs of the world had the same character as the caution that the sophisticated marketer of bogus patent medicines issued about his equally spurious competition. Each reflected commercial sleight of hand, a conjurer's trick of distraction that built trust on a false foundation of apparent concern for the commercial commonweal. Some reviewers of Barnum's 1865 volume made such arguments explicit. According to the Boston Advertiser, the showman was a Mephistopheles who glories in the tricks and deceits by which he has grown wealthy, one of the wolves who must don sheep's clothing before they can enter the fold at all. A reviewer for one literary journal used more urban metaphors, likening Barnum to a thief who, when pursued by a crowd, will sometimes shout, "Stop, thief!" and, thus deceiving his pursuers, escape. Such disputes demonstrated the historically contingent nature of what constituted fraud, and who qualified as an authoritative interpreter of commercial culture, especially in domains of economic life characterized by a great deal of entrepreneurial innovation. Was the self-promoting puffer for novel goods, services, and or business practices a public benefactor or a devilish shape-changer? When did a permissible white lie or mere humbug shade over into a confidence-sapping imposition? 19th-century Americans frequently disagreed about where to draw the cultural, linguistic, and legal answers to such questions, and even which public voices possessed the integrity to consider them. As a result, the burgeoning market for public commentary about economic deceit reflected more than just attempts to supply intelligence about the details of acts that essentially everyone agreed to be swindles, and the business operations of individuals universally viewed as swindlers. This part of the American public sphere was additionally characterized by ongoing arguments about how to define swindling itself, and who had the standing to join in that discussion. In Barnum's case, adroit management of public relations, which extended to writing his autobiographies and Humbugs of the World, allowed him to neutralize the most vehement charges of deceit. Who better to expose the deceivers, he stressed, than one so well versed in good-natured deception, and whose bankruptcy resulted from his own inability to spot a swindle? Who better to school the public in the talents of keeping eyes peeled and ears pricked? A key element of the era's public discourse on fraud, moreover, was humor, often directed at the folly of those Americans who found themselves bested by misrepresentation. Barnum knew how to deflate his cultural and legal antagonists through a good joke. During the immediate fallout of his insolvency, after facing day after day of public questioning from the lawyer of an especially piqued creditor who suspected Barnum of deceitfully secreting assets from his creditors, the showman received a query about his current business. "My occupation at present," he replied, "was tending bar." This surprising bit of information, after a shocked pause, prompted the further inquiry, "How long have you been occupied in this business?" To which Barnum deadpanned, "Ever since the lawyers have been pulling me up to the bars of the different courts." This exchange received coverage in newspapers from New England to Missouri, indicating the extent to which newspaper editors, and presumably many of their readers, appreciated the one-liner. Barnum's clever moment of comedy helped to shift public scrutiny away from his successful efforts to transfer a chunk of his assets into his wife's name. Such deftness allowed him to solidify his standing within American society. Along with the increasing receptiveness of his fellow citizens to an urban culture predicated on consumption of goods, services, and the experience of commodified entertainment, it allowed Barnum to squeeze his ventures into the social mainstream and sustain his position as a cultural arbiter of swindling. That triumph, in turn, narrowed the grounds on which consumers of entertainment might allege a cheat. In some contexts, though, exposés of fraud suggested a greater degree of empathy for individuals who found themselves duped. Here one sees a clear parallel to the bifurcated dispositions of judges and juries in fraud cases. Rural Americans who fell for mid-century scams sometimes received expressions of sympathy rather than censure because of their uncultured intellect, and because farmers as a class are more easily deceived than others, because being less crafty themselves they are not suspicious or on the lookout for fraud. So too did women who were taken in by one Dr. Skinnem or another, because, as one writer argued, the sex was proverbially credulous. Analysts of the financial markets also voiced enduring concerns about corporate secrecy, which facilitated market manipulations by insiders privy to information about an enterprise's performance and prospects. This tendency was especially pronounced if the losers, by some questionable financial failure, turned out to be members of the urban working class, as in the case of savings banks. In all these areas, at least some members of the nation's informal Economic Vigilance Committee counseled the wisdom of heightened governmental regulation, either out of paternalistic concern for supposedly less savvy groups or because entrenched asymmetries of financial information presented more sophisticated investors with loaded dice. Indeed, by the 1870s, heightened concern about insufficient access to financial information led British newspapers and politicians to advocate sterner criminal penalties for corporate fraud, as well as greater investment in public enforcement of criminal fraud statutes. When such calls for stiffer governmental oversight of truthfulness in commerce or finance had the strong backing of some cohesive and influential economic interest, or of newly organized professional societies eager to flex their social and political clout, they could result in extensions of governmental responsibility. As we will hear shortly, concerns over structural barriers to the detection of fraud drove the successful postbellum movements for state regulation of grain storage in Illinois, the accounting practices of mining corporations in California, and the quality of agricultural fertilizers in states throughout the country, as well the federal prohibition of fraudulent schemes dependent on the United States mails. But arguments for reliance on the state to combat commercial and financial deception commonly faced significant opposition from the country's self-appointed band of informal fraud police, out of concern that governmental efforts to certify economic activities as legitimate would only create powerful new openings for swindling. The fear, especially with regard to areas such as banking and insurance, which already faced regulatory regimes by the 1870s, was that monitoring by the state resulted in decreased public vigilance, and that swindlers would point to regulatory oversight as a guarantee of corporate solvency. Distrust of reliance on the state to combat fraud was further amplified by recognition that swindlers so frequently avoided prevailing legal sanctions. Antagonism to regulatory mechanisms of fraud reflected both worldview and self-interest. Connected to elite economic and social networks and to the politics of liberal republicanism, many editors and writers put even more effort into exposing governmental corruption than they did into tracing the duplicitous schemes of shady businesses. These reporters of the economic scene tended to harbor skepticism about the ability of government officials to stick to appointed tasks or carry them out well, a tendency that spilled over into the postbellum assault on compulsory government inspection of commodities. Lack of confidence in the institutions of government was often accompanied by awareness that the press benefited from its status as a central source of guidance for Americans who wanted to arm themselves against the artifices of grocers, quacks, and stock peddlers. For many informal guardians of the economy's public sphere, any decision to champion the creation of government regulatory institutions carried a risk that those private guardians might no longer play such a central role in protecting Americans from the unpleasant experience of becoming some sharper's mark. These concerns appear to have governed how editor Edward Youmans answered the question of how Americans should cope with all this multifarious imposture around them. A devotee of the British conservative Herbert Spencer, Youmans had no faith in governmental efforts to handle the problem of ever-present calculating knaves. To this social Darwinist, democratic modes of governance were also characterized by the rankest fraud in the guise of demagogism and electoral machinations. Any reliance on the regulatory power of the state was accordingly doomed to failure. Instead, the only solution to the problem of commercial deceit lay in the realm of public education. "There is but one thing," he asserted, "that can protect people against the thousand-fold insidious and plausible impostures to which they are continually and everywhere exposed, and that is a resolute mood of skepticism and an intelligent habit of sifting evidence that shall become a daily and constant practice." For this popularizer of scientific method and discovery, the only way to inoculate ordinary people from the rampant fraud around them was to educate them properly in the careful routines of observation, inference, and judgment, a task to which his humble journal had, of course, devoted itself. Any analysis of responses to economic deceit in the 19th century United States runs the risk of overstating the incidence and salience of business fraud. The willingness of millions of Americans to trust one another through a burgeoning web of impersonal networks and far-flung business organizations did not always, or even usually, result in some barefaced swindle. Innumerable economic decisions were guided by deserved reputations or repeat transactions that built up reserves of confidence. The success of almost all frauds in America's industrializing economy depended not only on the optimism floated by long-term economic growth, but also on perpetrators' ability to emulate legitimate, successful, and trustworthy enterprises, to strike persuasive commercial poses. As a London mining magazine observed in 1872, fraudulent corporations were cuckoos of the share market, interlopers whose success depended on the existence of sound companies to imitate. The same basic dynamic occurred with most frauds. If at any juncture deceit became too commonplace, its effectiveness would almost necessarily diminish amid ever more wary economic decision-makers. One must similarly remain alert to the capacity of many savvy consumers to navigate a marketing environment suffused with misdirection and surface falsehoods. Many of the Americans who responded to wildly inaccurate patent medicine marketing no doubt had some idea of what they were getting, chiefly alcohol or some mix of alcohol and opiates. By the same token, a significant proportion of the consumers who purchased knockoff jewelry or fabrics probably understood that they were receiving a discount for imitations, often produced from cheaper materials on the basis of less skilled workmanship. In some corners of the American economy, such as the trading and sale of horses, the premises of caveat emptor had particularly deep cultural roots. Generations of men accepted, even reveled in the gamesmanship associated with horse trading, so long as its participants were all adult men in possession of their faculties. They viewed the half-truths, evasions, and trickery that characterized the equine marketplace as a venue for displaying manly cleverness and acumen. Occasionally getting taken in was part of the game. By the same token, the question of whether business transactions represented acts of fraud could prove to be highly ambiguous and contentious. Consider a rural consumer in the late 1860s who responded to a mail-order firm's fanciful circular by placing an order for some trinkets, perhaps linked to a gift lottery, which presented the alluring possibility of winning a gold watch. Such a customer would have paid vastly more than he might have in a city shop. But if he nonetheless was satisfied with the baubles that he purchased for his wife and enjoyed the chance to dream of a fashionable, expensive timepiece, was he a victim of fraud? Many of his contemporaries would have answered no. In the decades after the American Civil War, however, public observers of chicanery noted with ever more emphasis that the population of commercial cuckoos seemed to be on the upswing. So too did the numbers of credulous Americans tricked into feeding them. The multiplication of schemes and scams led a growing number of elites to view the culture of fakery and false pretense as threatening public faith in a host of newly integrated, complicated national markets. Throughout the 19th century and into the 20th, swindles continued to bedevil employers, investors and lenders, insurers and policyholders, readers of consumer advertisements, and purchasers of drugs and foodstuffs. But the formal courts and informal modes of settlement only imperfectly tethered those Americans who were tempted to pursue businesses predicated on deceit. Responding to this state of affairs, a self-anointed vigilance committee of bubble prickers had provided a substantial, if flawed, means of regulating the truthfulness of economic communication. Those bubble prickers had also showered as much contempt on the duped as on those who did the duping. Amid waxing faith in the regulatory powers of government during the Progressive Era, the techniques of public exposure would strike growing numbers of Americans, including many muckraking journalists and social commentators, as inadequate to the task at hand. Many of those thinkers embraced an aspect of Edward Heumans's thinking, that effective anti-fraud initiatives would have to rely on scientific expertise, sometimes seeking to embed that expertise in the state, sometimes preferring to depend on non-governmental organizations. But even as late 19th and early 20th century reformers fashioned new institutional answers for the dilemmas posed by misrepresentation in the marketplace, older premises about individualist self-reliance would continue to influence debates over how best to define and cope with fraud. Part 3. Professionalization, Moralism, and the Elite Assault on Deception, 1860s to 1930s. Chapter 5. The Beginnings of a Modern Administrative State. In Barnum's America, the sanctions associated with anti-fraud statutes and common law proscriptions constrained dishonest business practices only lightly. But from the Civil War through the 1920s, waxing concerns about deceptions and frauds prompted bureaucratic innovation. Much of this experimentation occurred inside the divided American state, on both the state and national levels, but a good deal of it also took place within several new quasi-public or non-governmental organizations that possessed close affiliations to the business establishment. The next 4 chapters trace the emergence of new anti-fraud regulations that further confined the impulses of caveat emptor, as well as the construction of new institutions dedicated to combating economic duplicity. Chapter 5 begins this exploration with a survey of government anti-fraud efforts. In some contexts, including the oversight of Civil War military contracting or postbellum grain marketing, battles against fraud drew on long-standing strategies of public inspection. But in other domains, such as fertilizer regulation, supervision of corporate accounting and securities marketing, the Post Office's efforts to stem the tide of mail fraud, and the broad arena of advertising regulation, policymakers fashioned transformations in administrative governance. Before the early 20th century, these endeavors remained patchy, leaving large swaths of commercial speech regulated chiefly by informal public discourse. A few regulatory initiatives also ran into the judicial buzzsaw of Gilded Age constitutionalism. Nonetheless, these anti-fraud policies helped to lay the groundwork for the modern American regulatory state, predicated on technocratic expertise rather than artisanal rules of thumb. Ambitious would-be regulators tended to loom large as architects of the new anti-fraud institutions. They not only conceptualized potential institutional strategies, but also cobbled together political constituencies to bring their plans to fruition. In at least some cases, such as the creation of mail fraud as a new legal category, regulatory entrepreneurs were motivated as much by a desire to vindicate the reputation of their organizations or emerging professions as they were by any broader economic or moral objectives. In others, such as fertilizer regulation, reforms depended on scientific advances that made regulatory schemes feasible. Anti-fraud initiatives in the late 19th and early 20th centuries sought to address problems created by wrenching processes of industrialization. An integrated national economy generated a higher percentage of commercial and financial transactions taking place at a distance, often between strangers. With an ever more dense web of railroad tracks, telegraph lines, and eventually radio stations, with the related expansion of manufacturers and mercantile firms operating on a regional or continental basis, with the deepening of a national capital market and the emergence of mass advertising, with all of these forces remaking American livelihoods, parties to economic transactions more frequently confronted wide differences in access to economic information. Eastern investors who invested in a Western mining company after reading a prospectus, like rural consumers persuaded by a catalog to place an order from a far-off distributor, had limited capacity to investigate the claims that convinced them to part with their money. Recognition of pervasive informational asymmetries encouraged adjustments in how the American state tried to resolve the tension between honoring entrepreneurial freedom and discouraging marketing practices that played fast and loose with the truth. Such adjustments, however, did not resolve the dilemma of how to distinguish unacceptable deception from the pardonable exaggerations and enthusiastic dissembling that so often characterized efforts by new firms to establish a commercial foothold. This enduring quandary has been especially prevalent in sectors at the forefront of economic change, where technological uncertainties abound, and norms about legitimate modes of competition have yet to be settled. Chapter 6 examines this phenomenon and its implications for the enforcement of prohibitions against mail fraud, a process that sometimes depended at least as much on assessments of social respectability as it did on evaluation of candor in marketing techniques. Structural economic transformations, institutional inventiveness, and, in some contexts, advancements in scientific inquiry were all necessary preconditions for the emergence of new anti-fraud bureaucracies. The entrenchment of these institutions depended as well on the sponsorship of some influential group that viewed fraud as an ongoing threat to its interests or the moral health of the wider society. Chapter 7 homes in on this dynamic, focusing on a decades-long campaign by key figures in urban commercial communities to build a nationwide movement against deceptive business practices, centered on pleas for truth in advertising. In part, the leaders of this campaign sought statutory reforms, such as new state laws against false advertising and deceit in applications for commercial credit. They focused, however, on creating robust organizations of business self-regulation, none more important than a mushrooming network of Better Business Bureaus, BBBs. The BBBs built capacities for public education, monitoring, and enforcement that rivaled those of local, state, and even national authorities. Whether inside, outside, or on the always fuzzy boundary that separated the domains of American government from those of American society, Late 19th and early 20th century anti-fraud institutions fashioned tactics predicated on aggressive application of discretionary power. The practitioners of business fraud did not stop being an elusive bunch. They could set up shop quickly and move on to new territory whenever regulatory authorities gained a fix on them. They could adjust marketing campaigns to skirt specific enforcement actions. When confronting legal challenges, the more successful among them could, and still did, retain high-powered legal representation. To make headway against commercial and financial deception, the new anti-fraud regulators turned to summary modes of enforcement, such as bans from the use of the mails. This flexing of administrative power in turn prompted angry complaints about how anti-fraud efforts violated long-standing principles of due process. Chapter 8 examines both the nature of these critiques and a series of reforms that tried to infuse anti-fraud regulation with greater procedural protections. To retrace these varied streams of American regulatory innovation and reaction is to confirm the strengths of several prevailing approaches to the study of political economy in the modern industrial world. The economic theory of politics and administrative regulation points to the pivotal role of interest groups in driving many anti-fraud initiatives. Ideas from within political science about bureaucratic entrepreneurship have great relevance for understanding the origins and evolution of much agricultural regulation, as well as the Post Office's decades-long campaign against mail fraud. Sociological analyses of business self-regulation suggest how the seriousness of private anti-fraud efforts depended on credible threats of governmental action. Historical analysis of social movements furnishes instructive tools for interpreting the early 20th century business community's wide-ranging embrace of truth in advertising as a rallying cry. But each of these conceptual approaches captures only some elements of modern America's multifaceted struggles with commercial and financial deceit. Like the establishment of regulatory policies with regard to environmental issues, labor conditions, public health, and public morality, the construction of modern American regulatory institutions to fight business fraud was a messy, protracted affair. Occurring across many fronts over many decades, this process spawned diverse regulatory strategies, sometimes in fits and starts. There are overarching patterns in this narrative, but readers will find no single grand theory of regulatory politics. Instead, they will encounter the historian's penchant for methodological and conceptual scavenging, the borrowing of interpretive approaches that help to make sense of strands in a tangled past. Some patterns did tend to reappear across many of the tangles, though. As American business owners, consumers, investors, journalists, elected officials, and regulators grappled with the problem of commercial misrepresentation during the 7 decades that followed the outbreak of the Civil War, they drew interrelated lessons about the centrality of confidence to modern capitalism. Healthy capitalist markets rested on widespread faith in the trustworthiness of commercial communication. That foundation of confidence, in turn, required broadly accepted communal norms about fair dealing, which had to adapt to the rapidly changing circumstances of capitalist innovation. And finally, this process of adaptation depended on a web of regulatory institutions, often public, but in the American case often quasi-public or even private, that cultivated norms and gave them tangible meaning. Modern capitalism depended on a complex ecology of norms, standards, rules, laws, and the institutions that gave them life and force. Extending the realm of inspection and licensing regimes. During the frantic efforts to raise and equip armies following Fort Sumter, the Union war effort was hampered by wide-ranging contracting frauds. The biggest scandals involved the purchase from northeastern manufacturers at high prices of poorly made uniforms, shoes, blankets, and tents that proved unequal to the demands of military conflict. These incidents led the New York Herald to popularize the term shoddy as a way to describe inferior goods. Other exposés revealed overpriced contracts for ships to transport goods from New York City to the Virginia front lines, for construction of fortifications in Missouri, for horses in Kentucky that turned out to be emaciated and diseased, and for adulterated foodstuffs. Contracting problems resulted in part from state-based mobilization, which led to intense competition among purchasing agents. But in many instances, military contracts were sweetheart deals arranged by long-time political operatives without competitive bidding or the most cursory monitoring to ensure quality or fair value, and abetted by inspectors with close ties to suppliers. As details of the cheats and swindles came to light through journalistic and legislative investigations, pressure for action intensified. Democratic politicians highlighted every instance of apparent Republican malfeasance, demanding an end to corruption. Well-established Northern manufacturers insisted that the rush to initiate military purchasing had disadvantaged them, allowing unprincipled contractors to bilk the government. Republican publications hurled editorial thunderbolts at the shameless plunderers who profited from deceptive practices as brave soldiers risked life and limb. Wartime anti-fraud discourse echoed long-standing complaints about the disreputable trickery of middlemen. One early, 1862, poem that appeared in Harper's Weekly cast contractors as leeches, chronicling the perfidy of the sort who loves his dear old country's flag and Yankee Doodle Dandy, and so he shows his love for them by selling poisoned brandy. Amid the crisis of civil war, such critiques paved the way for stringent anti-fraud policies. The most draconian proposal called for trials of alleged fraudulent suppliers in military courts and imposition of the death penalty on those convicted. Despite popular support for this Napoleonic approach to military justice, it did not become law, partly out of concern that the prospect of such extreme penalties would complicate enforcement efforts. But the Lincoln administration did institute a series of auditing committees which re-examined early supply contracts and imposed reductions on scores of contractors. During the winter of 1861 to 1862, the U.S. Army also consolidated and regularized military purchasing. It placed supply logistics in the hands of a professional quartermaster corps, whose purchasing agents and inspectors proved far less susceptible than politically appointed state agents to corruption and insider dealing. In addition to developing rigorous specifications for military supplies, the Corps required sealed bids and imposed payment discounts on deliveries of substandard goods. Aware of mounting public anger, Congress further enacted legislation in March 1863 to prevent and punish frauds upon the government. This statute gave informants the right to institute proceedings in federal court against military contractors they could show had made false claims, and to receive 1/2 of any funds or fines recovered through their evidence. It further defined all military suppliers as subject to the jurisdiction and terms of military justice, while exempting court-martialed contractors from capital punishment. Motivated by the desire to create a credible deterrent, military judge advocates initiated at least 20 prosecutions under this law in the final 2 years of the war, and used the threat of prosecution to force several contractors out of business. Northern publications hailed these attempts. After the first conviction under the 1863 law, the New York Times editorialized that "our prison doors gape for just such knaves." They tended to gape only, however, for suppliers who lacked political connections and high social standing. When contractors with pull faced fraud allegations, they either avoided court-martial through some form of settlement or had guilty verdicts overturned through appeals. Civil War policies to thwart contracting swindles thus had some key features in common with anti-fraud law that had been prevalent in the United States since independence. Like earlier state inspection regimes, wartime regulation of military contracting revolved around assessments of goods quality by public inspectors. Enforcement of the 1863 Frauds Act also continued the easy treatment of defendants with elite social status. But there was a significant departure as well. By placing authority in the hands of the Quartermaster Corps and a new group of military judicial advocates, Congress and the Department of War empowered a bureaucracy with an esprit de corps based on tough-minded opposition to fraud. In several arenas, the stresses associated with industrialization and the inventiveness of anti-fraud reformers encouraged even greater divergence from long-standing regulatory practices. One crucial site of regulatory change involved the postbellum introduction of compulsory grain inspection in Illinois. Reform of the Chicago grain market was driven by merchants, farmers, and city boosters. Members of this coalition worried about the private grading practices of the Chicago Board of Trade, which were both greatly influenced and easily evaded by grain warehouses. The operators of warehouses occupied a choke point in the grain trade, which they used to control the grading process. Critics alleged that numerous abuses resulted from this state of affairs, ranging from untrustworthy grading and weighing to the use of inside information as a basis for commodity speculation, to the issuance of warehouse receipts far in excess of actual grain in storage. They also argued that the funny business occurring in Chicago grain elevators had undermined the confidence of Eastern and European buyers, leading to lost business and reduced prices. To restore the reputation of Chicago wheat and corn, the Illinois legislature enacted a comprehensive inspection law in 1871, acting under the instructions of the new 1870 state constitution. Although this statute furnished an additional definition of grades for all major grains in the Chicago market, it vested authority for implementing an inspection system in a new railroad and warehouse commission. One of the first in a new breed of independent regulatory agencies, the commission had responsibility to adjust grade definitions as needed, as well as power to appoint and oversee a corps of grain inspectors. Public grain inspection in Illinois became a basic element of the Midwest's economic infrastructure. By the mid-1870s, a department of more than 30 inspectors examined tens of millions of bushels of grain each year, assigning grades in accordance with the Railroad and Warehouse Commission's standards. One group performed in-inspections, as grain arrived at Chicago railroad depots, a second group out-inspections, as it left warehouses for points east. In 1877, merchants questioned grading decisions just 0.2% of the time, with only one-third of the appeals leading to revised grades. This approach to monitoring and quality certification restored Chicago's primacy as a transshipment center. The grading system stimulated trust among American and European purchasers, a development ratified by the adoption of Illinois grading standards by traders throughout the North Atlantic economy. As annual reports from the Railroad and Warehouse Commission documented, each year brought greater harvests to the city's grain elevators and warehouses. These results led Midwestern states to follow Illinois' lead, instituting independent agencies to regulate grain inspection. Despite the congratulatory tone of officialdom, day-to-day operations of state grain inspectors generated periodic grousing within the trade. According to many grain receivers, ambiguities in grade definitions still gave inspectors too much latitude. As the Chicago Tribune, a longtime advocate of public inspection, conceded in 1879, "The requirement that grain must be reasonably clean in order to obtain admission to a designated grade is open to a wide range of interpretation by different individuals and even the same individual at different times. The eating of an overdone steak at breakfast or a wakeful hour during the night caused by a crying baby may be sufficient to cause even an honest man to veer in his judgment of what is reasonable to the extent of 2 or 3 cents a bushel." This observation conveyed a growing dissatisfaction with indefinite rules of thumb. Even if a grain inspector was not corrupt or a partisan hack, even if he was an honest man, his methods remained haphazard. The Tribune suggested that inspectors relied more on samples that indicated the minimum quality for a particular grade as a means of ensuring consistent judgments. One member of the state legislature took this impulse even further, calling for specification of the amount of moisture allowed for various grades and scientific testing whenever shippers chose to appeal grading determinations. By the early 1880s, complaints intensified amid perceptions that upward adjustments in fees constituted an unjust tax on grain traders and that inspectors shifted their standards depending on market conditions. Extensive investigations by the Chicago Grain Receivers Association and by a special 1881 state legislative committee led to charges similar to those that had bedeviled earlier American inspection bureaucracies. Many inspectors, critics alleged, lacked expertise in the grain markets. A former chief inspector had improperly pocketed over $23,000 in fees. The current chief inspector did not possess any special knowledge of the grain business and had treated the position mostly as a sinecure, furnishing weak oversight of the inspectorate. Although attempts by a rump faction of grain receivers to return inspection to the Board of Trade failed, the partisan 1885 appointment of an unqualified chief grain inspector led to renewed complaints about unjustified variations in grading, which threatened Chicago's standing and name before the world. Late 19th century debates in this area concerned not the question of whether to have state-mandated grain inspection, but rather how to ensure that inspection retained integrity and technical competence. Among grain dealers, support for the return of inspection authority to the Board of Trade remained strong throughout the 1880s, though the legislative clout of rural representatives precluded such a move. Two other common proposals were to give the Board of Trade a role in nominating a slate of potential candidates for chief inspector, and to impose civil service rules on the inspector corps, a move that Minnesota had taken in 1889. Illinois did not introduce civil service examinations as a basis for selecting grain inspectors until 1910, but as early as 1904 it created a school of instruction for the inspectors, which, by the use of type samples of the different grades, attempted to instill in the inspectors' minds a greater degree of uniformity and accuracy. The inspectorate further implemented a system in which track inspectors took samples from railroad cars and warehouse inspectors from shipments leaving grain elevators and then brought them to a central office. This innovation facilitated rigorous comparison of samples by the most experienced inspectors, ensuring greater consistency in grading. The themes of professionalism, expertise, and bureaucratic system as checks on deceptive marketing emerged with even greater force in the movement to subject fertilizers to state inspection. Bogus commercial fertilizers plagued American farmers from the 1840s, when manufacturers began to produce phosphate-based products and merchants introduced Latin American guano. Assessment of the quality of a given batch of fertilizer depended on complex chemical analysis of its phosphate and nitrogen content, as well as an appreciation for the applicability of chemical compositions to soil types. Without technical expertise, agricultural purchasers had little capacity to evaluate compounds for sale. These circumstances created openings for vendors of adulterated or spurious products. The farmer, Yale chemistry professor Samuel W. Johnson concluded in an 1855 lecture to the Connecticut State Agricultural Society, is entirely at the mercy of the manufacturer or dealer. Outcry from farmers who had purchased worthless fertilizers led seaboard states to enact inspection laws for imported guano in the late 1840s and early 1850s. These statutes mandated that appointed seaport inspectors analyze samples from shipboard cargoes to ascertain their percentage of ammoniacal and phosphatic compounds, and then publicize results. But inspection quality often proved to be poor, for most appointed inspectors knew nothing of chemistry. Early enforcement practices also proved easy for merchants to circumvent, either by adulterating guano after inspection or recycling used bags with an inspector's mark. The rapid growth of domestic fertilizer manufacturing presented yet more regulatory challenges. Because early producers of artificial manures relied on different inputs and made divergent claims about their products' purported chemical makeup and agricultural performance, assessments required more sophisticated testing than with guanos. Some manufacturers also produced high-quality fertilizer to gain endorsements from private chemists and build reputations, but then adulterated products in subsequent seasons to pad profit margins. Conceptualizing institutional remedies for these problems required genuine scientific expertise. As a result, the key figures in shaping regulatory responses to deceptive fertilizer marketing were nascent professional chemists, such as Yale's Samuel Johnson, James Bennett Chenoweth, a Philadelphia scientist who had worked for numerous fertilizer companies and who co-authored a touted compendium on manures in 1871, and Dr. H.C. White, a Georgia professor and national leader of academic chemists. These individuals framed misrepresentations by fertilizer companies as tantamount to the basest forms of fraud. Maryland's state agricultural chemist, Philip T. Tyson, stressed in 1860 that, in such cases, people are punished criminally for obtaining money under false pretenses. Was it not, he asked, equally criminal in morals, if not in law, to advertise certain proportions of valuable matter in a manure, and then sell goods with far less potency? Roughly a decade later, Chenoweth decried the wholesale Peter Funks who had flooded farms with bogus compounds. Depicting their actions as a national calamity because they perpetuated deserved prejudices against the use of commercial fertilizers, he insisted that scientists had a duty to bring fraudulent firms to justice and punishment. In addition to building a rhetorical case against fertilizer frauds, the emerging group of agricultural chemists advocated practical strategies to make fertilizer advertising more accurate. From the late 1850s through the 1870s, chemists focused on how the state might improve information disclosure. One recurring suggestion called for the states to appropriate funds for widespread testing of the articles actually received by the farmer. By sampling products at retail stores or in use on farms, governments could uncover those firms that had evaded inspection at ports of entry or domestic manufactories, or adulterated products after inspection. Testing, moreover, had to be undertaken by competent and honest chemists who had the knowledge and scientific technique to evaluate the composition of guanos and artificial manures. Those independent scientists would inform the public of findings through regular notices in the press. Some chemists advocated legislation that would require fertilizer companies to furnish a guaranteed analysis of their products, and that firms should be liable to prosecution if their manures fall short of the guaranteed standard. The key ideas for regulating fertilizers came from Europe, as had the techniques for making artificial guanos. Many leading chemists who took a public stand against adulterated composts had been trained at German universities, which exposed them to both the latest ideas about chemical analysis and the close relationship between scientists and the regulatory apparatus of governments. Chenoweth made the German source of his proposals explicit, celebrating the stringent inspection rules in force within the Principality of Baden, which compelled manufacturers to provide detailed information about the chemical composition of their products, imposed regular testing of samples, offered free testing of any samples furnished by farmers, and mandated monthly publication of all testing results. As a result of the rigid German inspection laws, Chenoweth instructed his rural readership, purchasers are protected. By forging close relationships with agricultural societies, state boards, and legislatures, chemists put regulatory ideas into practice. The first step involved scientific analyses of leading commercial fertilizers, as with the studies that Samuel Johnson undertook for the Connecticut Agricultural Society and Board of Agriculture from 1857 through 1869. After receiving local fertilizers without their names or any mark except a number, Johnson evaluated their nitrogen and phosphate content. Such analyses received widespread attention from state agricultural departments. Once chemists had demonstrated the ubiquity of low-grade fertilizers masquerading as high-quality products, they pressed for legislative enactment of state-mandated inspection requirements based on German practices, along with appointment of respected scientists as fertilizer inspectors. Agricultural chemists faced headwinds in persuading postbellum state governments to follow their suggestions. Waxing skepticism about the capacities of state inspection regimes led some commentators to depict proposals for scientific police surveillance of fertilizers as efforts by ambitious chemists to gain a place for individual advancement, a dig that contained some truth. Rather than rely on scientific guardians, these observers retained faith in the principle of caveat emptor, which placed the onus on manufacturers to establish brands known for a standard of quality. This argument found favor with the occasional official, including the Secretary of Maine's Board of Agriculture, who instructed farmers to search out honest manufacturers and dealers, rather than trust to unwieldy, unreliable, and expensive inspection regimes. Through the mid-1870s, moreover, many fertilizer firms opposed new regulations as unjust impositions on their commercial liberty. Despite these critiques, postbellum farmers and the agricultural press proved receptive to the chemists' arguments, especially in regions facing problems with soil exhaustion. The debate over fertilizer inspections occurred amid the waxing agrarian indictment of transportation companies, banking institutions, and manufacturing interests, all of which farming organizations viewed as hiding behind expansive definitions of property rights and the supposed virtues of illusory market competition. In rural America, that looked to populist organizations such as the Grange for political and economic guidance. Appeals to commercial reputation as a sufficient check on chicanery fell flat. As one farmer insisted in response to an 1878 plea that fertilizer purchasers placed their faith in a seller's reputation, the opportunity for deception in the sale of a piece of calico is not comparable to a compound like a commercial fertilizer. In state after state, fertilizer regulation premised on scientific testing gained ground, though details varied. Georgia adopted a typical inspection bureaucracy through a pair of mid-1870s laws. These statutes mandated inspection of fertilizer samples before sale by 6 regional offices, required sellers to provide full disclosure of chemical composition and guarantees of represented contents, prohibited sale of fertilizers whose key ingredients fell below stipulated floors, and required appointment of an experienced and competent chemist to analyze the fertilizers sampled by the inspectors. In addition to creating misdemeanors for violation of these provisions, the Georgia laws enabled farmers to send fertilizer samples to the state chemist for analysis, and empowered the Commissioner of Agriculture to establish additional regulations to implement the inspection service. In almost every state that established fertilizer inspection, governments tapped well-regarded scientists to implement the new regulations, usually professors of agricultural chemistry at land-grant universities. Most of these chemists had studied in Germany or with American professors trained in Germany. They eagerly compared the marketing claims of fertilizer companies with the chemical composition of their products. Season after season, thousands of samples of commercial manures poured into state laboratories, sometimes provided by manufacturers, sometimes by inspectors, and at other times by farmers. Month after month, bulletins poured out, reporting on fertilizer composition and estimating commercial value per ton based on regional prices for component chemicals. State chemists rarely turned to the penal features of fertilizer laws, which often lacked bite. In Indiana, officials fretted that they were hamstrung by the law's reliance on lawsuits by purchasers as a means of punishing deceptive fertilizer companies. This policy, the state's chemist reported in 1892, had proven ineffective, for the farmers are not willing to file complaints after fraud is shown, because of the time and effort required to defend the public against imposition. Official chemists also gave manufacturers opportunities to rectify outright mistakes, such as not furnishing mandated samples or marginally misrepresenting product components in a quiet way. The central focus of regulation was to improve the flow of public information about product quality, most commonly by educating farmers, and in some cases manufacturers, about appropriate standards for commercial manures and the best practices for assessing their value. Nonetheless, state chemists did not shy away from publicly upbraiding unscrupulous firms, nor were they possessed the authority from initiating legal proceedings to chase them out of their jurisdictions. Fertilizer inspectorates, like the postbellum agencies that graded Midwestern grain, shored up commercial confidence. Across the eastern half of the United States, state officials judged that regulation had improved fertilizer quality and stimulated demand. In Ohio, the Secretary of Agriculture reported in 1883 that the state's publication of results from rigorous fertilizer testing had greatly diminished fraud, led the producers of 10 low-grade brands either to improve their products or abandon the state, and greatly increased the sale of high-grade fertilizers. A few years later, Georgia's chief chemist observed with pride that out of 845 annual inspections, only one fertilizer did not measure up to its purported quality, adding that the state's rigorous monitoring made it nearly impossible to impose a fraudulent fertilizer upon the farmers of the state. State chemists had every incentive to exaggerate their effectiveness, but the agricultural press, occasional legislative investigations, and foreign observers agreed with these assessments. Wherever this official chemical inspection is once begun, the Maine farmer observed in the mid-1880s, it increases in usefulness as it is continued from year to year, directing farmers to high-value commercial manures. The British vice consul stationed in Wilmington, North Carolina, similarly observed in 1888 that, due to the vigorous enforcement of fertilizer regulations in that state, the trade in fertilizers has been remarkably free of evasions of the law. Encouraged by regulatory constraints on deceitful marketing, the American fertilizer market grew by a factor of almost 10 between 1869 and 1889. Manufacturers also testified to the positive impact of fertilizer regulation. Once states adopted fertilizer inspections, several producers wasted little time in boasting that their goods bore the esteemed stamp of scientific officialdom. Thus, Georgians reading the Macon Telegraph learned in March 1881 that the state chemist had rated Pendleton's guano higher in commercial value than any other in the market. Often, firms felt no need to communicate anything other than the reported test results. What better demonstration of respectability and comparative value than a government scientist's declaration that one's product cost $33 per ton, but was worth a full $4.67 more? By 1889, fertilizer inspection had become so essential to the infrastructure of the industry that a New England fertilizer manufacturer could instruct an annual meeting of Vermont farmers that purchasers of commercial artificial manures should consult your state chemist and the admirable tables which he publishes to know what the different things contain. Such indications of beneficial regulatory impact did not free late 19th century fertilizer regulation from all controversy. Even though implementation remained in the hands of professional scientists, Early inspection practices elicited complaints from manufacturers analogous to the ones that many dealers leveled at the system of grain grading, that there was too much inconsistency in inspection methods. Throughout the 1870s and early 1880s, fertilizer companies griped that inspectors did not use the same techniques in taking samples and that state chemists employed different analytical approaches, reaching frustratingly different results. Manufacturers further opposed the tendency of many official chemists to offer assessments of fertilizers' commercial value based on estimates of prices for active ingredients. These estimates, producers maintained, were often inaccurate and so unfairly harmed reputations. State chemists recognized the threat that the inconsistencies of agricultural chemical analysis posed to their as-yet fragile public standing. There is no doubt, one leading chemist noted in 1884, that such variable results pinch all of us. These regulatory innovators quieted complaints about their work by adopting an even more ambitious strategy for engendering uniformity in inspection than the one later adopted by the Illinois Department of Grain Inspection. In the mid-1880s, through the auspices of a new national organization, the Association of Official Agricultural Chemists, AOAC, state regulators hammered out a consensus about best practices in fertilizer analysis, based on peer-reviewed appraisals of prevalent techniques. These communal endeavors shored up the new organization's prestige, which its leaders used to foster national harmonization of state fertilizer regulation. Over the subsequent quarter-century, state chemists leveraged their expertise to bring about a dramatic expansion in regulatory authority. Experience with commercial manures offered a model for how to assert novel regulatory jurisdiction. Developing chemical tests for the purity of food, drugs, herbicides, and pesticides required skills and techniques analogous to those the chemists already possessed. As scientists with access to the resources and research communities at universities and experimental agricultural stations, they put their technical capacity to new uses, assessing the relative purity of butter or identifying the contents of a given medicine. In the parlance of later economic theorists and business strategists, they took advantage of opportunities to develop economies of scope. They had built a technocratic recipe for cleaning up problems of adulteration and misrepresentation. As highly regarded state officials, moreover, they enjoyed connections to leading politicians and positions from which to construct alliances with interest groups such as agricultural societies, consumer groups, and manufacturers of high-quality products. They also possessed a powerful precedent on which they and their allies could rely in political debate. Official agricultural chemists set their sights on ambitious augmentation of their regulatory responsibilities almost from the moment they had secured their position as arbiters of legitimacy in the fertilizer industry. In 1885, the president of the Ohio Board of Agriculture, Professor I.W. Chamberlain, traveled to Pennsylvania to address that state's Dairymen's Association. In addition to offering general suggestions about animal husbandry, he launched a stinging attack on systematic adulteration resulting from the introduction of factory methods to dairying. The Ohio official chemist proposed legislation that would compel manufacturers of dairy products, such as oleomargarine and non-cream cheeses, to inform consumers of their composition and then create a scientific inspection regime to hold them to their claims. The law, he intoned, should prescribe heavy penalties for false or insufficient branding and provide for inspection with powers and funds for chemical analysis and for prosecution, as is now the case in regard to commercial fertilizers. If chemistry and law are made to help the manufacturer of counterfeits, they should be made to protect the producer of honest milk, butter, and cheese. 4 years later, John A. Myers, then Mississippi's state chemist and president of AOAC, used his address to the organization to make a similar argument. Municipalities and states, Myers noted, were passing legislation to combat the adulteration of dairy products, liquors, and other agricultural products offered for sale. So long as the AOAC retained its proper conservative attitude and strict adherence to scientific principles, he predicted that the time is not far distant when its conclusions will virtually become the law regulating the sale of nearly every agricultural and food product offered in our cities. His belief was that organized scientific endeavor would snuff out the cheats and adulterations so prevalent in American consumer markets. The vision sketched by Chamberlain and Myers came to pass, though in the end mostly through scientific bodies within the federal government. Several states did enact inspection regimes for dairy products and foods such as sugar, with New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts taking the lead in 1881 and 1882. But regulation in these areas expanded enormously in 1906, when Congress responded to journalistic exposés about adulteration of food and medicines by passing the Pure Food and Drug Act. This law prohibited the sale of falsely labeled or misbranded foods and pharmaceuticals in interstate commerce, and vested oversight powers in the Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Chemistry. The key figure in the law's passage and its initial enforcement was Harvey Wiley, who served as the Agriculture Department's chief agricultural chemist from 1883 until 1912. Wiley's office conducted a stream of studies to determine the extent of adulteration in food and medicine, and then coordinated lobbying efforts that culminated in the 1906 Act. Some of his earliest regulatory experiences, however, occurred in his capacity as Indiana state chemist during the late 1870s and early 1880s, when he led campaigns against bogus fertilizers. The path to regulatory curbs on worthless patent medicines and adulterated foodstuffs ran through chemical laboratories that scrutinized the contents of guano bags and loads of phosphates. Even more so than with fertilizer regulation, the more vigorous oversight of food and drugs fostered expectations that public testing for adulteration should rest on reproducible, standardized methods. To rid marketplaces of swill passing for milk or spurious patent medicines, the American state required not only administrative authority, but also scientific capacity. It needed state-of-the-art laboratories. It needed leading scientists who could engage in sophisticated chemical analysis, help to forge clear national standards, and hold businesses accountable through the regular testing of samples. One can see the power of these assumptions at work in the evolution of grain market regulation. During the 1890s and 1900s, a growing number of politicians from grain-growing states advocated the imposition of federal grain inspection. Supporters portrayed this policy as a means to overcome periodic disputes between counterparties in different regions, who sometimes differed in interpreting grading definitions. They also alleged that large-scale Chicago grain elevator companies, in cahoots with the Chicago Board of Trade, had regained control over the inspection process. As a result, the elevator combination could once again manipulate grades as they had done before the 1871 grain grading reforms. Renewed European concerns over uneven U.S. grading practices served as an additional impetus, especially in light of the emergence of significant foreign competition from the wheatlands of Australia and Argentina. The farmers and populist politicians who campaigned for federal grain inspection confronted opposition from many grain traders and commercial elites, who preferred local grading institutions and who worried about the creation of new avenues for political patronage. But advocates of centralized inspection found allies within the Agriculture Department's Bureau of Chemistry, which carried out intensive studies of grain grading from the mid-1900s through 1914. This research enabled the Bureau's chemists to propose far more precise grades, based on a sample's percentages of moisture, damaged grain, cracked kernels, and foreign substances. It also led to the development of tests for the use of sulfur or other bleaching agents, and detailed instructions for effective sampling of large shipments of grain. In 1916, Congress bent to political pressure and administrative expertise, passing the Grain Standards Act. This statute not only instituted federal grading for interstate shipments, but also placed it on a scientific basis under the auspices of a new National Grain Standards Board within the Agriculture Department. This board had the power to devise and implement new standards, as well as to license and supervise local inspectors, whether they worked for local exchanges or state inspection bureaus. Under the new system, federal inspectors had to pass an examination. In light of the heightened premium on scientific understanding and technique, the Agriculture Department encouraged state universities to create courses of study that would enable individuals to qualify under the new rules. To facilitate public acceptance, its officials instituted a massive education campaign through demonstrations at county and state fairs, which instructed farmers about new grading techniques. By 1920, federal oversight of grain grading had become so stringent that a number of inspectors had lost their licenses for poor performance, and sufficiently accurate that it had won the support of associations of grain dealers as well as farmers. The baseline for quality certification of commodities now presumed policy formulation by government experts who had the scientific knowledge to pierce the farmer's or manufacturer's veil, and so could identify grain properties with great precision. Toughening up corporate accounting. After the Civil War, many states also took steps to combat fraud in local securities markets. Several legislatures constrained how corporations could raise capital, requiring that they use proceeds of stock offerings to expand tangible assets. Some state constitutional conventions further mandated that corporations open their books to interested shareholders and only raise additional capital after explicit shareholder consent. Two episodes stand out as more far-reaching administrative efforts to curb fraud: California's 1880 enactment of new rules governing financial reporting by mining companies, and New York's 1881 passage of a regulatory regime for life insurance companies. As with state-mandated regimes of grain and fertilizer inspection, both of these reforms were preceded by several years of critical news coverage and deepening complaints among market participants. Unlike those contemporaneous extensions of American regulatory authority, the forays into public accounting regulation were triggered by dramatic scandals and business failures rather than just an accumulating sense of injustice. In California, pleas for stricter reporting rules were prompted by the endemic machinations of mining capitalists and large-scale speculators on the San Francisco Stock Exchange. Without regular flows of public information about labor activity or the quantity and quality of output, mining insiders could quietly buy or sell shares on the basis of inside information, as well as engage in charades to move markets either up or down. One of the more elaborate frauds involved the staged shutdown. Because information about deep-level Western mining strikes was at such a premium, mine owners closed down the exit points of shafts whenever workers began to develop a new part of the mine. By restricting miners' ability to pass word of a new ore vein to the neighborhood and wider world, the owners hoped to be able to buy up company shares on the cheap. This practice soon taught speculators to watch out for shutdowns, which possibly signaled big mineral strikes. In response, one set of unscrupulous owners initiated a shutdown in 1872 despite a lack of new mining activity. After speculators inferred that this action presaged an ore strike and piled into the mine's stock, insiders dumped their own shares through confederates. In other cases, mining executives conveyed false information in annual reports, skimmed off profits by channeling ore to their own privately owned mills, or sold mine assets to business associates for pennies on the dollar. Such manipulations bilked outside investors, sometimes precipitated full-blown company failures, and undermined public confidence in the San Francisco market for mining stocks. By comparison, the skullduggery that went on inside grain elevators or fertilizer manufactories exacted only minor tolls on the marts of trade. As early as 1870, the San Francisco Board of Brokers developed formal recommendations for state legislation that would mandate regular information disclosure by mining companies. Like their elevator warehouse counterparts in Chicago, however, Western mining magnates tenaciously opposed challenges to their freedom of action. When pressures mounted for state regulation in 1874, mine owners deflected the most far-reaching proposals, conceding only that mining corporations would have to abide by the informational requirements of their own bylaws, whatever those might be, and that minority shareholders had the right to inspect mine property. Only in 1880 did a more robust statute clear the legislature and State House after several additional scandals and bankruptcies, a number of market busts, a relentless reform campaign by San Francisco newspapers, and the emergence of a competing New York City mining exchange. This legislation made insider looting more difficult by requiring that corporate officers receive approval from 2/3 of shareholders before selling, leasing, or mortgaging company assets. It also required regular reporting to stockholders of expenses, labor, and output, according to uniform accounting standards. Shareholders also gained the right to bring along a geological or mining expert when visiting mines. Nonetheless, California required neither regular reports to a state bureaucracy nor independent audits. The focus of regulatory action was empowering shareholders to obtain better information so that they could better protect themselves. New York's life insurance reforms followed a spate of bankruptcies in the wake of the Panic of 1873. The sector grew quickly in the late 1860s, fueled by new products from mutual companies that gave policyholders the prospect of speculative gains, as well as far more aggressive sales techniques. The establishment of state insurance departments in places such as New York and Massachusetts also reassured many policyholders about the industry's safety. Strong demand encouraged the entry of new insurance providers, including incorporated stock companies, incorporated mutual companies, owned by their policyholders, and after the mid-1870s, scores of non-profit fraternal associations. This last group eschewed strict actuarial methods, assessing members for payments to make good on promises after a death. Many of the new insurers took a high-pressure route in the scramble for policyholders. They opted for cut-rate premiums and generous commissions to agents, encouraged aggressive selling tactics, and invested assets speculatively in the search for sufficient returns to meet burgeoning obligations. Managers at several underwriters engaged in blatant self-dealing, deceptive accounting, and embezzlement. Even before the Panic of 1873, a few of the more dodgy life insurers failed. After the panic, crashing asset values and plummeting demand exposed financial vulnerabilities, with more than 30 companies and fraternal organizations careening into insolvency, and nearly twice that number winding up their affairs. Even after insolvency, predatory behavior continued as corporate insiders gained positions as receivers and either wasted assets or arranged for mergers with other overextended firms on terms that disadvantaged policyholders. Subsequent investigations by the New York Insurance Department exposed the depth of managerial abuses, as did a string of fraud prosecutions, attempts that, as we have seen, almost always failed to put insurance executives in jail. These inquiries and court proceedings were all seized upon by the Northeastern press. Journalists and editors took particular umbrage because of the demographic groups hurt by life insurance company failures. Unlike duplicity in the market for mining stocks, which hurt speculators and gamblers, the life insurance depredations had victims more worthy of sympathy. To The Independent, a weekly that catered to the northern Protestant middle class, the behavior of failed insurance companies constituted fraud of the worst stripe because it was the swindling of dependent families. Once again, fraud against the innocent and vulnerable elicited heightened concern from the arbiters of public opinion. Against this backdrop of public concern, a New York State legislative committee held lengthy hearings into life insurance, drafting a bill that brought the new and heretofore unregulated fraternal insurance schemes under state regulation. Incorporated stock companies already had to submit annual reports and deposit $100,000 in assets with the insurance department as a reserve fund. The new legislation required that charitable organizations receive a license from the insurance department before opening. Like the stock-based companies, cooperative organizations would now also have to submit detailed accounts of their business to the state regulators. They would be subject to liquidation if regulators found their operations in gross violation of members' interests. The goal of this legislation, State Superintendent of Insurance Charles Fairman explained, was to safeguard both New York policyholders and legitimate insurers from swindling frauds designed to enrich managers and owners under the garb of benevolence and charity. The legitimate and honorable associations, Fairman added, had supported reform because they realized that the threat that they faced from unknown and irresponsible associations without assets and without capital, worse than the wildcat banks of Michigan or the bubbles of the South Sea, which promise fabulous endowments in 50 years hence out of impossible reserves calculated in total disregard of all mathematical or mortality tables. Protection would come from the staff of Fairman's department, who would bring dispassionate actuarial science to bear on the applications and reports that came across their desks. By raising barriers to entry, the 1881 New York Insurance Reform Law prevented the most rapacious frauds by New York life insurers. It was followed by several other reforms, sometimes emerging in legislation, sometimes resulting from judicial opinions in legal challenges to insurance company practices. The most important of these changes imposed surrender values for policyholders whose premium payments had lapsed, held companies liable for actions by sales agents, and streamlined the process to close down duplicitous insurance companies or associations. These reforms, however, did not touch many misrepresentations and financial abuses. Later investigations, such as the New York Legislature's 1905 Armstrong investigation, demonstrated that managers at the largest insurers were still lining their own pockets through high salaries and the channeling of investments into businesses in which they had an interest. They also used company funds to curry favor with legislators and other public officials. Reliance on expensive sales commissions continued as well, encouraging twisting, a practice in which sales agents contacted policyholders of other companies and misrepresented contractual terms to convince them to switch insurers, a move that incurred high and undisclosed transaction costs. The Armstrong revelations spurred yet more regulatory action, including limits on executive compensation, prohibitions on speculative insurance contracts and speculative company investments, constraints on excessive commissions to agents, prohibitions against twisting, and the adoption of more rigorous accounting standards. This last reform mandated not only detailed tracking of selling costs, mortality payouts, and investment returns, but also independent audits and regular reports to the Department of Insurance and policyholders. As the headquarters for America's largest insurance companies, New York set a national regulatory tone. Numerous states followed its lead, imposing analogous accounting regimes over local companies and fraternal organizations. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, a further rash of corporate frauds prompted new state-level administrative mechanisms to oversee securities markets. In California, the impetus for reform came from swindles that took advantage of the state's early 20th century oil boom. Elsewhere, concern arose from a wider slate of fraudulent promotions, from mining and real estate companies to banking and manufacturing enterprises, as well as recurrent exposés of transportation and utility companies' stock watering, that is, floating additional shares to pay for new capital investments at inflated valuations. Because a growing number of Americans had begun to invest in stocks and bonds, the resulting financial losses reached more deeply into farming communities and the urban middle class. Throughout the first 3 decades of the 20th century, muckraking journalists turned a spotlight on the pirates of promotion who roiled securities markets. Over the same decades, financial elites became more anxious about fraudulent stock operators. In agricultural states, commercial bankers fretted about losing deposits to the siren call of the stock market and the insistent pleas of get-rich-quick artists. From 1911 through 1932, almost every state responded to the resulting political pressures, adopting laws that targeted shady stock promoters and deceitful brokerages. The predominant impulse was to create a regulatory filter for the investment markets. Kansas's legislature led the way in 1911, enacting a statute that required corporations that sold stocks or bonds in the state to submit extensive financial data to the Bank Commission. This agency would grant a license to market securities so long as the firm was a legitimate enterprise that offered investors a fair promise of a return and had prepared truthful prospectuses and advertising materials. Most states soon followed Kansas's lead. Some placed responsibility for licensing securities with their banking commission, others with a new Bureau of Corporations or a Division of Securities within the Secretary of State's office. Some legislatures created new licensing requirements for brokerage firms operating within their borders and gave the relevant state agency power to sue for injunctions against misleading marketing campaigns. These blue sky laws, so named for their goal of checking stock pitches without any basis other than the azure vistas surrounding their unscrupulous promoters, gave state officials authority to distinguish firms with viable business plans from those that lacked decent prospects or represented pure swindles. New York, by contrast, eschewed prospective administrative approaches, confronting intensive opposition to blue sky approaches from Wall Street. Albany legislators instead enacted a new criminal fraud statute, the 1921 Martin Act. This legislation, pushed by a new association of the largest nationwide securities underwriters, the Investment Bankers of America, created specific prohibitions against financial frauds and enabled the state attorney general to seek injunctions to stop ongoing fraudulent promotions. It further gave that official extraordinary investigative authority, including wide subpoena power and the capacity to compel testimony from corporate executives and stock promoters. To enforce the statute, the Attorney General's office established a separate fraud division that would investigate and prosecute fraud committed by promoters who operated outside established stock exchanges. The flurry of anti-fraud regulation in financial services represented an important shift in thinking about the state's responsibility to protect investors and policyholders. Blue sky laws and creation of anti-fraud bureaucracies reflected the presumption that government had the obligation to ensure truthful communication in these markets. In states with a strong current of populism, this impulse extended even further, embracing the provision of more detailed guidance to Americans in their choice of investments. Inventing mail fraud. Late 19th and early 20th century American inspection regimes took their lead from counterparts across the Atlantic, hewing closely to European examples of close cooperation between scientists and public regulatory institutions. The development of corporate accounting regimes and requirements of greater transparency from life insurance companies also borrowed to some extent from British examples. By contrast, the legal construction of postal fraud was very much an American invention. Yet, in this context, too, the key sculptors of regulatory policy were ambitious officers of the state. The continental economy that emerged during the lifetime of P.T. Barnum depended on revolutions in both transportation and communications, including rapid improvements in the mails. dependable, affordable postal service, whether reliant on stage, canal, or rail, encouraged business owners to expand their geographic horizons. It eased the gathering of commercial intelligence and opened a channel to faraway customers without the intercession of local middlemen. For thousands of manufacturers, merchants, and promoters, the post office facilitated regional or national marketing strategies. These firms sent out circulars through the post that described products or investments. They received and filled orders the same way. But mail-order business also attracted deceptive practices, for it could not rely on checks available to participants of a neighborly economy. As soon as legitimate enterprises began to work out mail-based marketing schemes in the 1850s, unscrupulous ones developed mail-based scams. Some of the most prominent involved fake lotteries and gift enterprises. After compiling addresses from directories, these concerns mailed tens of thousands of circulars that stressed the excellent odds associated with their drawings. Many recruited postmasters as local selling agents and persuaded country editors to place advertising bombast. All too often, replies surged into post offices as far-flung Americans took the bait. Occasionally, proprietors of these businesses would distribute paltry tokens to some wagerers. Usually, they sent word that participants had not won this time but encouraged them to try again. Thousands of other fraudulent businesses pretended to offer cheap goods or profitable business opportunities as a means of separating the public from its superfluous cash. After customers of these fly-by-night firms received shoddy products or realized that no goods or legitimate employment opportunities would be forthcoming, most suffered their losses in silence. But some wrote to the police or the mayor where the fraudulent business claimed to be located, pleading for assistance. Once city governments got wind of fraudulent mail-order firms, they often assigned detectives to investigate, who sometimes arrested clerks responsible for receiving and responding to incoming mail orders. But successful fraud prosecutions of swindlers who relied on postal transactions turned out to be even rarer than in false pretense cases that involved local defendants and complainants. As with any fraud case, prosecutors confronted the enduring problem of defendants who skipped bail, as well as the perennial challenge of amassing evidence to satisfy the rigorous standards of American criminal law. There were even thornier prosecutorial obstacles in cases of fraudulent schemes operating via the mail. Victims had to expend time and money to institute formal criminal proceedings in distant courts. In light of the small sums at issue, few dupes were willing to follow through with the requirements of the criminal justice system. Even clear-cut cases might fail because none of the actually swindled persons were present in the city to enter a formal complaint. The principles of 19th-century mail scams, moreover, often lurked in the shadows, far away from the metropolitan addresses listed on marketing literature. If urban police managed to track down these elusive figures, they often took advantage of local networks to evade legal process. As a result of such barriers, few criminal investigations into postal swindles progressed to actual trials. On those rare occasions in which detectives forced fraudulent proprietors to close businesses, they proved adept at shifting their base of operations and starting anew. Faced with limited avenues for exacting punishment, city governments turned mail fraud incidents into opportunities for public education. After the New York police shut down one swindle in 1858, they returned outstanding letters, enclosing whatever sums they had contained. An explanatory note informed senders that the would-be recipient had been arrested in this city and advised them to be on your guard against gift enterprises, lotteries, and other bogus businesses, as they are designed to defraud the unwary. A decade later, New York City Mayor A. Oakley Hall mobilized the nation's newspapers for a more systematic educational campaign. Frustrated by scores of complaints about the city's mail-order businesses, Hall distributed a caution to editors around the country. The message warned rural readers against mail-related swindles emanating from New York City, imploring them to steer clear of dollar stores or any other possible scheme whereby property is promised greater than the price asked to be paid. Such endeavors multiplied the earlier official signs outside mock auction houses that instructed strangers to beware of Peter Funks, now warning greenhorns against the frauds that might seek them out, via the mail, in the comfort of their own homes. Such episodic attempts to inoculate consumers from mail-order impositions struck postal officials as inadequate to the task at hand. Swindling through the mails was becoming a more common occurrence, and the Americans who fell for these scams had begun to direct their ire at the post office itself, which they often assumed was responsible for losing letters or shipments. Some savvy swindlers encouraged this conclusion by denying that they had received orders or insisting that they had long ago mailed the goods in question. One serial perpetrator of mail frauds informed disgruntled correspondents that because the New York post office was so rife with theft, he had discontinued his box. He then suggested that customers send all monies by express. Such tactics generated an avalanche of official complaints from defrauded Americans who attributed their losses to the defective organization of the post office department. Through poses of innocence, one postal official observed, sharpers had managed to transfer the odium of the fraud to the government. Post office leaders viewed this situation as an unacceptable affront to institutional reputation. One promising option was to take an expansive view of a postal rule that prohibited letter delivery to fictitious addressees. The Postmaster General, Joseph Holt, had instituted this regulation in 1857. The next year he ordered all office holders to interpret it broadly as a way to curb fraudulent schemes. Enforcement of the rule temporarily shut down fraudulent lotteries, gift enterprises, and other assorted scams in cities such as New York, Albany, and Philadelphia. Once police received complaints about bogus mail-order firms, they asked local postmasters to send any mail addressed to those concerns to the dead letter office. This action enabled the police, in conjunction with postal workers, to return funds to at least some duped customers. Such a broad exercise of federal authority, however, did not sit well with the businessmen who lost access to the mails, some of whom challenged its legality. It also attracted scathing criticism from Democratic editors who worried that making postmasters into censors would lead to abuse which may seriously infringe upon the rights of innocent parties. In light of these complaints, Postmaster Holt requested a formal legal opinion about his policy from Attorney General J.S. Black. In an October 1860 letter, Black reasoned that the right of the post office to make a regulation which will prevent the service from being prostituted to purposes of fraud has never been denied. But he also noted that postal officials did not possess any authority to carry on an extended inquiry into private affairs of persons who receive letters by mail. To justify denial of access to letters, he suggested that the fraudulent intent ought to be clear. This opinion created ambiguity about the extent of postal authority. It also gave protection to fraudulent businessmen who did not hide behind false names. In the midst of the Civil War, such issues receded far into the political and bureaucratic background, but with the fall of the Confederacy they reemerged in the shape of a formal 1866 request that Congress expand the post office's regulatory power. The proposed legislation would allow postal officials to intercept mail sent to individuals or businesses engaging in intentional schemes to deceive and defraud. It also criminalized use of the mails to further fraudulent lotteries or gift enterprises. These proposals were endorsed by New York's mayor and police chief, who saw no other way to curb the interstate swindles that left them inundated with complaints. Although the impetus for anti-mail fraud reforms came from a federal bureaucracy intent on protecting its own standing, it found support among Northern evangelicals. For social conservatives, Postal regulations constituted an attractive vehicle to impose censorship on a rapidly changing society in danger of losing its religious moorings. Northern moralists viewed lotteries, investment swindles, and commercial frauds as part of a larger assault on public morals by illegitimate businesses, including purveyors of abortifacients, prostitution, and pornography. All of these enterprises had used the mails to forge national markets and circumvent state and local regulations. All of them supplied, in the words of the Philadelphia Age, intelligence of a highly improper character to young men, leading them into crooked and questionable paths. With the right kind of postal regulations and the right kind of enforcement, evangelicals believed that they could redeem the emerging national marketplace, expelling corrosive lines of trade. The need, the American agriculturist explained in an 1866 discussion of fraudulent lotteries, was for the strong arm of the law to crush these pests of society. Such confidence reflected the national government's recent triumph in eradicating the evil of slavery, a powerful example of how national authority could remake economic institutions and social norms. Despite warm advocacy by Northern reformers, the mail fraud bill lacked the political backing to make it through Congress, even one stacked with Republicans supportive of vigorous articulations of federal power. As a result, the proposal languished in the Postal Committee for more than 5 years. But starting in late 1870, Congress undertook an overall codification of postal law, which offered a legislative vehicle for prohibition of mail fraud. Enacted in the spring of 1872 without fanfare, the Postal Revision Statute gave the department the authority to close the mails to any person, firm, or corporation that ran a fraudulent lottery or gift enterprise, or that otherwise operated any other scheme or device for obtaining money through the mails by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises. So long as the Postmaster General received evidence satisfactory to him, he could issue a fraud order that took away access to registered mail and postal money orders. The law also created a new misdemeanor for anyone using the mails as part of a scheme or artifice to defraud. One potential limitation of the reform law concerned enforcement. Without a corps of dedicated inspectors to investigate allegations of mail fraud, the statute would have minimal impact. The department had more than 50 postal inspectors in 1872, but they had their hands full with mail theft rings and embezzling postmasters. As soon as Congress enacted the new postal statute, however, several evangelical reformers figured out how the post office could flex its administrative muscles without further taxing the federal budget. This group was led by Anthony Comstock, a young New York City salesman with a strong commitment to conservative Protestant theology and social values, several years of informal leadership within the Young Men's Christian Association, and a mission to rid Victorian America of disreputable commerce. Comstock saw the new postal law as a cudgel to use against immoral businesses, which he viewed as grave threats to the souls of young urban dwellers who had lost their moorings amid the corruptions of the fast-paced metropolis. Within months of its passage, he helped to found the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice, NYSSV, receiving financial backing from a group of evangelical business elites. He then offered his services to the post office as a special agent without pay, since the NYSSV would provide him with a salary. Similar arrangements soon emerged in Boston, St. Louis, Chicago, and San Francisco, with the leaders of new private anti-vice organizations taking on official roles as investigators of interstate mail-order businesses. These individuals beefed up the ranks of postal inspectors and infused the department with a deep commitment to do battle against mail frauds. The mandarins of late 19th century fertilizer regulation and early 20th century food and drug regulation were professional scientists who could make uncontested claims to technical expertise so long as they spoke with one voice. By contrast, the self-appointed guardians of the United States mail possessed no such foundation of technical knowledge. Instead, they constructed regulatory authority out of moral indignation, the willingness to experiment with enforcement practices, and over time, an accumulated understanding of swindling schemes and swindlers' social networks. Rather than sitting back to wait for complaints to find them, Comstock and his fellow inspectors developed more aggressive investigatory tactics. They scoured the nation's publications for advertisements that bore the telltale marks of duplicity. They then replied to those ads, often sending letters of inquiry under fictitious names so as to occasion no suspicions. Thus, after learning in early 1877 of a fraudulent Hoboken, New Jersey business that had advertised for sales agents, Comstock arranged for a decoy letter of inquiry to be sent from a non-existent person in Pittsburgh. This mode of proceeding allowed Comstock and his fellow postal inspectors to collect evidence that would sustain fraud orders or prosecutions. During the 1870s and 1880s, postal officials directed investigations toward fraudulent lotteries, gift enterprise schemes, and green goods operators who offered to sell counterfeit currency. These businesses struck the mail inspectors as especially grave threats to the country's moral health. Interstate investment swindles received close attention as well, as did purveyors of quack medicines, mail-order firms that sent customers goods of greatly inferior value to what they represented in ads, and advance fee scams that promised employment or educational opportunities. By the mid-1890s, the postal authorities issued roughly 200 fraud orders each year. They also pursued criminal prosecutions. Anthony Comstock and several subordinates made hundreds of fraud-related arrests from the 1870s through the close of the century, and investigated many more fraudulent schemes, often convincing their proprietors to cease operations through threats of legal proceedings. At several junctures, moreover, postal inspectors went after and shut down large-scale enterprises with political clout. Campaigns against the nation's largest lotteries from the 1870s through the early 1890s stood out in this regard, as did a crackdown on bogus brokerage firms in the late 1870s and early 1880s, and a concerted effort in the mid-1890s to close patent medicine and cosmetics firms operating out of South Bend, Indiana. The maneuvers against fake brokerage firms deserve more extended discussion, as they illustrate both the enduring obstacles to fraud prosecutions and how bureaucratic innovations could clear some of them away. During the mid-1870s, several New York City investment firms blanketed the country with newspaper ads for investment pools that promised to combine funds from small investors and place them under the control of insiders who could safely navigate the arcane, risky world of Wall Street. By reporting excellent returns, they played on the tendency of investors to give great credence to recent events when making financial decisions. These tactics persuaded thousands of Americans to invest, always to their detriment. After a month or two of paper gains, the brokerages informed customers that unexpected market fluctuations had resulted in disastrous losses. Having never invested the pools of capital in the first place, the firms used the funds to pay for marketing expenses and pocketed the remainder. Complaints about these early, if fake, versions of mutual funds soon inundated Orange Judd's American Agriculturist, the financial press, the New York City Police, and the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE. Worried about the impact that combination brokerages were having on popular sentiment toward financial markets and more respectable firms, the NYSE's Law Committee hired outside legal counsel to investigate the bogus brokerages in 1878. The committee charged attorney Ralph Oakley to amass all the information possible concerning the firms that were using the mails and the press to defraud the public by means of fake transactions in stocks, and to use all legal means to secure the convictions of the offending parties. As this statement indicates, the NYSE hoped to overcome the collective action problems that stymied most 19th-century fraud prosecutions. Oakley had little difficulty collecting circumstantial evidence against the cuckoo brokerage firms. Through surveillance of offices, he showed that they did not send runners out to place sell or buy orders as legitimate brokerage firms did, and that their clerks did nothing but receive and send mail. After placing newspaper ads asking for information from disgruntled investors, he received ample examples of marketing circulars that promised golden harvests, as well as correspondence that reported initial paper profits and then catastrophic losses. But he struggled to obtain more direct substantiation of intentional misrepresentations that would underpin criminal prosecution in the face of determined legal defenses. Finding a stationer who was owed a debt by one of the firms, Oakley persuaded him to file a collection suit, hoping to force a judicial order for examination of its books. When asked by the court to file an indemnification bond, however, the stationer balked, withdrawing his action. Like so many other would-be prosecutors, Oakley struggled to find individuals who were willing to lodge criminal charges. Most unhappy investors, he found, refused to sacrifice themselves by undertaking such a time-consuming endeavor. Instead, like Oscar Moltke, a resident of Yorkville, South Carolina, who lost $211 with the firm of Lawrence and Company, they remained focused on getting back the funds that were justly due to them. As Moltke stressed in a December 1879 letter to the Wall Street Daily News, his priority was to attain redress of a private grievance, to gain assistance for a poor man who was in absolute need of the money that Lawrence and Company had tricked out of him. This white Southerner did not care a fig for the vindication of a public wrong. In the few instances in which defrauded investors initiated criminal process against proprietors of bogus brokerage firms, they accepted settlement offers. Finding himself balked at every point, Oakley chose not to bring fraud prosecutions. The mail fraud statute, however, gave Oakley an alternative mode of proceeding. The legal standard to ban firms from the mails was far less stringent than criminal proceedings, for postal inspectors only had to furnish evidence that the Postmaster General ascertained to be satisfactory. In late 1879, the lawyer gave Anthony Comstock his evidence. The latter then initiated a separate inquiry, visiting 8 brokerages that received and sent hundreds of letters a month, but that appeared to transact no stock trades. These firms refused to give Comstock access to their books to substantiate claims that they had thousands of satisfied investors, or to demonstrate that they had generated profits for any single investor. Comstock's report convinced the Postmaster General to issue fraud orders, which shut down these firms. A few years later, an investigation of the multi-million-dollar Chicago-based Fund W pyramid scheme culminated in both fraud orders and criminal convictions of 2 fund managers. Enforcement of the postal fraud statutes did not eradicate misrepresentations by American mail-order firms. Criminal mail fraud prosecutions encountered many of the same problems that bedeviled fraud prosecutions in state courts. Coordinating the testimony of distant complainants and developing sufficient evidence against ringleaders turned out to be difficult. If indicted mail-order swindlers did not make themselves scarce, they often drew on the talents of the defense bar's most accomplished members. Local juries also sometimes viewed duplicitous mail-order firms sympathetically, as they brought much-needed business to a town or city. For years there was no way to gain guilty verdicts against the managers of the Louisiana Lottery in New Orleans or its agents in Washington, D.C. Federal convictions, when they occurred, also tracked outcomes in state fraud trials. Prison sentences for the largest postal swindles rarely exceeded 18 months, with even those terms sometimes cut short by pardons, as occurred in the Fund W case. Several operators of fraudulent lotteries came to view fines for mail fraud, which could not exceed $500, as nothing more than a mild license which an agent of the lottery could well afford to pay once in every 30 days. Administrative fraud orders also had important limitations. Postal officials conceded that many recipients of these directives restructured their businesses around reliance on express companies or changed the names and locations of their firms to maintain access to the regular mails. As Anthony Comstock himself admitted, American swindlers were the hardest people in the world to run down. They have so many aliases and addresses. Several of the largest lotteries responded to fraud orders by moving to locales in Mexico, Canada, or the Caribbean, from which they returned to the business of flooding U.S. mailboxes with circulars. Such adjustments, however, did not necessarily protect dodgy operators from subsequent fraud orders. They also increased the fixed costs associated with deceptive marketing practices and so helped to stem their incidence. By the early 20th century, the federal government had built up a corps of career inspectors, special agents, and attorneys who had spent years, and in several instances decades, investigating postal frauds. The experience conveyed a wealth of knowledge about the pivotal figures among the nation's duplicitous mail-order enterprises and their most effective tactics. Congress periodically furnished these officials with additional enforcement tools. In 1890, it prohibited the mailing of any promotional materials related to lotteries, gave postal inspectors the authority to arrest suspects without warrants, and permitted prosecution of mail fraud where its perpetrators sent mail as well as where it originated. An 1895 statute gave the Postmaster General power to bar firms from sending or receiving mail, whether registered or not, and also outlawed the sending of illicit materials by express. Together, the cultivation of a seasoned inspectorate and extensions of regulatory authority allowed the post office to mount nationwide campaigns against prevalent business frauds. These crackdowns targeted fraudulent bond investment schemes in the 1890s, quack medical treatments early in the new century, and bogus Texas and California oil companies in the 1910s and 1920s. Each of these operations closed down scores of firms and resulted in high-profile convictions, despite the still daunting obstacles that faced fraud prosecutions. The Post Office's assault against deceptive marketing extended well beyond efforts to bar swindling firms from the mails or to deter misrepresentation through criminal actions. In addition to deploying coercive power, postal officials sought to forestall frauds through public education. One key policy targeted the nation's corps of postmasters. Swindlers had long recognized the pivotal role that postmasters played in the national circulation of goods and ideas, and so often solicited their assistance in marketing schemes. After the Civil War, officials in Washington sought to keep pace with duplicitous mail-order firms. They distributed circulars so that postmasters might in turn alert their customers, in the case of one 1866 handbill, to "Take warning, beware of jewelry and lottery swindlers." To keep track of peripatetic miscreants, the department maintained a running list of those accused of mail fraud, which it published, along with aliases and descriptions of schemes, in its monthly postal guide. In addition, officials fired several colluding postmasters who abetted business frauds. Not content with internal audiences, postal officials jumped into the extensive public discourse about business fraud. No individual took on this task with more gusto than Anthony Comstock. In addition to publishing Frauds Exposed, 1880, a book that chronicled the depredations of mail-order swindlers and valorized his ongoing struggles against them, Comstock cultivated close relationships with journalists and editors close to the Republican Party and the Protestant establishment. These connections allowed him to place dozens of magazine articles about his crusades against fraud and obscenity, and to attract hundreds of newspaper accounts of his work as a postal inspector. The close nexus between postal officials and the print media further transformed enforcement actions into means of public education, as the issuance of fraud orders or the filing of criminal charges triggered extensive news coverage of duplicitous business practices. In the first 2 decades of the mail fraud law, the press focused on large-scale cases such as those against the Louisiana Lottery or the Fund W scheme. By the 1890s, an accelerating tempo of mail fraud actions was matched by more systematic appearance of journalistic accounts, which in turn stimulated popular awareness of the post office as a regulatory minder of commercial speech. Waxing popular consciousness, in turn, generated more lodged grievances against mail-order firms from working-class urban neighborhoods and rural homesteads alike. Comstock had encouraged such communication in Frauds Exposed, pleading with every reader of the volume to cooperate by sending any knowledge or information in the shape of circulars or otherwise of any scheme to rob or defraud the people. The Nation's editors echoed this call, redirecting fraud inquiries to postal officials. Thus, in 1904, the Youth's Companion pleaded with its hundreds of thousands of subscribers to call the attention of local postmasters to any fraudulent schemes afloat, and to suggest that the postmasters notify superiors in Washington. To do this in every suspicious case, the magazine explained, is a duty which every honest man owes to his neighbor as well as to himself. These appeals mirrored the calls for coordinated vigilance against deception made by trade journal and newspaper editors such as Friend Root, but now instructed the country's neighborly sentinels to direct their information to the public monitors of the mail service. Thousands of Americans heeded this advice. Some wrote to the Post Office Department to inquire about the legality of a particular business's methods, much as they had sought out the advice of trusted magazine editors. Others sent in evidence of what they viewed as deceptive marketing, usually to ask for assistance in obtaining refunds, and occasionally to demand that the post office pursue enforcement actions. On the eve of World War I, the federal government received over 30,000 inquiries and allegations annually. This torrent of grievances testifies to the expanding sense of rights consciousness among Americans, as well as the tendency to look to the federal government as guarantor of those rights. A 1911 illustration in Harper's Weekly captured the growing inclination of American investors and consumers to look to the post office for redress. Pictured in the center of the illustration is an upstanding postman in rigidly starched attire with an angel's wings. Behind him, held back by a strong left arm, are 4 disgruntled citizens leaning forward with either imploring hands or clenched fists. A prim, middle-class woman, perhaps a schoolteacher, a farmer, maybe the victim of a patent rights scheme, an elderly gentleman with a handkerchief falling loosely out of his pocket, as if it had been picked, and an elderly woman clutching a bank book, emblematic of devastating losses. In front of the guardian postman, ignoring the plea of his stiffly bent right arm, are 4 grasping swindlers, one holding up a patent medicine bottle, another a get-rich-quick circular, a rotund businessman holding firmly to a no doubt dubious stock certificate, and a 4th pitchman of some indeterminate scheme. American postal regulation of commercial speech had its origins not in such acts of social protection, but rather in institutional self-defense. The post office took on this task because its officials wished to safeguard their own reputations from the lies of deceptive mail-order businesses. This impulse remained a leading regulatory motivation for many years. In 1883, the New York Times could insist that because Americans were not living under a paternal government, the object of mail fraud enforcement is not so much to protect the people as it is to protect the mail service. As late as 1890, Postmaster General John Wanamaker pleaded for tougher legislation against lotteries on the grounds that the flouting of existing rules by the Louisiana Lottery had humiliated and demoralized his department. With the injection of Protestant moralism into the department by Anthony Comstock and his fellow special agents, and the greater incidence of public requests for fraud investigations, the rationale behind mail fraud policy more commonly referenced harms to consumers and investors. In Frauds Exposed, Comstock evinced concern for those honest and simple-minded persons duped by the multitudinous schemes and devices of the sharper, the verdant Americans who were taken in by green goods men, unscrupulous danglers of non-existent commercial agencies, and pitchmen for worthless patent medicines and bogus investments. 6 years later, another long-time postal inspector described the department's anti-fraud work as a reflection of paternal solicitude to protect the ignorant, the weak, and the unwary from the wolves who stand ready to devour them. By the early 20th century, this perspective suffused official pronouncements about mail fraud. As Woodrow Wilson settled into the White House, the Post Office Department's solicitor proclaimed that the old rule of caveat emptor cannot apply to mail-order sales. Given the way that the conditions of business in this country have been revolutionized, with sales being made at a great distance from the purchaser, the state had to embrace its role as policeman of national commercial speech. Such talk percolated down the ranks. One of the post office's pivotal duties, the superintendent of the mails at Trenton, New Jersey, explained in a May 1914 newspaper article, was to protect the public from itself, to safeguard the people from the temptation to become a victim of fraud. The Post Office's expansive endeavors against mail fraud, such as the state inspection regimes and the legislative moves against duplicitous corporate reporting, gained an institutional footing during an era in which American courts cast a skeptical eye on many regulatory endeavors. Drawing on aversion to legislatively bestowed economic privileges that dated back to the Jacksonian period, late 19th century American judges struck down numerous exercises of regulatory authority that they characterized as class legislation. If litigants could show that the intended purpose of a regulatory policy was to benefit narrow interests, and that it imposed burdens on firms engaging in interstate commerce, federal judges would often void the legislation as unconstitutional. Sometimes regulation that proponents depicted as anti-deception measures ran afoul of this standard. Licensing requirements aimed at out-of-state salesmen, for example, tended to raise judicial hackles, even if they targeted fly-by-night commercial sharks. Thus, federal courts struck down Minnesota and Alabama laws that required the licensing of agents for out-of-state tree nurseries, despite a clear pattern of misrepresentations and outright fraud, because they did not impose the same standard for local agents. American judges, however, proved to be at least as respectful of regulatory efforts to curb business fraud as they were of most exercises of police power on behalf of public health, public safety, or communal morals. Despite many legal challenges, the federal judiciary upheld the constitutionality of administrative mail fraud proceedings and almost always rejected challenges to criminal mail fraud convictions. State grain grading, fertilizer inspection, and life insurance regulation similarly passed constitutional muster. So too did statutes that prohibited the sale of oleomargarine colored to resemble butter, anti-adulteration laws that targeted compromised medicines and swill milk, and occupational licensing laws that claimed to protect American society from quacks, pettifoggers, and other unqualified riffraff masquerading as professionals. The courts accepted arguments that endemic duplicity threatened the confidence that floated so much commercial activity. As a result, judges held that the public interest in fostering honesty in economic transactions gave a wide berth of action to legislatures, including the delegation of rule-making and enforcement powers to administrative agencies. Postbellum courts manifested the same concerns in trademark enforcement. The basic structure for its regulation was set, like mail frauds, by a Reconstruction-era congressional statute. Rather than looking to a bureaucratic mode of enforcement, however, the Trademark Act of 1870 created a means for businesses to sue infringing competitors in the federal courts. Over the following 4 decades, the enterprises with national brands that sought to protect their marks found sympathetic ears on the federal bench. In fashioning a conceptual framework for trademark cases, federal judges carved out a significant exception from the norms of caveat emptor. When it came to deciding whether competitors had closely mimicked the names or packaging of Pillsbury flour or Dr. C. McLean's celebrated liver pills, the courts did not presume that consumers were careful or discerning. Instead, they treated them as unwary purchasers, often harried, distractible, inclined to rely on quick appraisals of how an item appeared on the store shelf, and so liable to make errors when they made choices on the basis of brand preferences. This approach did not guarantee victories for plaintiffs. Judges sometimes ruled that the degree of similarity between names or logos did not justify damage awards because they did not believe that ordinary purchasers would be led astray. But trademark law remained hospitable terrain for business complaints against imitators. As with other 19th-century legal exceptions to the precepts of caveat emptor, the intellectual assumptions guiding trademark law reflected judicial prejudices about social types. The familial arbiters of urban consumption by the 1880s and 1890s tended to be women, a group of economic actors whom judges viewed as requiring paternalistic assistance. Yet, the character of litigants mattered at least as much. Many federal judges were disposed to respect the large-scale businesses that filed trademark actions. These companies, like the Chicago meat packers whose lawsuits upended local regulatory statutes requiring local inspection of live beef, also hired top legal talent who developed compelling legal strategies and pursued them through a series of cases. Judicial deference accorded to anti-fraud initiatives gave state and federal bureaucrats room to construct expansive policies during the 5 decades following the Civil War. The result was not a single cohesive plan for responding to economic deceit, but rather a diverse set of institutional strategies, each tailored to the dilemmas of specific markets, each shaped by the ambitions and ideologies of key regulatory protagonists. With Army contracting, grain grading, fertilizer inspection, and reporting requirements for insurance companies and the sale of corporate securities, the goal was improved information disclosure. Purchasers of these goods and financial instruments demanded disinterested assessments of quality, which a growing number of Americans believed could only occur through the auspices of the state. With mail fraud, officials placed an administrative turnstile in front of the country's primary channel of communications, allowing them to block access to those firms and individuals whose business practices sullied the post office's reputation and threatened public morals. In all of these regulatory contexts, the architects of anti-fraud policies paid close attention to mechanisms of coercion, defining new crimes and administrative penalties, and building up enforcement mechanisms. But their most far-reaching impacts turned as much on redirecting social norms as on fashioning credible shows of regulatory force. The regulations that sought to constrain commercial misrepresentations entailed the fashioning of new standards for the quality of grain and fertilizers, or the obligations that mining and life insurance companies had to investors and policyholders, or the limits of acceptable puffery in mail-order marketing. This process built on informal regulatory communities already established through the nation's print culture. State and federal regulators looked to the press to spread the news of rule-making and enforcement actions, an expectation generally met by the trade journals and newspapers with fraud beats. Many regulators replicated the relationships that fraud-fighting editors had forged with subscribers, soliciting intelligence about business frauds and emphasizing public education. These endeavors solidified the legitimacy of anti-fraud regimes, strengthening the position of officials now charged with policing the line between forceful salesmanship and shameless imposition, and reinforcing social mores against rank duplicity. Appeals to individual self-reliance did not disappear in the face of this coordinated assault on commercial tricksters. Among American sharpers, this sensibility remained commonplace. One young mail-order entrepreneur who ran afoul of the new postal law a few years after its passage, typified this defiant stance. This 22-year-old widely advertised the sale of a low-priced 7-shooter, made possible by economies of scale in manufacturing, but then filled orders with cheap pop guns. Upon being confronted by a postal inspector, the young promoter explained that he had read Barnum's Life and accepted the doctrine that the American people like to be humbugged. Observing that his ads had said nothing about supplying an actual firearm, he insisted that, if anybody is green enough to suppose I meant a revolver, that's his lookout. The question of how to demarcate the boundaries of business fraud continued to be a vexing problem, nowhere more so than with regard to innovative firms that operated on untested commercial ground and that shared the young popgun sellers' aggressiveness in marketing. Chapter 6. Innovation, Moral Economy, and the Postmaster General's Peace. The new regime of mail fraud regulation ensnared hundreds of American businesses a year by the 1890s, including, as the opening passage of this book noted, Richard W. Sears. It is now time to return to his run-in with the post office, which extended from December 1894 into the summer of 1896. The episode constitutes more than a colorful addendum to Sears's already iconic entrepreneurial biography. It reveals complex connections between entrepreneurial innovation and socio-legal understandings of fraud. As such, it provides a crucial angle of vision on the dynamics of fraud enforcement as policymakers fashioned new tools to target commercial and financial cheats. Sears played a crucial role in transforming the world of American consumption, along with several other innovative retailers, department store moguls such as Macy, Fields, and Wanamaker, the creators of discount stores such as Woolworth and Cress, the entrepreneurs who applied the logic of the chain store to supermarkets and pharmacies such as Michael Cullen and Charles Walgreen, consumer goods manufacturers such as H.J. Heinz and James B. Duke, and advertising executives such as J. Walter Thompson. Over several decades, these businessmen and scores of managers in their companies focused collectively on realizing efficiencies, whether through cutting out middlemen, adopting new technologies that would enhance productivity, or achieving economies of scale and scope. Even more importantly, they recognized the latent consumer demand created by America's demographic growth. Their marketing practices helped to forge the mass consumption that became a defining characteristic of American life. In the process, this interlocking directorate of marketing innovations swept away older methods of distribution, traditional lifestyles, and a great many firms stuck in old ways of doing business. This chapter juxtaposes Sears and the mail-order behemoth he founded with a different and mostly far less well-known cast of entrepreneurial characters from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. These individuals include Medell Miller, a young woman from New Carlisle, Indiana, who owned a company that manufactured cosmetics and herbal remedies and sold them through a far-flung network of female sales agents. A.S. Burrell, a Marshalltown, Iowa publisher who created an early debt collection and consumer credit rating agency. Edward Gardner Lewis, a publisher, sometimes banker and real estate developer, based initially in St. Louis and then in Atascadero, California. George Graham Rice, a controversial stock promoter who helped to democratize America's securities markets in the first few decades of the 20th century, primarily from a base in New York City. B. H. Lambert of Louisville, Kentucky, who joined the stampede of American capitalists into the early automobile industry. Madame C. J. Walker, the creator of numerous successful beauty products and services for African American women. J. Overton Payne, a New York City investment analyst and tipster who helped to create the nascent field of economic forecasting, and Charles H. Young, a Korean immigrant who settled in Chicago and developed a wholesale trade in second-hand clothing, particularly for the African American market in the South. Like Sears, this cast of business owners pushed the boundaries of commercial practice, envisioning new markets and developing novel ways to transact business. Like Sears, and so many other American entrepreneurs before and since, they exuded confidence and readily broadcast optimistic puffery. Like Sears, they created businesses that depended on the postal system to distribute their marketing pitches and deliver goods or services. Like Sears, and thousands of other American firms between 1890 and 1930, they ran afoul of the nation's postal inspectors and confronted administrative fraud proceedings. Most firms that attracted such scrutiny either ran prohibited lotteries or pursued out-and-out swindles with varying degrees of sophistication. When the proprietors of such enterprises received notice of pending or actual fraud orders, they typically closed up shop, though often only to change location and business name before relaunching similar schemes. By contrast, the subjects of this chapter, all either manufacturers or distributors of consumer goods or providers of financial services, occupied more contested legal ground. In the eyes of some Americans and key postal officials, they overstepped the boundary between permissible hyperbole and prohibited charade. And yet, they pursued innovative business strategies and offered novel goods or services that eventually percolated into the commercial mainstream, while engaging in a style of commercial communication not unlike that of many competitors. The encounters that these various firms had with the postal fraud order suggest the profound challenge that capitalist innovation offers to prevailing conceptions of commercial morality. Entrepreneurial experimentation raised new kinds of ethical and legal dilemmas for which entrenched standards of economic behavior offered only ambiguous answers. This pattern emerged far earlier than the late 19th century and has hardly been confined to the United States. Nonetheless, American fraud order cases bring the conundrums that innovation posed for the definition of business fraud into especially clear view, at a time when the principles of caveat emptor confronted powerful new critiques. Those cases further indicate that the federal government's treatment of entrepreneurial firms remained highly contingent, dependent on legal savvy, the ability to mobilize networks of social and political capital to vouch for integrity, and the extent of perceived threats to entrenched and politically influential interests. In this realm of economic regulation, the American state retained a form of process that strikingly mirrored centuries-old mechanisms of keeping the peace, in which legal outcomes were structured by informal modes of investigation and personal methods of weighing reputation. Sears Roebuck at the bar of the post office. Richard Sears's enterprise ran afoul of the post office because of its promotions, chiefly offers of prizes to the first group of customers who ordered merchandise from a particular state, or to the first 100 correspondents who furnished advice about how to reach customers in their neighborhoods. The surviving records of the mail fraud investigations into Sears Roebuck do not indicate who initially complained to the government about these overtures, but one can get a sense of the communications that provoked concern from a May 29, 1894, mass letter that went out to previous customers seeking to elicit interest in a deal on shoes. "We believe if we can induce you to read this circular," the handwritten missive predicted, "you will favor us with an order at once. True, you may not get the $500 piano or even a $50 gold watch. Yet considering the small number of these offers we are sending out, you ought at least to be in time for a gold watch if you answer at once. But, in case you do not get the piano or a watch, you are sure to get some nice present. And the shoes we send you at $2.75 are worth nearly 3 times the price asked. If you will fill out the enclosed order blank and send it to us at once with $2.75 for a pair of shoes described, we will see that you get a nice present, and if first, the piano. if not first of all, but first from your state, a $50 gold watch. Premiums of this ilk struck turn-of-the-century Midwestern postal inspectors and their superiors in Washington as thinly disguised, inherently deceptive lotteries. Having dealt serious blows to big gambling concerns, postal officials did not wish to see popular demand for games of chance receive new outlets. This way of thinking generated the fraud order against Sears Roebuck. Flirting with prohibited lotteries, however, was not the only complaint that postal authorities received about Sears's business. In the months that followed the original fraud order, customers forwarded several additional grievances, mostly from small rural towns such as Eskridge, Kansas, and Pegram, Mississippi. Sears Roebuck, these individuals alleged, had engaged in classic bait-and-switch tactics, promising merchandise of a given quality, such as a 14-karat gold chain, and delivering something decidedly inferior. Or it had failed to send already paid-for goods. As one Maine complainant put it, the mail-order firm was a nest of swindlers, deserving of prompt steps to prevent them from using the U.S. mails to defraud people. Given Sears Roebuck's business practices throughout the late 1880s and 1890s, one might have expected a deeper range of accusations. The mail-order house characterized its wares as the best in the world, and frequently engaged in Barnum-like come-ons, such as an 1889 newspaper advertisement that offered, for a limited time, a sofa and pair of chairs for only 95 cents. Although the ad included the word miniature in tiny print, there was no explanation that Sears meant only doll furniture. Illustrations in the firm's ads often implied that pictured items were available at extremely low prices, when those sums rather constituted down payments or only fetched models of lesser quality. Sears slipped endorsements from the editor into the text of his print advertisements. The firm sometimes shipped unsolicited goods to businessmen around the Midwest, priced at intentionally high figures, and then responded to refusals of delivery by trying to convince railroad station managers or express agents to take over the goods, selling them at steep discounts from inflated initial prices. Beginning in 1896, Sears Roebuck also aggressively marketed patent medicines and health devices on the basis of unsubstantiated claims about efficacy. In addition, the company filled orders with substitutions whenever heavy demand for items swamped the firm's inventory. Nonetheless, it would have been hard in the 1890s to substantiate characterization of Sears Roebuck as nothing but a nest of swindlers, no different from the worst fly-by-nighters preying on the credulous. The firm boasted tens of thousands of satisfied customers, all of whom could inspect goods before accepting delivery. It furnished guarantees of customer satisfaction backed up by a generous return policy. It often took advantage of economies of scale and speed to sell at prices well below its competition. It enjoyed the support of leading Chicago banks and dozens of Midwestern manufacturers. All of these features militated against complaints by customers who felt misled by the company's more extravagant pitches. Any charge of fraud against Sears Roebuck remained open to question. Richard Sears wasted little time in presenting such arguments to federal authorities. Within hours of learning about the fraud order, he boarded a train to Washington, D.C., where he met with postal officials to inform them about his business and challenge the exclusion from the mails. Sears pledged to halt all objectionable promotions and pleaded for notice of any future complaints so that the firm might rectify identified problems. On the basis of these promises, the Post Office Department suspended its order on December 22nd, just 11 days after it had gone into effect. For the next year and a half, though, postal inspectors kept close tabs on the firm, assessing how it responded to customer complaints. Sears personally handled these matters to demonstrate that his business had cleaned up its act. Like all mail-order retailers, Sears Roebuck faced the challenge of how to take advantage of railroad expansion and the dramatic decline in manufacturing costs resulting from industrialization. Like his competitors, Sears embraced contradictory commercial strategies. Drawing the attention of as many rural Americans as possible was essential, even if doing so sometimes required a healthy dose of huckstering. But so too was building a reputation for trustworthiness. As the country's commercial mores shifted around the turn of the century, and as the goal of fostering repeat business overtook the imperative of finding new customers, the company toned down its carnival barking. Instead, it opted for a more consistently straight-laced approach to advertising in catalogs and newspapers alike, a shift ratified by Sears's retirement from managerial duties in 1908. In light of this progression, the significance of the mail fraud case would lie primarily as a powerful nudge toward that strategic shift, much like the adoption of stronger federal regulation of food and drugs, which led the company first to offer a disclaimer that it did not warrant that its patent medicines would achieve results promised by manufacturers, and then to discontinue that line altogether in 1913. This way of framing the mail fraud investigation against Sears Roebuck has much to be said for it. But it also misses some crucial dimensions of the incident, which involve enduring linkages between processes of business innovation and the emergence of fraud. To appreciate these connections, we need to take a bit of a detour onto the ground of entrepreneurial experimentation and its implications for both outright swindling and the inclination of businesses to bend commercial truths. Innovation, puffing, and moral ambiguity. The ideas of the Austrian political economist Joseph Schumpeter offer a useful point of departure. For Schumpeter, capitalist societies were defined by the leeway they furnished to entrepreneurs, a small subset of the business owners and corporate managers who attempted to maximize profits. Most members of the business class, Schumpeter argued, were traditionalists, conservative in outlook, and drawn to tried and true methods, however much they might strive for pecuniary gain or pursue speculative gambles. Even in the most dynamic capitalist societies, small-scale proprietors and executives typically desired rents, predictable flows of income from stable structures of production and distribution. They shared the mindset of Adam Smith's people of the same trade, who seldom meet together even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices. By contrast, Schumpeter contended, entrepreneurs viewed prevailing markets, commercial networks, and economic institutions as stale and ripe for transformation. These venturesome souls envisioned untapped markets, novel products or services, new ways of organizing business activity. Then, often with obsessive focus, they set about trying to make that imagined reality come to pass, an endeavor that depended on access to significant investment capital. Entrepreneurs sought to rip up prevailing economic cultures and fashion new ones on the broken foundations of the old, a process that Schumpeter called creative destruction. This analytical framework has great salience for the historical study of American business fraud. Creativity in the worlds of manufacturing, commerce, and services has repeatedly furnished swindlers with novel businesses and commercial practices to emulate. Deceit in business has a distribution across the sectors that make up a society's economy. Because misrepresentation and organizational fraud constitute illicit practices, there is no way to calculate this distribution with precision. No government has conducted a decennial census of marketing distortions and unambiguous swindling. But scrutiny from the media and officials charged with law enforcement offers clues, indicating that duplicitous business practices have disproportionately characterized economic sectors at the forefront of economic change. Modern processes of innovation attract schemes and scams. Investment swindles stand out in this regard. When Americans have staked out some new terrain of economic activity, phony offerings have sprung up alongside legitimate enterprises. The early republic's relentless efforts to open Western lands to settlement spawned endemic land frauds, just as the era's fervor for banking encouraged the creation of grossly undercapitalized wildcat banks. Mining and oil booms were notorious for attracting spurious ventures. From the gold fields of California and the petrolia of western Pennsylvania onward. The emergence of transformative technologies has invariably generated bogus startups seeking to skim off some proportion of capital made available by the investing public. Business opportunity scams have tracked commercial innovations just as much as schemes predicated on worthless securities, which, in the mid-19th century, mostly involved sham agencies to sell patented manufactured goods. Deception in goods markets similarly tracked fundamental economic transformations. As soon as New York City importers fashioned an auction system to disperse a post-war of 1812 glut of British imports, for example, buyers had to contend with the mock auctions run by the likes of Zeno Barnum. The development of breakthrough financial services elicited parallel frauds. As life and fire insurance companies gained footholds in antebellum America, they confronted phony competitors. Around the turn of the 20th century, Americans had to cope with fake deposit insurance for banks, pretend patent agents, and firms that masqueraded as investment banks, falsely promising to assist small firms with incorporation and the raising of capital on public securities markets. Several aspects of business innovation made it a magnet for hucksterism and swindling. Novel goods, or ways of doing business, attracted public interest from consumers and business owners. At least once initial prototypes seemed to deliver on early promises. The ethos of go-aheadism within the broad middle class encouraged an optimistic equation of invention and entrepreneurial initiative with social improvement and individual opportunity. An accelerating pace of scientific and technological invention, moreover, intensified popular expectations that fabulous new means of consumption and investment would regularly present themselves. American investors have also long recognized that the most spectacular returns have accrued to enterprises that exploited some new geographic or technological frontier. At the same time, new markets, products, or business practices almost always created marked asymmetries in information, a crucial prerequisite for most strategies of economic deceit. Almost by definition, novel commercial terrain lacked familiarity to many economic actors. The career of the Arctic Refrigerating Company, a firm based in Cincinnati during the late 1890s, illustrates how fascination with technological progress created tempting incentives for deception. Touting a new system for household refrigeration, Arctic recruited selling agents through nationwide ads. Boasting hundreds of testimonials from its far-flung sales force, the company guaranteed that its cooling refrigerators, which supposedly made use of a secret chemical compound, were indestructible, 75% cheaper than ice, and able to keep perishable articles indefinitely. Such claims did not hold up to scrutiny, such as that undertaken by the son of a man who had paid for an exclusive Arctic refrigerating agency in northeastern Texas. After traveling to Cincinnati, the son reported to his father that the firm was an obvious fake, with a tiny headquarters, no listing with major credit reporting firms, and office staff who refused to demonstrate the product. Eventually, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Chemistry confirmed this assessment, establishing that the secret compound was actually Glauber's salts, which alchemists had used for centuries in the attempt to turn base metals into gold. Rather than extending the life of ice, Arctic Refrigerating's product actually accelerated melting. And yet scores of Americans eagerly responded to the firm's circulars, snapping up exclusive selling territories. Arctic's grandiose promises resonated so widely because of the tremendous allure of refrigeration. From the 1870s onward, A phalanx of tinkerers in the United States and elsewhere experimented with ways to manufacture the cold. Hardly a season went by without news stories that marveled at an inventor's new process or a company's exploits in keeping perishable products fresh. By 1898, tens of thousands of Americans knew that firms were refining techniques for refrigeration through novel uses of chemical substances, such as pressurized liquid ammonia. Detailed grasp of the underlying science, however, was far less common. This gap between popular enthusiasm and technical comprehension gave Arctic refrigerating room to play fast and loose with the truth. Economic deceit has thrived on America's entrepreneurial margin because businesses such as Arctic Refrigerating did not hesitate to exploit limited familiarity with new products and services. Indeed, the savviest practitioners of misrepresentation have shifted from scheme to scheme in tune with the latest developments in the American marketplace, sometimes over decades. The career of Charles H. Unversacht exemplifies this chameleonic capacity. Unversacht, whose last name appropriately means unabashed in German, danced his way across the U.S. financial scene from the early 1880s into the 1920s, organizing a bewildering series of shady insurance, loan, and investment vehicles that left behind a trail of disgruntled investors. Operating from Baltimore, Chicago, and then New York, his first schemes took advantage of interest in new insurance products, such as tontines and whole life. By the 1890s, he was creating complex firms that mimicked building and loan societies. Over the subsequent decade and a half, he rode the upward trajectory of mining booms, especially in British Columbia. After gaining control of companies such as the Great Caribou Gold Mining Corporation, he churned out circulars that falsely asserted that the Canadian government had certified the promising nature of his mines. He also offered investors the chance to buy gold futures that would furnish fabulous returns just as soon as he had sufficient working capital to realize the potential of his mining claims. Regardless of whether the concoctors of deceitful commercial strategies hewed so closely to novel industries and products, they were typically among the first Americans to appreciate the transformative implications of new communications technologies. This pattern has proven especially strong within the realm of financial fraud. In the postbellum decades, for instance, the peddlers of spurious stock offerings and the proprietors of bucket shops latched onto the telegraph and the stock ticker as essential tools for hoodwinking investors. The former offered a means of spreading rumors and imploring potential investors to act before market prices moved away from them. The latter facilitated market manipulation by rapidly transmitting engineered price movements, a key element in the creation of market momentum that allowed insiders either to dump assets or buy them on the cheap. In the 1910s and 1920s, the marketers of Texas or California oil leases quickly sensed the power of moving pictures, commissioning films that showcased the oil fields as part of high-pressure sales presentations. The Unversachts of the American business world gravitated toward the newest developments in consumption, investment, or finance, because such contexts offered the most favorable conditions for imposture. Similar calculations drove less nimble merchants of deceit as they latched onto the latest mechanisms for reaching potential customers, clients, and investors. Herein lies a further explanation for the continual reappearance of so many standard forms of deception, such as the pump-and-dump investment scheme, or some marketing version of the bait-and-switch. As journalist Edward Smith pointed out in his 1923 Confessions of a Confidence Man, every development of civilization, every social change, every notable invention brings to life a fresh manner of parting the sucker and his money. It may be, and usually is, only a disguised evolution of an older swindle, but it is new to the victim and therefore effective. Edward Smith's reflection about the tendency of business fraud to target commercial environments undergoing rapid change presupposed a distinct line between legitimate and duplicitous marketing practices. Indeed, the examples in his Confessions represented clear-cut, intentional efforts at fraud, the kind that could plausibly convince a 19th-century jury to agree on a guilty verdict. But the uncertainties associated with new fields of economic endeavor complicated the already often tangled question of how to distinguish commercial dishonesty from enthusiastic promotion or misjudged optimism. Young firms attempting to construct a viable business on the outer fringes of economic change confronted a host of uncertainties about the course of technological innovation, the evolution of consumer tastes, the effectiveness of marketing strategies, and modes of managerial coordination. Because they operated in an economic sector widely perceived as having enormous potential, they almost always had significant entrepreneurial company. Thus, even though firms in immature markets did not have to worry about an entrenched set of leading companies, they nonetheless faced stiff competition and a lack of clarity about the strategies that would yield profits. Entrepreneurs developing new business models have often had to feel their way, looking for sales pitches that appeal to would-be customers and assessing which product lines of marketing tactics find favor. And because their firms started with constrained capital resources and access to credit, they had only limited time to achieve profitability. Such circumstances encouraged entrepreneurs to push the bounds of their claims, whether about the advantageous nature of their services, the quality of their wares, or anticipated returns for investors. This tendency dovetailed with the psychological profile of American entrepreneurship. The proprietors of 19th and early 20th century startups rarely lacked for self-belief, especially when staking out ground on new commercial terrain. Behavioral economists would be inclined to characterize these risk-takers as prone to overconfidence, a common predisposition to overrate one's capacities, and so inclined to presume that even though the great majority of business ventures failed, theirs would prosper. Certainly novel business sectors in the United States have never lacked for sanguine individuals willing to try their commercial luck with other people's capital. One can see this dynamic in the early history of Richard Sears's domain, mail-order marketing. American firms had done at least some of their business by mail as far back as the 18th century. But this method of distribution only began to achieve a significant foothold with the dramatic postbellum expansion of the national rail network, and only boomed after the 1890s, when the post office slashed first the cost of mailing catalogs and then the charges for delivering goods to rural households. Prospective mail-order firms could now envisage truly national markets for their goods. To tap the potential mass market, however, they had to worm their way into the consciousness of far-flung consumers, even as the advertisements for thousands of other businesses clamored for attention. This challenge prompted all sorts of hullabaloo. Like Sears Roebuck, mail-order businesses across the country offered free or heavily discounted merchandise to readers who distributed promotional material or who sold items to their friends and neighbors. These firms similarly offered the chance to win prizes and paid for testimonials and editorial squibs that touted extraordinary discounts, without disclosing the financial relationship that accounted for the endorsements. Their catalogs included deceptive illustrations and made fantastic claims for available goods, including false assertions that the low price of loss leaders resulted from savings associated with bulk purchasing. Even relatively well-capitalized newcomers to the mail-order trade, such as the Chicago furniture company Spiegelhaus Furnishings, exhibited a penchant for exaggeration. Spiegel's early 20th century catalogs falsely boasted of millions of dollars in capital, factories of its own, an ability to compel suppliers to cut prices because of gargantuan buying power, and possession of 25 mammoth stores in the principal cities of the United States. As the firm branched out into new product lines, Its communications to customers invented jousting matches with monopolies such as the Watch Trust, all to convey the impression of a firm committed to the people's interests. The notoriety of deceptive marketing by mail-order firms led one early 20th century legal guide to comment that the various offers which have converted advertising into means of fraud are past all reckoning, and it is quite beyond the purview of this volume to give illustrations of questionable announcements in the mail-order field alone. The unequivocal falsehoods were mingled with half-truths, exaggerations, and other forms of puffery. In the struggle to become early movers amid Americans' transition to a thoroughly integrated consumer society, almost every mail-order business engaged in some misrepresentations. This reality reflects a more general relationship between highly competitive economic environments and reliance on deceptive marketing practices. The exaggerated boosting of mining areas, oil regions, and new agricultural ventures in places such as Arizona and Florida, for example, reflected efforts to stand out with international investors who had many options. Imported capital paid not only for the sinking of shafts and wells, the digging of desert canals, and the planting of groves, but also real estate development in nearby towns and transportation infrastructure that linked them to outside markets. Many Westerners had no problem with the distortions and barefaced falsehoods broadcast by promoters, so long as they slaked voracious local thirst for capital. Views might change once the sour taste of fraudulent bankruptcies lodged in distant investment markets, whether in San Francisco, New York, or Antwerp. But amid the heady days of prospecting and town founding, local residents saw little harm in truth-stretching or even far more cynical promotional falsehoods. In sectors characterized by numerous players and a lack of mutualism, such as the early 20th century apparel industry, the willingness of some firms to embrace deceptive strategies made it difficult for others to eschew such tactics. Facing intense competition, metropolitan clothing retailers regularly made false claims about the fiber content of their apparel and adopted misleading trade names for furs. In such environments, there was a Gresham's law of marketing, as misdirection and deceit displaced candor. At an even more fundamental level, processes of commercial and financial innovation could throw into question what counted as duplicity. The fashioning of new products and the development of novel marketing practices and accounting techniques often generated methods that struck many constituencies as unacceptably deceptive. In at least some cases, the resulting finger-pointing came to look like the foolish, unimaginative, or self-serving conservatism that frequently accompanies the emergence of disruptive economic innovation. One can see such an example from the early years of the U.S. mail-order industry. In the fall of 1873, the Chicago Tribune, its editor perhaps egged on by concerned rural retailers, perhaps irked by a dearth of advertising placements, printed a stern caution about Montgomery Ward and Company, which would soon become the largest retailer in the United States. This business, the Tribune confidently explained, was obviously a swindling firm, for no business could sell such a broad range of goods at such low prices. Such false accusations, which the Tribune soon retracted, prodded by threats of a libel suit, could muddy popular thinking about commercial deceit. Sometimes, moreover, prevailing legal rules and business customs furnished few guidelines about the permissibility of novel business practices. One can get a sense of this ambiguity by considering debates set off by the accounting strategies of Gilded Age railroads. In addition to amassing unprecedented agglomerations of capital and fixed assets, railway corporations assembled complex financial structures that intermingled mortgage bonds with equity. Their managers had to devise ways of accounting for the depreciation of equipment, the differences between fixed costs and working capital, and the projections of revenues from dispersed operations. The creation of regional systems through mergers and integration of branch lines raised additional perplexities about how to relate the assets, liabilities, and income of subsidiaries to those of the main line. Finally, railroads faced the task of communicating convoluted financial positions to stock and bond holders, as well as potential investors across North America and northwestern Europe. For several decades, railroad managers encountered few clear-cut rules about how they should go about such tasks, beyond the insistence of the commercial press and European holders of American securities that they owed investors detailed, audited financial accountings. Railroad insiders possessed huge informational advantages in this environment, which many exploited, often through strategies of deception. Highly profitable lines sometimes characterized construction costs as recurrent expenses, so as to fend off pressures for rate cuts by reducing apparent profits. At other junctures, they inflated expenses to justify lower dividends, or held back word about a special dividend so that insiders might first buy up shares cheaply. Struggling railroads assigned operating costs to the construction account so as to disguise ongoing financial difficulties. When managers wished to buttress bond and share prices despite a lack of profitability, they might withhold data about the full extent of indebtedness or refuse to account for depreciation of engines, cars, and track. Such financial humbug led farming interests and journalists to raise the cry of imposition and deceit. The temptations to fraud on the part of railway directors are now enormous, the Merchants magazine concluded in 1870, and checks upon them are trifling. Some contested practices within railroad accounting, however, represented novel approaches to problems that lacked obvious precursors. The treatment of depreciation and the handling of non-construction fixed costs were initially subject to such wide discretion because no one had previously confronted such issues. The questions posed by accounting for the maintenance of gargantuan railroad networks took economic actors into terra incognita. There were more and less familiar features on those economic landscapes, with enough of the former that many counterparties and observers raised the hue and cry of misrepresentation. But the strangeness of new economic worlds made it easier for entrepreneurial actors to contend that they lacked authoritative cultural or legal maps. To shift from a terrestrial metaphor to the seafaring language of behavioral economics, these novel situations lacked clearly established, unambiguous moral anchors. Such contexts intensified incentives to profit from information asymmetries, while offering individuals ample ground to argue, to themselves and others, that they had not transgressed any established norms. The indeterminacy of mail fraud. Recognizing the perplexities of fraud at Schumpeter's entrepreneurial margin helps to clarify the challenges confronted by turn of the 20th century postal inspectors. Many of the businesses accused of violating the mail fraud statute, such as Sears Roebuck, operated in relatively immature markets whose promise had attracted numerous entrants, but that had yet to develop leading firms or clarity about the business strategies that would yield dependable profits. That is, they faced strong incentives for exaggeration, whether about discounts, quality of wares, or commissions earned by sales agents. For an enterprise such as Modell Miller's Indiana Beauty Company, extravagant assertions about the wonderful properties of its oriental curling fluid, famous lily bouquet, or meadow leaf, a remedy for female weakness, were indispensable means to standing out among competing concerns. The same impulse lay behind the Walker Manufacturing Company's ebullient characterizations of its leading product, a hair grower. To break into the quickly evolving automobile market on the eve of World War I, a relatively undercapitalized entrepreneur such as B.H. Lambert, the president of two short-lived Louisville car companies, had little choice but to promise potential dealers and investors that his factory would soon be churning out reliable vehicles, even if his design had encountered significant engineering problems. The struggle to become an early mover amid America's transition to an integrated consumer society often pushed businesses to flirt with misrepresentation. The fashioning of new products and the development of novel marketing practices, in other words, frequently generated claims that struck observers as unacceptably misleading, even if those assertions were not necessarily proscribed by prevailing legal rules or business customs. As postal inspectors waded into mail fraud investigations, they found themselves trying to get their bearings amid the resulting legal ambiguities. Consider the case of Charles Young, the Korean immigrant who built up a business wholesaling used clothing in post-World War I Chicago. After receiving a secondary education in Hawaii and spending a few years in San Francisco as a servant, Young traveled to the Midwest to pursue a college education. After receiving his degree from Indiana University, he worked for several years as a traveling salesman for a firm that manufactured a carpet cleaning device. This employment alerted him to business opportunities within Chicago's used clothing trade, which he entered on his own account in 1924. At first, Young restricted his field of vision to the local market. He bought inventory at bankruptcy auctions, had his staff of native-born white American women clean and repair individual items, and then resold the spruced-up goods to retailers on Chicago's South Side, who catered to the city's burgeoning African-American population. Within a year of getting started, however, heightened urban competition led Young to seek out business from rural storekeepers in the Midwest and the South. A crucial dimension of his business model involved grading his inventory, as he offered clothing merchants various bundles of used goods, with so many items of number 1, number 2, or number 3 quality. In the eyes of several retailers who complained to the post office, the Chicagoan did not fulfill his promises. Instead, he foisted off shoddy garments as more valuable lightly worn attire and falsely promised that storekeepers could make as much as $75 a day from rummage sales. But who was to determine what distinguished one grade from another, either in theory or with regard to the day-to-day categorizing of repaired trousers and restitched dresses? And how was one to judge the plausibility of estimations about demand for second-hand clothes? The challenge of building up distribution networks that skirted the nation's prevailing system of small-scale retailers prompted analogous conundrums. Mail-order firms dependent on local sales agents, for instance, often fashioned incentive structures similar to what would later come to be known as multi-level marketing. These schemes encouraged agents not only to sell a firm's products, but also to pitch the commercial opportunities presented by sales agencies and furnished long-term payments to agents who recruited others to the sales network. In some cases, as with Modell Miller's beauty company, the manufacturer focused as much on promoting agencies as goods, offering extensive advice on how to tap social networks in order to sell the firm's products. To critics, including postal inspectors, these practices represented nothing more than duplicitous lotteries. They promised outsized returns to a small number of agents, with scant regard to the poor chances of success. Yet, such methods had ample precedence in American commercial culture. Life insurance companies had employed similar tactics for decades, enticing the purchasers of tontine policies with the possibility of especially large returns if they outlived a group of fellow policyholders, and compensating agents heavily on the basis of sales by their sub-agents. For all the bluster about the insidiousness of multi-level marketing, many Americans viewed it as an acceptable way to give individuals who lacked capital a chance to attain independent proprietorship. As one federal judge argued in striking down a 1925 fraud order against a New York City hosiery company's chain method of marketing, the firm's scheme may or may not be a wise business proposition, but the Post Office Department is not the guardian of the people of the United States in the respect of what they shall go into in the way of business. As this comment suggests, distinguishing permissible inducements from illicit hazards of chance was far from an obvious endeavor. The heightened tempo of economic activity in industrializing America prompted further legal ambiguities, even in circumstances that might seem relatively straightforward, such as when firms allegedly did not deliver goods for which customers had made payment or allegedly delivered unauthorized substitutes. Charles Young in 1927, like Sears Roebuck in 1895, faced such charges. Both firms responded by noting that the complaints were not necessarily legitimate and that mistakes, on the part of both consumers and supplier, were inevitable once one attained a large scale of business. Thus, Young maintained that some disgruntled customers had either tried to return goods the firm had not sold, or fraudulently sent back rags, threatening to report him to postal inspectors if they did not receive full refunds. As Richard Sears argued in one letter to the postal authorities, it was impossible to avoid complaints given the notorious impatience of farmers restless for their goods, and the fact that his company now filled orders worth about $150,000 per month. The key question, Sears and Young argued more than 3 decades apart, turned on the system that a business had created to evaluate and respond to customer grievances. But who was to say whether a given complaint system met the standards of mercantile fair dealing closely enough to sustain access to the postal network? Within the financial markets, efforts to sell securities or investment advice to a mass market posed similarly vexing questions about appropriate norms of candor. Such dilemmas emerged especially clearly in the mail fraud proceedings brought against Colorado's Orphan Boy Extension Mine in 1895, and the Newark, New Jersey-based Payne Statistical Corporation and its president, J. Overton Payne, in 1916. Promoters N.C. Merrill and Frank P. Arbuckle were the key figures behind Orphan Boy, which they boomed in Eastern newspapers as a potential silver and gold bonanza that had attracted prominent Coloradans to serve as company directors. In order to entice investors of modest means, Merrill and Arbuckle followed the practice of most late 19th century mining corporations, pricing shares at $1. In recommending a fraud order against Orphan Boy, the Denver postal inspector, William McMechen, insisted that the government had to view such offerings with abiding skepticism. Every year, McMechen argued, more so-called mining companies appeared, and it was nearly impossible to bring legal action against fraudulent promoters in Western jurisdictions because of lax local laws in this regard and the loose custom associated with selling mining securities. In light of the 25% commission going to Eastern agents who sold Orphan Boy's shares, and the sharp criticism that several experts had voiced about its prospects, the postal inspector viewed the mine as utopian and its officers as undeserving of access to the mails. Exactly how, though, were federal officials supposed to distinguish the hopelessly utopian mine from the legitimately speculative one? And why should the opinion of unnamed experts keep a mining company from mailing circulars to Americans who might want to furnish it with capital? The postal investigation of J. Overton Payne reflected a similar expression of paternalistic concern for innocent and easily beguiled investors. In the late 1890s, Payne became a leading New York City speculator who specialized in identifying and then profiting from the era's endemic attempts at market manipulation. After parlaying killings in Rapid Transit and American Sugar into a large-scale brokerage firm, he absorbed big losses from investments in an automobile company and several inventions. Amid turn-of-the-century allegations that his brokerage was nothing but a high-toned bucket shop, he ceased to act as a securities broker. Instead, he began to provide financial analysis through market letters and alerts, offering subscribers evaluations of overall market conditions and specific stocks. In circulars that advertised his services, as well as the market letters and telegrams themselves, Payne characterized his expertise as resting on the accumulation of economic data, mostly purchased from new firms such as Roger Babson's Statistical Service, and the sophisticated assessment of those data. Payne pledged that his advice was not related to his own stock operations, warned that his commentary represented only opinion and was not guaranteed to generate positive returns, and recommended that subscribers trade only with reputable brokers. Should subscribers find themselves dissatisfied with his analysis, they had the right to ask for refunds. And yet Paine's advertising simultaneously embraced aspects of America's get-rich-quick tradition. His literature expressed confidence in the capacity of ordinary people to make a fortune in the stock and wheat markets, while touting a track record of incisive advice that had enabled thousands to profit from My Daily Market letter. He also frequently dangled a very special piece of information about a stock or commodity, implying that he possessed inside dope about the operations of some investment pool. Did Paine's mode of operation represent sanguine puffery by an aggressive businessman trying to fashion a new form of financial services, which open-eyed American investors should know to take with a grain of salt, especially in light of the rampant rumor-based manipulation in U.S. securities and commodity markets? Or did it rather constitute cleverly braided misrepresentations that would lead unsophisticated investors to incur substantial losses? From the 1890s into the 1920s, such questions forced postal authorities to grapple with the moral economy of marketing in an industrializing economy, and so to reconsider the difficult balance between respecting entrepreneurial freedom and sustaining the state's responsibility to protect the American marketplace from sharpers. The effort of federal officials to strike this balance was complicated by the tendency of sectors at the forefront of economic change to attract a disproportionate share of outright scams. In light of the way that capitalist innovation attracted sophisticated swindlers, post office officials had ample reason to emphasize consumer and investor protection and the safeguarding of public confidence in commercial speech. The religious and ideological predispositions of postal inspectors who had joint appointments with metropolitan anti-vice societies, such as Anthony Comstock, reinforced this line of thinking. In light of their profound commitment to late 19th century Protestant moralism and the resulting intensity of their opposition to liquor, gambling, and prostitution, these officials were alarmed by marketing strategies that remotely resembled lotteries, including chain methods of recruiting agents. The depth of the resulting bureaucratic paternalism is nicely encapsulated by an 1894 memo from a Keokuk, Iowa postal inspector who recommended a fraud order against the State Mutual Life Insurance Company of Illinois. This corporation was one of many bond investment schemes that sought to fill the vacuum created by the post office's unsuccessful war against the Louisiana lottery. These companies operated much like tontines and pyramid schemes. They promised immediate large payouts to investors who received low serial numbers on their bonds, and provided significant returns to other purchasers only if a large number of bondholders who bought on installments did not complete their purchases. The inspector, W.G.D. Mercer, argued that the State Mutual Life's bonds were predicated on fraudulent promises of randomly generated bonus payments. Characterizing the company's product as a newfangled lottery scheme that cheated Americans out of hard-earned savings, Mercer evinced great pride in stepping in between these sharks and the unsuspecting victims who have been tempted to risk their little all in the vain hopes of obtaining the price of a house. In some contexts, the moralism of postal officials encouraged striking expansions of fraud as a legal concept, something the Iowa publisher A.S. Burrell discovered in 1896. Burrell had developed an integrated set of business services for regional storekeepers. Those merchants could keep abreast of credit conditions by subscribing to his Interstate Tracer, a newsletter that combined regional economic news and listings of deadbeat consumers. Retailers could also turn to Burrell's credit rating system, a proprietary service that offered confidential assessments of individual creditworthiness through a commercial reporter, and to a companion debt collection service, the Iowa State Businessmen's Association. When firms forwarded a notice of a delinquent debtor, the Businessmen's Association would send that debtor a letter explaining that failure to pay would trigger circulation of a poor credit rating through the Interstate Tracer and Burrell's Confidential Credit Bulletin. Several debtors complained about this arrangement to postal authorities, who issued a fraud order on the grounds that the collection letters represented blackmail. Fraud, in this and related cases, encompassed not just misrepresentation, but also economic communication that smacked of coercion. Antagonism to marketing practices with the slightest tinge of gambling or to coercive tactics in debt collection nonetheless left a considerable area of fuzziness over which transgressions truly merited loss of access to the mail. Individuals and firms confronting fraud order proceedings magnified the stakes associated with this administrative action because it threatened their ability to pursue entrepreneurial livelihoods. Lawyers for one small Ohio cosmetics firm informed Washington officials in 1896 that the post office was threatening to crush the life out of their client. J. Overton Payne characterized the matter even more dramatically 20 years later. "Issuing a fraud order against any man of standing," he insisted, "is 1,000 times worse than a sentence of death, portending absolute ruin and disgrace forever." The residents of early 20th century American prisons would have surely disagreed with this sentiment, but fraud orders did severely threaten commercial reputations and business prospects. The Sears case suggests how action by the post office could reverberate, multiplying the contexts in which a firm had to defend itself from allegations of misrepresentation and turning an initial determination of fraud into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Most immediately, the fraud order against Sears Roebuck kept some customers from receiving orders, prompting a new round of complaints. Even after the order's revocation, it still influenced assessments of commercial probity, much like a later newspaper retraction not seen by many readers of the original story. Toward the end of 1895, one elected official who had previously vouched for Sears Roebuck wrote to inform postal authorities that "the firm's methods are of such a character at the present time that I do not feel warranted in allowing anything that could be construed as an endorsement of them to remain a matter of record." More worryingly, lingering news of the initial order led a prominent rural periodical to warn its readers that Sears Roebuck's promotions were absurd promises that simply can't be carried out, and that the post office had branded the outfit as a fraud. Here was a powerful instance in which a legal category had profound implications for economic reputation and identity, channeled through the nation's journalistic fraud monitors. Mindful of that stark reality, the post office frequently accepted settlements with businesses that possessed many of the characteristics of upstanding firms, but had adopted arguably deceptive tactics. When legitimate enterprises are so advertised as to mislead the public, but without intention to defraud, the Postal Department declared that its policy was to allow adjustment of the matters complained of, either through settlements with aggrieved customers or, more commonly, formal assurances that firms would eliminate objectionable marketing practices. Hundreds of adjustments occurred in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, often, as in the case of Sears Roebuck, through revocation of an existing order. And yet compromise was by no means inevitable, as the experience of two prominent American businessmen, Edward Gardner Lewis and George Graham Rice, attests. Both of these promoters and inveterate salesmen could lay claim to significant entrepreneurialism. Lewis, like Sears, spotted the potential of the rural market. Born and educated in Hartford, Connecticut, he had several sales positions before starting his first large-scale enterprise, based in St. Louis, which involved heavily promoted and deeply discounted magazines. Relying on advertising for revenue and catering especially to rural women, these periodicals achieved circulations that rivaled those of the country's leading magazines, with Lewis's flagship Woman's Magazine attaining a peak circulation of well over 1 million. By 1905, Growing awareness of rural frustrations with limited financial options led him to found the nation's first mail-order banking institution, the People's United States Bank. This institution offered savings accounts, small loans, and inexpensive money transfers. A similar recognition of rural educational aspirations prompted the creation of the People's University, which offered correspondence classes. Lewis sought to integrate these endeavors through local real estate development in suburban St. Louis, as he directed the construction of University City, a planned community that became home to his printing establishment, bank, college, and later, the American Woman's League, an umbrella organization for women's clubs that coordinated the marketing of magazine subscriptions. George Graham Rice had experience as a journalist for New York City newspapers and as a horse racing tipster in New Orleans around the turn of the century, useful apprenticeships for later attempts to bring investing to the masses. Between 1905 and 1908, Rice promoted Nevada mining companies through a news service that supplied Eastern papers with coverage of the Western mining scene. In 1908, he moved back to New York City. Over the next quarter century, he became the dominant force in several brokerage houses that specialized in mining and oil stocks, and used discounted commissions to attract far-flung investors of modest means. He simultaneously helped to popularize finance through a succession of investing dailies: the Mining Financial News, the Industrial and Mining Age, the Wall Street Iconoclast, and the Financial Watchtower, some of which reached hundreds of thousands of subscribers. The enterprises of these two innovators attracted the post office's sustained enmity, in each case for over 2 decades. Lewis received a fraud order in 1905 that threw his bank into turmoil and eventually led to its demise. Over the subsequent 7 years, he faced a series of criminal indictments and trials for mail fraud. Although he avoided conviction, the financial and reputational costs associated with these prosecutions crippled his publishing, educational, and real estate ventures in Greater St. Louis. In 1912, Lewis moved to California, where he turned again to magazine publishing and real estate development in the town of Atascadero, mixed in with several mining, transportation, and oil ventures. His appeals to investors for these endeavors once again came under postal scrutiny, which led not only to another fraud order, but also a criminal conviction for mail fraud. Rice found himself under fraud investigations by postal authorities even more consistently. He received a fraud order in 1903, then faced criminal mail fraud indictments in 1909, 1918, and 1927. The indictments, alleging either fraudulent treatment of brokerage clients or misrepresentations in securities promotions, resulted in 3 successive convictions. Lewis and Rice would never have been mistaken for paragons of business ethics. Before building his St. Louis empire, Lewis had a checkered career working for companies that sold patent medicines and insecticides, experiences that alerted him to the power of advertising and led him to enter the publishing business. Thereafter, he faced recurring accusations that he had inflated circulation numbers for the Woman's Magazine. In order to persuade his rural subscribers to purchase stock in the People's United States Bank, which they did in the thousands, he solemnly pledged that the new financial institution would be overseen by outside directors with substantial banking experience, that he would invest $1 million of his own funds, and that neither the bank's capital nor deposits would be loaned to Lewis's other businesses. After launching the bank, Lewis violated each of these promises. In subsequent years, he repeatedly milked a core group of loyal investors, always pleading for one last injection of capital to keep their joint dreams of riches afloat. Rice specialized in touting Western mining and oil stocks in which he had acquired a controlling stake. His mode of operation included relentless puffing about his company's prospects, as well as sophisticated market manipulation to generate upward price movements that encouraged momentum-oriented speculators to purchase his securities. In addition, His brokerage firms repeatedly faced accusations from clients about bucketing of orders, non-delivery of shares, and misappropriation of securities deposited as collateral for margin purchases. By the early 1920s, Rice had earned a reputation as a preeminent pirate of promotion, the king of the tipsters. Yet both men could point to exculpatory dimensions of their businesses similar to those highlighted by Sears, Roebuck, and other enterprises that settled mail fraud allegations. Lewis's Woman's Magazine was one of the first publications in the country to guarantee protection to its subscribers against frauds committed by its advertisers. In court and in print, Lewis insisted that he had scrupulously avoided paying dividends on any of his company's stock, preferring to reinvest profits, and that he resolutely intended to fulfill the pledges that he made regarding the People's Bank. His ability to make good on those promises, he maintained, had been delayed by unexpected hitches in the appointment of outside directors, and an unanticipated liquidity shortfall precipitated by news of the mail fraud investigation, which necessitated bridge loans to other holdings so as to sustain the financial integrity of interlocked enterprises. Those loans, he observed, were backed by excellent collateral and were financing extensive and valuable real estate development. Finally, he stressed his bank's record of prudent management, confirmed in 1906 by an independent assessment. Even in liquidation, the institution met all of its obligations to depositors and 87% of those to stockholders, despite the extraordinary damage caused by the fraud order and a subsequent state receivership. In Rice's earliest run-ins with the post office, he emphasized the small number of complaints relative to his firm's overall business, as well as its efforts to redress grievances. He further portrayed many complaints as sour grapes from investors who did not follow instructions to take profits, and insisted that any printed falsehoods did not reflect fraudulent intent. As he argued in a confessional 1911 memoir, no one should assume that, because a promoter represents the chances of profit-making in a mining enterprise to be enormous, and you later find his expectations are not realized, that the promoter is, ipso facto, a crook. Big financiers are apt to make mistakes, and so are little ones. Undoubtedly grave misrepresentations are made every day, and insidious methods are used to beguile you into forming a higher opinion regarding the merit of various securities than is warranted by the facts. But mine promoters are only human, and honest ones not infrequently are carried away by their own enthusiasm. In both this memoir and later financial publications, Rice consistently offered an insider's view of how the financial markets actually operated, revealing the manipulations and conflicts of interest so common in that era. From his earliest ventures, he warned investors that he held stakes in the firms that he touted. He also reminded them that they put down money at their own risk. Rice further denied that he engaged in pump-and-dump schemes, noting that he always used profits to support share values once boom turned to bust. And he vigorously maintained that his tactics of manipulating share prices, whether through the dissemination of news stories or market operations, did not differ a whit from the typical methods of Wall Street. The marketing practices of E.G. Lewis and George Graham Rice, then, arguably fell within a zone of legal ambiguity. They had constructed substantial, innovative enterprises, while simultaneously manifesting less than punctilious regard for candor in commercial speech and behavior. Their treatment by the federal government was contingent, not foreordained by business conduct. But a stress on legal contingency suggests an intriguing historical puzzle. How can we explain the willingness of postal officials to forge settlements with firms such as Sears Roebuck, Modell Miller's beauty concern, and Payne Statistical Corporation, given the tenacious enforcement actions against Lewis's bank and Rice's brokerage firms? A savvy legal posture certainly helped in fending off mail fraud allegations. The ability to contextualize grievances that had prompted official inquiries represented one way to convince postal authorities to hold off issuance of a fraud order or to suspend one already in force. Sears Roebuck and Charles Young effectively took this tack in their interactions with the post office, both by emphasizing that high volume made some degree of customer dissatisfaction inevitable, and by explaining their systems of redress. Such arguments worked best when accompanied by expressions of contrition and deference to federal authorities. Those officials typically expected some form of apology for putting out florid newspaper ads, disseminating excessively alluring circulars, relying on chain marketing, or otherwise crossing into what the post office adjudged to be deceptive commercial speech. They similarly assumed that firms would respond assiduously to customer complaints, as Richard Sears did throughout 1895 and 1896. Tellingly, Sears took care to voice his appreciation for being afforded this opportunity of showing your department that we are willing and anxious to carry out any suggestion emanating from that source. Most importantly, prosecutors required that firms enter into stipulations that they would discontinue objectionable practices, the combination by A.S. Burrell of credit reporting and debt collection, claims by the Walker Manufacturing Company that its hair grower actually caused hair growth, the Crown Motor Car Company's solicitation of additional agents in advance of actual car production, J. Overton Payne's incantation that financial riches were within any man's reach. Business owners on the mail fraud docket who wished the post office to cut them some slack also did well to rely on influential legal representatives, even if, as was often the case, they did not possess detailed knowledge of mail fraud proceedings. Several of the entrepreneurs who arranged settlements secured prominent lawyers to represent them. Richard Sears retained a leading Washington, D.C. attorney. J. Overton Payne hired a former United States attorney for New Jersey. The estate of C.J. Walker relied on a former governor of Indiana. These individuals brought the weight of their own social and political standing to bear on the scales of postal justice, lending credence to assurances of reformed marketing practices. Plausible legal arguments, willingness to adapt business practices to directives from federal officials, and august legal representation, however, did not always produce settlements with the post office. Both E.G. Lewis and George Graham Rice were able to make strong legal cases, especially regarding the question of fraudulent intent. Both men also cooperated with authorities, at least initially, giving postal inspectors extensive access to their books and manifesting some willingness to adjust business practices. Lewis discontinued a magazine's multi-level marketing promotion, and in the wake of the 1905 fraud order, followed through on promises to attract outside financiers to his bank's board. Rice became increasingly explicit about alerting the readers of his tip sheets to his interest in the stocks that he puffed. The two promoters also depended on legal heavyweights for representation. In 1910, Rice's legal team was headed by a former New York City district attorney. In the 1920s, his counsel included a former New York governor and a one-time United States attorney. Lewis retained several leading lawyers, including one former high-ranking postal official intimately involved with the case against him. Another likely possibility is that social identities influenced how postal investigators assessed allegations against firms. In light of the comparatively short legal shrift given to members of marginal groups during this period, one might expect that non-whites, immigrants, and non-Protestants would face tougher scrutiny from postal inspectors. Indeed, the tenor of mail fraud proceedings suggests heightened suspicions about firms not run by native-born Protestant white males. The Chicago postal inspector who probed the affairs of Charles H. Young, for example, ignored repeated invitations to visit his second-hand clothing business, see the wholesaler's system of quality control, and interview the employee who handled dissatisfied customers. Instead, the inspector recommended a fraud order solely on the basis of complaints from white shopkeepers, along with a brief interview that he conducted with the Korean merchant at the Chicago post office. As an Asian businessman, Young almost certainly received less benefit of the doubt than similarly situated white wholesalers. By the same token, George Graham Rice confronted close scrutiny in part because of his social origins and a history of criminal behavior. Originally named Simon Jacob Herzig, Rice was the son of a Jewish immigrant, albeit a wealthy furrier. The promoter extraordinaire changed his name after serving jail sentences for forgery and theft in the 1890s. But Young's case also reveals that individuals who faced allegations of mail fraud could rebut the post office's assumptions about commercial integrity or the lack thereof. At his hearing, Young offered extensive evidence of his respectability through testimony by the Washington, D.C. Commissioner for the Government of Korea, and through affidavits from his native-born white female employees. Young additionally underscored his reliance on a leading Chicago advertising firm in developing the circulars that he sent to rural storekeepers. Indeed, a common theme running through the firms that came to some sort of settlement with the post office was their ability to mobilize a set of economic and political patrons to vouch for their legitimacy. Richard Sears took care to document an extensive list of manufacturers, wholesalers, and bankers who placed their trust in him. Modell Miller not only persuaded her former employer, the new Carlisle postmaster, to send a character reference to the postal officials in charge of her case, but also circulated a petition among local businessmen calling for a suspension of her fraud order, and successfully orchestrated a letter on her behalf from a former congressman. A.S. Burrell went so far as to organize correspondence by Iowa businessmen to the state's members of Congress, who then wrote to the Post Office Department to explain that Burrell enjoyed the confidence of upstanding citizens in his region. The salience of social contacts in mail fraud proceedings underlines the crucial role that access to such networks played for entrepreneurs who wish to seize the opportunities and sidestep the risks posed by an industrializing and ever more integrated national economy. In addition to easing access to credit, commercial intelligence, and sources of new business, social networks also constituted a handy bit of insurance if one ran afoul of the law. Mail fraud investigations thus mirrored the handling of pardon applications in 19th century America, or the efforts of that era's insolvent business owners to get back on their feet. Like prisoners seeking pardons or bankrupts trying to restart careers, the goal of entrepreneurs who faced allegations of mail fraud was a second chance, a reprieve from punishment and stigma, an opportunity to reclaim or shore up a more honorable social identity. In all these contexts, the route to a fresh start involved the marshaling of personal expressions of support from relevant elites, whether through petitions or commercial endorsements. For a company such as the State Mutual Life Insurance Company of Illinois, the high standing and connections of its officers and directors led to a revocation of an 1894 postal fraud order, even though the company sold savings vehicles that closely resembled lotteries. Through its attorney, the firm fired off an indignant protest about the federal government's willingness to blacken the character and business of honest, respectable citizens of this state, including a former governor, while simultaneously pledging to desist from any marketing practices that the government adjudged problematic. In this case, the post office quickly relented. By contrast, the owners of small-scale businesses who lacked sufficient pull to persuade local notables to speak up on their behalf struggled to reverse the loss of mail privileges. Such was the experience of Laura Thomas, the operator of a mail-order cosmetics firm in Elkhart, Indiana, whose business practices greatly resembled Modell Miller's. Unlike Miller, however, Thomas had no blizzard of testimonials to point to, and her plaintive appeals during the winter of 1895 fell on deaf ears. And yet, Like the turn to seasoned legal advice, the mobilization of accumulated social and political capital also had limits. George Graham Rice and E.G. Lewis both played this card. Despite his criminal record, Rice attracted well-regarded individuals to serve as company directors and was able in 1920 to convince highly regarded journalists and a former controller of the currency to join his managerial staff. These maneuvers lent his operation a greater patina of respectability, but not immunity from prosecution. After receiving the fraud order against his bank in 1905, Lewis garnered full-throated endorsements from two former Missouri governors, leading lights of the St. Louis business community, thousands of subscribers and investors, and several members of Congress, who took pains to emphasize the promoter's long-standing Republican Party credentials. Over 15,000 people and 21 manufacturing, mercantile, and civic organizations signed one petition on his behalf, but such efforts did not persuade the post office to lift its fraud order. Effectively deploying one's business networks was another crucial response to charges of commercial duplicity by the Post Office Department, but again did not, by itself, always diffuse the threat of a fraud order or mail fraud prosecution. For Lewis and Rice, the path to some sort of legal settlement turned out to be particularly arduous because of the nature of their competition. Lewis, as he and his many supporters never tired of arguing, worried numerous entrenched interests, Midwestern publishers, including, most importantly, the owners of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the St. Louis Mirror, who were threatened by Lewis's intention to start a competing newspaper, the country's major express companies and banks, who did a substantial money transfer business, and the post office itself, which sold money orders and was planning its own foray into postal banking. Rice stepped heavily on the toes of leading Western mining syndicates, respectable Eastern brokerage houses, mining journals, and investment banks. He repeatedly castigated these bastions of the country's economic establishment in print, and his recurrent efforts to manipulate stock markets, along with his exposés of similar activities by financial elites, made him many enemies. One need not presume that postal officials slavishly did the bidding of secret corporate paymasters to conclude that determined competitors tipped the scales of postal justice. Lewis's troubles began with exposés in the local papers, drawn largely on information provided by a disgruntled former partner, which led to a full-scale federal investigation. His budding commercial empire then received an enormous jolt, even in advance of the issuance of the fraud order against him. Another St. Louis daily printed a leaked postal inspector's report about his activities, which stoked a crisis of confidence in his concerns and drastically curtailed his access to credit, complicating his ability to make promised investments in his mail-order bank. In 1909, rival promoters, the Engineering and Mining Journal, which faced a libel suit by Rice's brokerage firm, and a private detective working for the NYSE, all funneled information about Rice to postal inspectors. During the 1920s and 1930s, evidence provided by the financial establishment again enabled federal prosecutors to move against the mining promoter. The key dynamic here was a combination of intense persistence by commercial antagonists, knowledge of the regulatory preoccupations of postal authorities, and a capacity to amass or broadcast incriminating evidence. In the right circumstances, even relatively small firms could make significant interventions into mail fraud deliberations. Indeed, recipients of fraud orders who arranged settlements with the post office sometimes played this role. After his experience with a fraud order, the retail credit reporter A.S. Burrell took it upon himself to become a postal sentinel, apprising officials in Washington about every other credit reporting firm in his region that threatened to publicize non-payment as a debt collection tactic. Burrell had the satisfaction of prompting several fraud orders against competitors. A northern Indiana cosmetics maker who received a fraud order in the early 1890s similarly became the chief conduit for evidence about deceptive behavior by other firms in the industry. Ironically, running the gauntlet of mail fraud proceedings gave some business owners the capacity to become de facto postal policemen for their corners of the American marketplace. Pressure from competitors by no means ensured that the postal authorities would produce or maintain a fraud order. Businesses under investigation frequently tried to undercut accusations against them by noting that they had been instigated by commercial rivals. And even influential complainants might find the post office unmoved by calls for action if enterprises had sufficient commercial standing. Such was the result of a 1907 attempt by a Southern member of Congress to prod the post office into a fraud investigation of the New York Cotton Exchange, NYCE. Southern agricultural and commercial interests argued that the exchange was allowing its members to settle futures contracts on high-quality cotton by substituting inferior grades, a deceptive practice that depressed prices. This charge closely paralleled the attacks against Chicago grain elevator operators that had culminated in a new state inspection regime. But the NYCE's president haughtily brushed off this broadside against his organization. "It is deplorable," he declared in a public letter, "that such assault upon a chartered institution of over 35 years' standing, founded by merchants of this city, or that such implication as to the integrity of its members should be made under any pretext for any purpose whatsoever." Postal officials agreed, finding no wrongdoing. For members of the business establishment, barriers to a fraud order could be quite high. When confronted with a hard case at the margins of economic change, then, postal authorities often responded vigorously to compelling evidence assembled in part by business interests, especially if those interests were well connected and the accused enterprises lacked strong links to commercial elites. This way of conceptualizing the department's handling of mail fraud helps to account for its treatment of Sears Roebuck. The Chicago mail order house did encounter at least one legal objection from a retail storekeeper whose business it substantially threatened. Surviving 1895 complaints about the burgeoning company included several from a Leavenworth, Kansas bicycle dealer, whose business had felt the impact of Sears's cut-rate offerings and who insisted that Sears passed off shoddy merchandise as quality goods. But this isolated intervention proved little more than an annoyance, given Sears's ability to point to the quality guarantees that his company demanded from its suppliers, and, even more crucially, his cultivation of personal relationships with officialdom. After arranging a revocation of the fraud order against his firm, the former railroad station master took great care to satisfy any concerns that the federal government raised about his business. He paid regular visits to Chicago's chief postal inspector, inquiring about any new complaints from customers and personally handling disputes as they arose, even if they involved as little as $1 worth of merchandise. At the same time, he maintained close contact with officials in Washington, on at least one occasion sending them a copy of a proposed promotion to make sure that it did not cross any legal lines. Several other firms similarly responded to mail fraud investigations by asking the post office to vet marketing materials. Richard Sears responded to the mail fraud investigation by extending the reach of his networks into the bureaucracy of the federal government. Rural storekeepers may have groused about Sears Roebuck, but in its early, most vulnerable years, they lacked the kind of national trade organization that might have mounted a more substantial legal campaign against the mail-order concern's more duplicitous forms of marketing. For all the legal arguments and connections that Lewis and Rice could place on one side of the post office's scales of justice, they could not stop their well-established commercial antagonists from exerting pressure on the other one. The resulting suspicion among postal officials decreased the likelihood of settlements, premised as they were on the establishment of trust. Furthermore, neither man managed to pull off the attentive ingratiation of postal officials expected of defendants who asked for revocations of fraud orders. In light of the shadier aspects of Rice's and Lewis's business practices, the sustained legal pressure from commercial antagonists and a brashness of manner precluded compromise. In the end, should we view E.G. Lewis and George Graham Rice as prototypical scoundrels, forever adjusting their pitches to keep the suckers interested, constantly striving to stay a few steps ahead of the law, taking cynical advantage of the rights accorded to criminal defendants? Or should we rather see them as not so different from other aggressive Americans in the marketplace of their time, but as picking enemies poorly and reaping the consequences? Had the postal authorities given them a bit more slack, might they, like Richard Sears, have toned down their tactics and prospered, perhaps eventually joining the upper tiers of the business class? These are difficult questions without obvious answers. They underscore the complex moral and legal issues raised by entrepreneurial innovation. A New York Times reporter observed toward the end of a 1912 article on mail fraud enforcement that it's hard to draw the lines between the knaves and the enthusiasts. Edward G. Lewis pushed this point even further in 1911, suggesting that even in a country such as the United States, which had so welcomed inventions of all sorts, truly innovative commercial ideas often encountered profound antagonism. If something is new, Lewis suggested as part of an explanation for the government's assault on his business career, it is pronounced impossible, a fake, a fraud, and everything in the dictionary of the human barker. The preceding tales of mail fraud on the entrepreneurial margins, in which postal officials had to draw such barely visible lines and attempt to distinguish the knavish barkers from the enthusiastic seekers of commercial grails, have implications for historical understandings of both American law and American business. Before the 20th century, criminal process in the United States often turned out to be as much about assessing reputation as it was about sifting evidence and evaluating its legal import. And the point of criminal proceedings was frequently to adjust personal disputes informally, rather than to assign guilt or innocence. Such patterns held in the rural South and the teeming neighborhoods of northeastern cities. When the son of a North Carolina farmer faced an allegation of theft in the 1830s, or an Irish immigrant woman sought out a Philadelphia alderman in the 1850s to lay an assault charge against her husband, the key questions involved who the protagonists were, how the relevant legal authorities saw them as related to the larger social order, whether they evinced the right kind of deference to those authorities, and how those authorities thought they could best maintain a degree of social equilibrium, reintegrating legal protagonists into their communities. Up into the early 20th century, mail fraud enforcement had a similar character, especially when investigated firms inhabited the ambiguous moral terrain that surrounded so many business innovations. In cases that did not involve unalloyed gambling or obvious scams, postal inspectors and prosecutors wanted economic peace between distributors and consumers, wholesalers and retailers, and promoters and investors. These officials relied first on informal assessments of the behavior and social standing of the firms that faced complaints. When confronted with vigorous objections to initial judgments, they considered not only the persuasiveness of legal arguments, but also the social and political pull of the accused business owners and complainants. The key questions involved who the business owners were, how they related to the larger economic and political order, whether they showed the right kind of respect toward authority, and how officials thought they could maintain commercial equilibrium. As Postmaster General George Cortelyou explained in 1907, when disputes over marketing practices involved firms with integrity, the post office would serve as peacemaker and adjust the difficulty. Even within the heart of America's industrializing economy, The legal system sometimes accommodated the values of social reintegration and personalized justice so often associated with pre-modern and non-Western legal mores. Sears's dexterity in convincing postal officials that he met this standard for restoring commercial harmony suggests an additional dimension to his entrepreneurial success. Sears struggled to lead his company after it achieved gargantuan scale. Indeed, only with the 1895 entry of the clothing manufacturer Julius Rosenwald into the firm did Sears Roebuck shore up its capital base and managerial capacity, enabling it to handle the strains of extraordinary growth. But it was Sears who oversaw relations with the post office during that pivotal period in the company's expansion. His knack for reading the aspirations and fears of customers was paralleled by an instinctive grasp of postal officials' concerns. Sears Roebuck dodged the bullet of the fraud order because its founder convinced postal attorneys that he was a trustworthy merchant who would adjust business methods to accord with their sensibilities. As it happens, 1896 did not mark the end of Sears Roebuck's troubles with the federal government over marketing methods. In 1907, the company was hit with a mail fraud indictment in Des Moines, Iowa, related to allegations of misleading catalog descriptions. 11 years later, well after the Barnum-esque showman Richard W. Sears had relinquished managerial duties, the firm faced complaints about exaggerated claims concerning the quality of its coffees and teas, as well as deceptive marketing of lost leaders, which they falsely claimed reflected volume discounts. From the mid-1900s onward, moreover, Sears Roebuck confronted coordinated hostility from rural retailers, whose antagonism was now expressed by the Home Trade League of America, an umbrella organization for the countryside's commercial associations. By this point, however, the great firm brushed off such legal attacks with ease, adapting to more stringent standards in the event that its formidable legal department lost cases before administrative agencies or in court. One can measure this process through a telling moment in a mail fraud proceeding some years later, when the attorney for Korean immigrant Charles Young unknowingly emulated Richard Sears's performance at the bar of the post office. As the lawyer cross-examined the Chicago postal inspector who had investigated the used clothing wholesaler, he stressed that leading firms such as Montgomery Ward, Sears Roebuck, National Cloak and Suit Company all receive complaints like the ones leveled at his client, and then asked, "That does not necessarily show that their business is fraudulent, does it?" The inspector's answer was emphatic. "Oh, no, no." Transmuted by sustained expansion and internal transformation into a landmark of commercial rectitude, Sears Roebuck had become the standard by which to judge where other enterprises resided within the moral economy of modern America. Chapter 7. The Businessmen's War to End All Fraud. On hot mornings in the summer of 1933, the residents of Dallas, Texas could count on a daily radio bulletin, Sundays excepted. This report did not ruminate about bleak chances for rain or offer the latest intelligence from swooning cotton markets. It provided no details about upcoming church socials, no listings of used goods for sale, no chronicle of New Deal political maneuverings in Austin or Washington, D.C. Instead, it furnished commentary and counsel about commercial tales so tall that they crossed the line of acceptable economic behavior. The shady pitches included local offers of free lots that came with a big catch, a business stimulator method that its promoter guaranteed would bring orders to struggling firms, and a sham employment scheme. The inclusion of a fraud report in the Dallas radio lineup was not an idiosyncratic decision by a lone station manager desperate to fill airtime. Similar segments occurred on radio stations across the nation in the 1920s and 1930s, all courtesy of officials working for local Better Business Bureaus, BBBs, nonprofit organizations dedicated to exposing commercial flim-flam and providing consumer and investor education. In the first decades of the 20th century, business fraud became more sophisticated and extensive, mirroring the growth of truly large-scale enterprise. By the 1920s, American marketers had become sufficiently familiar with the psychology underpinning popular consumption and investment to craft emotive sales pitches that played on modern enticements and anxieties, further complicating the question of what counted as deceptive commercial speech. The resulting advertisements included images of soap that somehow anointed its users with sex appeal, depictions of mouthwash that ostensibly functioned as a talisman against halitosis, and visions of fractional shares in oil wells that would magically transport their owners into the ranks of the wealthy. Amid this vexing economic environment, Americans increasingly identified prevailing anti-fraud regulations as insufficient to the tasks at hand. The most influential early 20th century reformers came from a key segment within the country's business elites, who crafted a far-reaching plan to combat economic duplicity. Concerned about the impact that swindles and misrepresentations were having on commercial culture and economic growth, scores of executives within advertising, marketing, and finance collectively mounted a full-scale campaign against business frauds. Cementing an alliance with the National Republican Party, anti-fraud reformers created several nonprofit organizations to combat the procurement of credit through provision of fabricated financial information, fraudulent bankruptcy, the sale of spurious medical treatments, false advertising and other deceptive marketing practices, and securities swindles. This chapter probes the business establishment's diagnosis of the fraud problem and its chief remedies for it. Campaigns of public education, such as the Dallas radio spots, legal reforms that more carefully defined the requirements of truthfulness in commercial speech, and private policing of those limits, all overseen by novel nonprofit organizations that had close ties to the corporate world, the Better Business Bureaus chief among them. Closely connected to state authorities, these organizations opened up new fronts in America's ongoing struggles with business fraud. As they did so, they further blurred the lines between public and private regulation. The early 20th century crusade against fraud suggests the need for more refined understandings of how the era's business elites viewed economic governance. In the broad arena of commercial speech, most of those elites did not want government to remain on the sidelines, nor preferred that the state focus only on industry standard setting, nor placed their faith in co-optable administrative agencies. Rather, business leaders prodded public servants at all levels to sharpen statutory prohibitions against misleading commercial communication, and to beef up criminal enforcement of those measures, though with a big helping hand from the new non-governmental institutions dedicated to the fight against deception in the marketplace. Here was a particularly vigorous effort to create associationalism, a mode of government-business relations in which the state facilitated substantial intra-industry and even inter-industry cooperation, with the goal of stabilizing market conditions and solving other socioeconomic problems. The businessman's fight against commercial duplicity further points to the enduring strengths and weaknesses of business self-regulation as a mode of governance. Anti-fraud organizations quickly developed effective administrative capacity, at least some bureaucratic autonomy, and considerable goodwill among business owners and managers. These assets constituted the hard-won fruits of a social movement of sorts within America's commercial classes, and they enabled the movement's leaders to design and carry out a comprehensive strategy to attack commercial misrepresentation. As a result, the campaigns for truthful commercial speech often successfully challenged long-standing entrepreneurial practices that privileged secrecy and promoted narrow short-term economic calculation, thereby fostering more transparent communication between buyers and sellers in many markets. At the same time, key participants in those campaigns often manifested an ethnocentrism that targeted immigrants and flirted with the rhetoric of eugenics. Close relations between dominant corporations and key figures in the anti-fraud movement, moreover, compromised those leaders' collective vision, encouraging them to ignore some of the era's most serious instances of economic deceit. This episode thus underscores both the allure and the dangers of vesting authority in private regulators, especially when they retain attachments to business elites. A cadre of professional fraud fighters. From William McKinley's election in 1896 to Herbert Hoover's defeat in 1932, Americans confronted recurring assessments that fraudulent behavior pervaded their society. Although such evaluations had ample precedence, the early 20th century discourse on commercial fraud conceptualized the problem differently. Observers now considered the impact of duplicity on a more clearly defined national economy, imagining and even calculating its systemic costs. By the 1920s, government agencies and business organizations placed impressive dollar figures on the price tag imposed by fraud. Credit scams ostensibly amounted to between $250 million and $400 million per year. Insurance swindles reportedly bilked companies out of at least $1 billion annually, while securities fraud allegedly removed at least that amount from ordinary Americans and possibly twice that. Estimates of total annual costs from organizational fraud, which also included consumer frauds and real estate swindles, typically topped $3 to $4 billion, a figure that, if accurate, equaled roughly 1% of the U.S. gross domestic product. Although the factual basis for these estimates was murky, they passed into conventional wisdom, repeated in editorials, news reports, and cartoons, as with a 1927 depiction of the credulous suckers who bit at fraudulent stock pitches. Newspaper coverage and periodical exposés further made clear that American perpetrators of fraud methodically developed more refined schemes of social mimicry. In the 19th century, credit fraud occurred with some frequency, but typically represented a one-off response to looming insolvency. By the late 1890s, nationwide rings of credit trimmers had emerged, which sought repeatedly to bamboozle manufacturers and wholesalers who sold wares on the basis of unsecured trade credit. These rings first established members of the conspiracy as independent retailers, either by providing falsified references, buying out existing businesses, or launching stores with names similar to those of well-regarded firms with solid credit. Once these front enterprises cajoled distant manufacturers or wholesalers to furnish them with substantial inventories, the rings would spirit the goods away for sale by confederates elsewhere. Indebted retailers then either disappeared or falsely declared bankruptcy before moving on to new towns, taking on new commercial identities and beginning the scheme anew. Securities fraud similarly came to require significant capital and organizational capacity. As early as 1910, the most effective peddlers of dodgy stocks published financial newsletters and dailies that offered conventional assessments of the securities markets, but also relentlessly puffed selected issues controlled by the promoters who owned the tip sheets. Relying on ever more finely tuned compilations of sucker lists, which concentrated on individuals who had previously fallen for securities scams, fraudulent promoters employed crews of clerical workers to distribute their newsletters and other promotional materials to tens of thousands of potential investors. They also oversaw teams of high-pressure salesmen who either operated out of boiler rooms or through revivalist-style investment meetings and tours. The latter proved especially common in the sale of oil stocks and real estate investments. In some cases, large-scale stock swindlers even created or gained control over regional stock exchanges, such as the Boston Curb Exchange, to facilitate the market manipulations that persuaded investors that individual stocks were in the early stages of a boom. The most expansive flotations of sham companies went to great lengths to convey their bounteous prospects. No self-respecting swindler would attempt to cash in on an oil boom without setting up shop in close proximity to known gushers and constructing impressive-looking derricks and storage tanks. A few of the more enterprising operators salted a creek by infusing it with petroleum from buried barrels. Fraudulent promoters in the early automobile industry, such as the Pan Motor Company of Minneapolis, employed even more expensive attention to theatrical optics. Pan Motors promoters built a mammoth factory and a handful of cars, all to impress visiting journalists and the recipients of the firm's photograph-laden prospectuses. To business leaders, legal thinkers, and prominent financial journalists, the all-too-rapid evolution of American swindling posed dangers beyond the most direct financial costs to consumers, investors, wholesalers, and insurers. The sap who invested in a fraudulent automobile company withdrew assets from a legitimate savings bank and did not invest in reputable enterprises, thereby increasing the latter's costs of capital. The dupe who purchased worthless items from a fly-by-night mail-order concern, or who responded to the deceptive advertising of a local piano store, reduced the profits of law-abiding retailers. Through sales of stolen goods, the credit fraud ring brought losses to legitimate retailers and higher overhead costs to defrauded suppliers. At the same time, successful deceptions set dangerous examples for the legions of American young men on the make, who learn to think that there is a better way of getting money than by earning it, and who focused on making plenty of money and keeping out of jail. Perhaps the greatest threat posed by fraud concerned the public faith in America's most important marketplaces, or, as one leading spokesman for the business world put it, the capital of confidence upon which all progress depends. When department stores touted discounts on goods that turned out to be unavailable, marketing executives fretted that such bait-and-switch schemes fed public skepticism about advertising in general. Opinion makers within finance worried that duplicitous marketing of stocks and bonds would spawn sectional prejudice against money centers, perhaps even bitter and unreasoning suspicion of all securities, leading potential small investors to thrust many a dollar down deeper in the sock. By the 1920s, Wall Street had become more reliant on investing by ordinary Americans, needing infusions of capital from the socks and savings accounts of wage and salary earners. Some observers of the economic scene even expressed the fear that deceptive practices ran the risk of souring ordinary Americans on capitalism altogether. In February 1919, during a severe wave of securities swindles that targeted individuals with modest financial resources, witnesses at a federal government hearing depicted such crimes as a prime cause of social unrest. Amid the early years of the Russian Revolution and a post-war period of intense labor conflict, as well as unprecedented political success by the American Socialist Party, business elites feared that the pervasive experience of becoming a sucker created political openings for radicals. The danger was only sharpened by the tendency of fraudulent stock promoters to levy sharp public attacks on the power of industrial corporations and New York City investment banks. As the headline writers at the New York Times framed the possibility, stock frauds seen as spur to Bolshevism. One might question how much the specter of unbridled swindling threatened to turn large numbers of post-World War I Americans toward the Leninist banner. But leading capitalists became sufficiently anxious about the issue of deceptive commercial speech to create a series of non-profit business organizations between the mid-1890s and the early 1920s, all primarily dedicated to rooting out fraud in the American marketplace. In 1896, the executives responsible for credit extension by manufacturers and large wholesalers founded a new professional organization, the National Association of Credit Men, NACM, which sought to reduce credit fraud. Roughly a decade and a half later, a group of prominent advertising executives joined forces through the Associated Advertising Clubs of the world to create a Truth in Advertising movement, which emerged out of a series of local vigilance committees organized by urban advertising associations. Within a few years, the Investment Bankers of America had instituted an analogous committee focused on the challenges of securities fraud, followed by the New York Stock Exchange's, NYSE, creation of the Businessmen's Anti-Stock Swindling League. In the early 1920s, these institutional responses to deceptive merchandising and investment peddling merged into a nationwide network of Metropolitan Better Business Bureaus, BBBs, coordinated by a National Better Business Bureau, NBBB. All of these initiatives predated the second wave consumer movement, which was triggered by the seminal muckraking exposés It's Your Money, 1927, 100 Million Guinea Pigs, 1933, and Skin Deep, 1934, and given real momentum by the creation of independent advocacy groups such as Consumer Research, 1929, and the Consumers Union, 1936. Consumer activists eventually launched withering attacks on mainstream advertising practices, which intensified the inclination among business leaders to bolster confidence in advertising through mechanisms of self-regulation. But such critiques came too late to motivate the initial movement to foster greater honesty in marketing. There were abundant precedents for American business organizations to tackle the problem of economic deceit. One important touchstone involved the stock and commodities markets, an important sponsor of several new anti-fraud groups. Since the 1870s, the nation's leading stock and commodity exchanges had maintained internal rules against obvious fraud, whether attempted against other exchange members or outside customers. As memoirs and exposés by participants in the financial markets attest, such prohibitions did little to protect investors from gross manipulations by insiders. But especially egregious duplicity, such as appropriating a client's funds or adulterating already inspected loads of grain, did occasionally lead exchanges to expel members. Urban chambers of commerce also sought to curtail misrepresentations in trade or investments, as with the creation of arbitration boards by several southern chambers to address allegations of fraudulently packed cotton. Many of these rule-making and disciplinary bodies had short lifespans, however, and almost all of them were limited to oversight of firms that belonged to parent organizations. By contrast, the NACM, BBBs, and American Medical Association, AMA, which began to target quackery and medical swindles in the early 20th century, embraced much more ambitious goals. These organizations wished to combat duplicitous commercial practices throughout the economy, among member and non-member firms alike. Funded through annual subscriptions, mostly by large corporations, the new anti-fraud institutions soon came under the direction of individuals who built careers on the work of curbing commercial deception. J. Harry Trigo and H. J. Kenner illustrate this pattern. Trigo initially worked in banking and as the credit manager for a Baltimore shoe company, jobs that exposed him to the costs resulting from dishonest debtors. In the 3 decades after helping to found NACM in the 1890s, he served the organization as president, executive secretary, general manager, and editor of its primary publication. Kenner spent his early career as a North Dakota retailer, serving as an officer for a local mercantile association. In 1914, at the age of 26, he was tapped by Minneapolis ad executives to direct their new vigilance organization, making him the first person to receive a salary for such work. After a year of regional travel preaching the gospel of truthful advertising, he took a job with the National Vigilance Committee, NVC, an early coordinator of local groups. In the early 1920s, he moved to New York City to head its new BBB, which he proceeded to manage for the next quarter century. Constructing a vision of fraud prevention as a calling, Trigo, Kenner, and their fellow anti-fraud specialists arrived at similar conclusions about commercial fraud's origins, as well as the most effective means of addressing it. Their sensibilities reflected the era's pervasive embrace of professionalization. Like so many other highly educated economic and cultural brokers, ranging from industrial engineers, accountants, and personnel managers to social workers and public health officials, anti-fraud careerists claimed that expertise and commitment to the common good prepared them to tackle the problems created by rapid economic and social change. Like other early 20th century experts, the band of nascent anti-fraud professionals began with systematic analysis of causes before constructing programs of action. In doing so, they echoed many arguments common within the previous century's commentary about business fraud, while more deeply probing the relationships among deceptive marketing practices, socioeconomic structures, and social norms. Swindling flourished in modern America in part, they reasoned, because the growth unleashed by industrialization had put savings and disposable income in the hands of unsophisticated consumers and investors. These neophytes struggled to navigate the informational challenges of a modern economy, and they often chased after the latest consumer goods or investment fads on the basis of cursory investigation. Whether unscrupulous retailers tried to attract customers to mail-order offerings or retail stores, their beguiling ads zeroed in on the allure of the bargain. Financial hucksters similarly took advantage of pervasive aspirations for affluence in a society that lionized Horatio Alger figures, but had narrowed paths to independent proprietorship. Focusing on the latest technological wonders or booms in oil, mining, or real estate, these promoters pitched penny stocks to the disconnected janitress and the ambitious elevator boy, to the salaried clerks and struggling professionals who are obsessed by an easy road to wealth. Anti-fraud professionals stressed that the financing of America's participation in World War I accelerated this process as the mass marketing of Liberty bonds acculturated millions of wage and salary earners to the securities markets. From the first days of peace, swindlers sent brigades of chipper salesmen to go from door to door in city and farming communities, enticing Liberty bonds from hiding and giving, in return, lithographed certificates bearing marvelous artists' dreams of derrick after derrick, gusher after gusher, spreading as far as the eye can see. Yet credulity and situational ignorance, anti-fraud organizations argued, extended far beyond those Americans who were less accustomed to the ways and wiles of 20th century capitalism. In bulletins and annual reports, the BBBs continually marveled at the gullibility of the business public, who were frequently burned by the pitchmen for sham collection agencies and fake commercial directories. NACM officials constantly harped on the susceptibility of so many suppliers to fraudulent requests for credit. Even the New York Stock Exchange had to caution its employees against their propensity for playing the sucker, biting at some spurious inside tip or seeking to ride a wave of public fascination with a worthless stock, hoping to get out at the top. Anti-fraud crusaders further emphasized that prevailing legal prohibitions against duplicitous commercial speech posed only slight risks to swindlers. Institutional and cultural dynamics that had stymied 19th century fraud prosecutions continued to shape the criminal justice system. The ethos of caveat emptor retained a strong allure among many early 20th century Americans who still prized individualism, identified citizenship with the ability to look after their own affairs, and viewed governmental paternalism with abiding skepticism. As a result, con artists frequently received admiration for their cleverness and dexterity, as in George Randolph Chester's best-selling novels about get-rich-quick Wallingford. Swindlers operating petty mail-order scams sometimes mocked the individuals who fell for their pitches, explicitly informing them that they had been taken for a ride and suggesting that they had received something of value for their money, a bit of experience that would wise them up for the next commercial go-round. Given these widely held social norms, a swindler's victim might be more likely to experience psychological denial, especially in the case of investments gone awry or medical treatment that proved worthless, or keep quiet to avoid the embarrassment of advertising the fact that he had permitted a slicker to best him. When individuals nonetheless did complain to the authorities about instances of alleged swindling, successful prosecutions proved to be the exception rather than the rule, for much the same reasons as during the 1840s or the 1880s. Early 20th century fraud cases often turned on complex factual questions about the nature of misrepresentation and the evidence showing fraudulent intent. As a result, convictions depended on investigatory and prosecutorial expertise, which was often in short supply at every level of government. Moreover, in the rare circumstances in which authorities charged individuals with fraud, prosecutors all too often found themselves outgunned by high-priced defense attorneys, while juries frequently protected local businessmen whose deceit attracted outside capital into their communities. In the even rarer instances in which fraud prosecutions culminated in convictions, the judiciary almost always handed out fairly minimal sentences, either modest fines or relatively short jail stints. If convicted swindlers possessed good political connections, as they often did, even those slight penalties could be wiped away by pardons. As one early 20th century legal expert observed, the perpetrator of credit fraud may be punished with no greater severity than the man who expectorates on the floor of a public conveyance. The result, critics complained, was that fraud enforcement still only slightly increased most swindlers' requirements of working capital, essentially imposing a license fee. Anti-fraud organizations identified one further contributor to widespread economic duplicity: the tendency of business owners to respond to short-term incentives without regard to the long-term implications of their actions for broader commercial culture and public confidence. In this regard, the early 20th century analysis of fraud incorporated a more sophisticated appreciation for economic sociology than was present in prior discourse about commercial deceit. Especially within NACM, activists observed that the pressures of competition encouraged far too many wholesalers to extend commercial credit without sufficient investigation, making them likely candidates for credit fraud. Analogous pressures pushed far too many retailers and promoters to flirt with deceptive advertising, and far too many newspapers and magazines to accept such ads. When business owners were taken in by scams, they often proved willing to accept compromise settlements from a swindler's squawk fund, securing their own financial interests rather than insisting upon criminal prosecutions that would improve the deterrent value of fraud laws. These diagnoses guided NACM and the BBBs as they developed strategies to protect American markets from duplicitous commercial speech. In their early years, anti-fraud organizations focused particularly on lobbying state and federal governments to tighten legal prohibitions against deceptive economic conduct. Thus, NACM's central purpose during the 1890s was to agitate for a new federal bankruptcy law that its leaders hoped would curb fraudulent conveyances and the concealment of assets by failing debtors, an endeavor that yielded legislative success in 1898. In addition to calling for periodic amendments to the federal bankruptcy code, NACM moved on to press for uniform state laws that would criminalize two common tactics of credit fraud schemes: the signing of a false financial statement in order to obtain credit, and the selling of retail inventory in bulk without furnishing notice to commercial creditors. By the same token, the Associated Advertising Clubs of the World, AACW, concentrated much of its initial energy on pushing a model state statute to punish false advertising claims. Spearheaded by the advertising journal Printers, Inc., This campaign led to the passage of statutes in 43 states by 1930. Throughout the 1920s, moreover, the Investment Bankers Association, the NYSE, and the BBBs all worked for the adoption of state securities laws that would facilitate prosecutions of fraudulent stock promoters. At the national level, anti-fraud organizations also pressed the new Federal Trade Commission, FTC, to interpret its jurisdiction as including the authority to combat duplicitous business practices. The chief impetus behind the Commission's 1914 creation lay with worries about the waxing power of monopolies and trusts, as well as more specific frustrations with a series of Supreme Court opinions, including the 1911 decision in the Standard Oil case that narrowed the reach of the Sherman Antitrust Act and fostered uncertainty about which anti-competitive strategies the courts would view as illegal. Section 5 of the FTC Act, however, also empowered the new agency to investigate unfair methods of competition, language that at least some members of Congress assumed would encompass misleading or untrue marketing claims. These members of the antitrust coalition viewed the emergence of concentrated corporate power as at least partly the result of pervasive deceptions and frauds committed by aggrandizing monopolists. Almost immediately after the passage of the FTC Act, the AACW's National Vigilance Committee, the precursor to the National BBB, lobbied the new commission to tackle cases involving false advertising, sending it a series of formal complaints. Stymied by the federal courts in many of its attempts to regulate industrial structure, but allowed in most cases to proceed against duplicitous business tactics, FTC lawyers gradually made deception cases a central element of their docket. By the mid-1920s, they brought several hundred such cases a year, involving misrepresentations of product quality, quantity, newness, or origin, or falsehoods about business status, supposed testimonials, or fictitious price cuts. By the end of the decade, 9 of 10 docketed cases were of this type. In addition to these efforts to expand the ambit of anti-deception policies, anti-fraud organizations embarked on massive public education campaigns. If a pivotal explanation for pervasive fraud lay with insufficient skepticism and savvy among ordinary Americans, then surely any sensible attempt to prevent fraud had to teach those people how to resist the siren song of the swindler. As one financial journalist with years of experience covering fraud argued in 1919, the most sophisticated anti-swindling statutes could not safeguard people from their own foolishness, and in the last analysis, education in these matters is the individual's best and surest protection. The BBB network pursued that goal with a vengeance. During the 1920s, the anti-fraud publicity blitz was impossible to avoid in urban America. From Los Angeles to Atlanta to Boston, industrial workers encountered a rotating stream of posters on factory bulletin boards and educational articles in company magazines. BBB messages bombarded commuters on buses, trains, subways, and streetcars, while its billboards repeated key slogans for the benefit of automobile drivers and passengers. Individuals who visited banks to make deposits or withdrawals found BBB advice cards tucked into their account books. Newsletters and bulletins from local bureaus filled the nation's mailbags, mirroring the prodigious output of swindling stock tip sheets and fraudulent mail-order catalogs. As the pitchmen of worthless stocks and boom-related real estate ventures turned to revival-style sales lectures, BBB officials countered with hundreds of annual speeches to women's clubs, business groups, labor organizations, and civic associations. Thousands of newspapers, magazines, and trade publications donated advertising space to the Truth in Advertising movement and ran articles written by BBB leaders. Once radio stations gained a commercial footing, they quickly followed suit, offering free access to the airwaves for short spots and longer segments. One can get a more concrete sense of this publicity onslaught by considering its scale in the city of St. Louis. In 1926, the local BBB claimed that each month it placed the equivalent of 38 full newspaper pages of free commentary in 51 different papers, which included 3 major metropolitan dailies, the local African American paper, 12 foreign language publications, and a host of suburban weeklies. Together, these sheets counted over 290,000 subscribers. Thousands of free ads in trade journals, labor sheets, company magazines, and religious newspapers amplified the message, as did a slew of billboards and neon signs, over 100 talks by BBB officials to community groups, free movie announcements and placements in theater programs, and regular radio chats by representatives of the Women's Advertising Club. Finally, through close relationships with newspaper editors and the managers of the St. Louis News Service, BBB officials ensured that their work received ongoing coverage in regional news outlets. These media blitzes mirrored the strategic approaches of 19th-century publications that regularly exposed frauds and humbugs. Like those earlier sentinels, 20th-century organizations broadcast specific cautions about prevailing scams and misrepresentations, warning the public to avoid specific stores, investments, business deals, and promoters. The BBBs also disseminated general advice about how to invest and consume wisely, emphasizing the crucial importance of eschewing retailers who offered supposedly first-rate goods at enormous discounts, promoters who dangled visions of easily attained wealth, or anyone who made a big show of offering something for nothing. Above all else, anti-fraud campaigners pleaded with the public to rely whenever possible on expert assistance, particularly when selecting investments. Before you invest, investigate became the BBB's best-known mantra, by which its officials meant that Americans should have the good sense to follow the advice of respectable bankers or brokerage firms in deciding where to place their savings. An analogous logic underpinned more focused endeavors to reshape America's commercial culture. Here, anti-fraud activists again broke new conceptual and strategic ground. Because entrenched business practices aided and abetted those who perpetrated scams, anti-fraud organizations also tried to persuade firms to reject such practices. NACM leaders continuously advocated the adoption of credit policies that accorded with its view of the shared long-term interests of all wholesalers and manufacturers. At its annual conventions, and through its monthly publication, the association's leaders called for more sustained scrutiny of credit requests and greater willingness to exchange intelligence about the creditworthiness of retailers, including the creation of cooperative credit bureaus that would provide more up-to-date information than did standard credit reporting firms. With regard to merchandising, the BBB network pressured newspapers and periodicals to reject advertisements that did not meet strict standards for candor, and eventually helped to organize a series of trade conferences in order to adopt unambiguous standards for the categorization of materials such as furs, textiles, and woods. The imperative of organized vigilance. For all the faith that early 20th century anti-fraud reformers placed in reconfigured statute books and educational campaigns, they also viewed the parlous state of law enforcement as requiring urgent attention. By the early 1900s, the NACM had set up local investigating committees composed of volunteer credit men to examine instances of questionable behavior by debtors and passed along evidence of credit fraud to relevant authorities. Beginning in the 1910s, advertising clubs created similar mechanisms to look into allegations of false advertising, deceptive merchandising, and fraudulent securities promotions. Putting swindlers in jail for what they have done, the president of the NYSE explained in a 1922 speech, will give far more protection to the public than 100 laws warning criminals of what they may not do. These moves into private law enforcement, like the efforts to create clearinghouses for news about prevailing swindles and scams, built on long-standing American traditions. In addition to the periodic turn to organized vigilantism in places as varied as northern Indiana, central Texas, Montana, San Francisco, and throughout the South, 19th-century Americans frequently turned to non-governmental associations in order to supplement government policing, in many cases with explicit sanction from state legislatures. The anti-horse thief associations in late 19th-century America stood as examples of this impulse, as did banks' anti-counterfeiting associations and later anti-vice societies, such as the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice and the New England Watch and Ward Society, which played such a central role in the post office's campaigns against mail fraud and obscenity. Typically, such initiatives came from elite and middle-class Americans who embraced the use of law to constrain what they saw as socially or economically dangerous expressions of individual license, but who despaired of the government's capacity to enforce law on its own, either because of endemic corruption or lack of capacity. These self-appointed enforcers also wished to retain influence over the investigative and prosecutorial process. In the years surrounding World War I, corporations in several industries that confronted serious crime problems updated this strategy, as did a number of new voluntary agencies concerned about working-class family dynamics or a perceived rise in urban law-breaking. Within the business world, railroad corporations established a detective bureau to break up freight thefts by rings of insiders. Fire insurance companies did the same to investigate arson gangs, guarantee companies to look into cases of embezzlement, and department stores to combat shoplifting. At roughly the same time, middle-class reformers were creating nationwide desertion bureaus to track down husbands who had abandoned their families, as well as local groups such as the Chicago Juvenile Protection Association. The latter organization sought to reshape the rules governing the treatment of adolescent criminal offenders and to provide a battalion of social workers who could take psychological profiles of defendants and monitor convicted teens on probation, thereby magnifying the disciplinary capacity of urban courts. As occurred with most of the era's enforcement campaigns by non-governmental groups, anti-fraud organizations experienced a steady process of expansion and professionalization. The early volunteer committees soon found themselves overwhelmed by complaints, mostly from affected businesses, but also from disgruntled members of the general public. They responded to a crippling workload by lobbying successfully for the creation of independent organizations with salaried staffs, all funded by subscriptions, primarily from big business. After years of debate over issues of practicality and institutional control, NACM supplemented its local vigilance groups in 1916 with a national committee, for which it raised $25,000. By 1926, the newly renamed Investigation and Prosecution Department boasted a multi-year prosecution fund of nearly $2 million. An equivalent share of American GDP in 2016 would be around $330 million, regional offices throughout the country, and a corps of 40 experienced investigators who could draw on the services of local creditmen's associations in more than 40 states. This unit pursued as many as 750 investigations annually and referred hundreds of cases to state and federal prosecutors, with most resulting in indictments and convictions. The local and national BBB network, though starting later than the NACM, also built hefty administrative capacity. In 1916, the AACW's National Vigilance Committee, the direct forerunner of the national BBB, ran on a shoestring budget of $15,000 and had 2 employees, while many local bureaus still operated primarily on a voluntary basis. By the mid-1920s, total annual expenditures by all the BBBs approached $1 million, roughly equal to $165 million as a share of 2016 GDP, as 43 local bureaus spread across 19 states handled tens of thousands of complaints about securities fraud, catch-penny scams, and misleading or false advertising. Most also maintained shopping systems to monitor retail establishments in their communities, sending out paid female shoppers in order to assess the extent to which department stores and other retailers lived up to advertised promises and followed ethical sales practices. These multifaceted initiatives dwarfed the endeavors of the late 19th century editors, who carved out a role as arbiters of a legitimate mail-order enterprise. BBB spokespersons, such as Boston department store executive Louis Kirstein, emphasized that scrutiny by independent shoppers served as a salutary check on retail marketing campaigns. These evaluations, Kirstein stressed, offered a means of correcting inevitable mistakes and demonstrated to smaller competitors that the BBB commercial standards applied to all sellers in the urban marketplace. The mechanics of the shopping systems, however, suggest that they additionally sought to police the behavior of a growing retail workforce, including not only in-house advertising staff, but also buyers and sales personnel. In Boston, for example, the form that bureau shoppers had to fill out included numerous questions about the deportment and level of service provided by salespersons, as well as the queries, "Did representations of SP, salesperson, agree with representations in advertisement?" And "Did SP misrepresent merchandise?" Employees of large-scale retailers often received commissions as an element of their compensation, and so had strong incentives to move merchandise, even if their characterizations of goods or other sales tactics violated store policies. The shopping system thus furnished a means of keeping store workers from ignoring dictates about the treatment of customers, compensating for imperfect lines of authority. As such, it constituted a companion mechanism to the pervasive reliance on store detectives, whom managers charged with preventing both shoplifting and employee theft. Especially in the case of the BBBs, the emphasis on independent monitoring and policing also reflected an attempt to make public education campaigns more effective. For specific cautions about prevailing scams to have real value, they had to occur before too many individuals had taken the bait. If the information comes to the Bureau only after a number of prospects have already parted with their money, an article in a trust company magazine explained in 1927, it would be much more difficult to retrieve for them their vanished funds or to save loss for others. Such timeliness depended not only on efficient channels of communication, but also on an extensive warning system of listening posts that would allow fraud monitors to pick up early signals of commercial or financial chicanery, and on the willingness of the public to report immediately anything that appears at all questionable or doubtful. Anti-fraud organizations further recognized that heightened enforcement was a crucial precondition to strengthening deterrence against fraud, and that such enforcement would have to overcome the daunting barriers to collective action that were rooted in administrative incapacity and an individualistic commercial culture. The tendency of fraud victims to avoid the time and expense associated with criminal proceedings, especially if they were able to extract some restitution from a swindler's squawk fund, presented companion difficulties for law enforcement. Silent suckers furnished authorities with no basis to launch an investigation, no oral testimony or documentary evidence on which to base a prosecution. In their public education initiatives, anti-fraud institutions repeatedly chipped away at the common disinclination to bring swindlers to justice. NACM leaders implored members to maintain good record-keeping practices, which eased evidence gathering should any debtors turn to fraud. It also extolled the civic-mindedness of executives who treated credit swindlers with the contempt that they deserved, and heaped scorn on those who ignored their civic responsibilities by accepting compromise offers in fraud cases. Don't let apathy and supinity rule when you have been victimized by a credit crook, the editors proclaimed in one 1914 issue. Remember, he has made a raid not on you alone but on the great business organization of which you are but a part. Arouse yourself. Do all in your power, cost it little or much, to rid the commercial commonwealth of those who would assault that relationship of faith and confidence which is the basis of solid business growth. The credit man with a spine, the manly credit man, worked to send fraudulent debtors to prison, even at significant short-term cost, just as the manly retailer lived up to the promises in advertising spreads. Even when defrauded individuals or businesses wished to assist law enforcement, though, investigative complexities often strained the capacity of early 20th century police forces and prosecutors' offices, especially when swindles operated across state lines. By building up a corps of professional investigators, many of whom had experience in district attorneys' offices or as postal inspectors, anti-fraud organizations attempted to match the sophisticated tactics and geographic reach of the most successful perpetrators of fraud. By the early 1920s, both NACM and the NVC had developed national evidentiary clearinghouses. They kept track of evolving scams and the careers of prominent swindlers and maintained rogues galleries in the form of photographic collections that helped identify individuals who had a penchant for skipping town and changing names and life stories. The National Anti-Fraud Network thus facilitated the sharing of intelligence about transient fraud and fraudsters. Once anti-fraud investigators amassed what they viewed as clear-cut evidence of criminal activity, they passed along the findings to governmental officials in the appropriate jurisdiction. The cultivation of investigative capacity dovetailed with the NACM's and Better Business Bureau's goals of public education. A network of seasoned detectives facilitated arrests, indictments, and prosecutions, all of which received extensive coverage from a sympathetic press corps. The resulting stream of enforcement-related stories offered additional opportunities to inform the public about the telltale signs of fraud, while signaling to both outright swindlers and legitimate enterprises that deceptive marketing brought consequences. Such attention, BBB officials maintained, generated public indignation, which in turn spurred prosecuting authorities and juries to a less lenient frame of mind where swindlers are concerned. Fundraising campaigns, such as the NACM's effort to raise nearly $2 million to support investigative efforts in 1925, furnished similar opportunities to heighten awareness of anti-fraud messages. By keeping initial fraud monitoring and investigations within their own institutions, anti-fraud organizations maintained flexibility in law enforcement, and likely far more than would have been feasible through a strategy of lobbying to place more public detectives